Hello Aries, welcome to your Dimensional Tarot reading. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could mostly need. If not, there's other links in there on how to contact me if you have any further questions that's not able to answer for you. As of now, I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into your reading. For your spirit totem, we have the elephant, greatness. Love is your strength. Leadership is your path. Your wisdom inspires everyone you meet. You can overcome any problem. You will naturally and easily achieve success. A garden does not force itself, and yet it blooms when it needs to. So blossom when you feel you need to. That's your path to greatness. So you also have a chakra energy for third eye chakra, visualization, imagination, focus, experience, and manifestation, making what you desire a reality. And then we have the void, dark moon. For this moon, this could be just sitting in the nothingness. I like how this energy, if you look at this, it goes to the void, to visualization. It's like make a blank slate, manifesting yourself something from a blank slate state. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your tarot message. Your peacemaker, you feel victimized. At the Eight of Swords. Oh, didn't mean to hit the camera. The Empress here at your reformer. The Trippin' Squirrel, which is a special card for this tarot card deck, at your helper. The Nine of Cups for your achiever. The Ten of Pentacles in the reverse for your artist, reformer. The Nine of Swords in the reverse for your investigator. Your loyalist holds the Ace of Cups. Your enthusiast is adapting to change or remaining flexible here with the Two of Pentacles, and your challenger holds the Queen of Pentacles energy. There's been something you've overturned within yourself, and the process of change can almost appear overwhelming to you. You're trying to remain flexible, and surrounding your feeling of like your hands being tied, you have two very strong feminine energies. This could be within yourself, of the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles. You're overturning the individualist artist. They have an issue of letting their past pain define them. With the Ten of Pentacles, is like overturning a legacy issue for yourself, something that you felt was deeply rooted in who you are. You're stepping, I think, by overturning this, you're allowing yourself to step into your power as the Empress, the reformer desiring to make their life merit like what they say, like you're trying to role model what you actually are trying to achieve. Maybe this is causing you to change aspects of who you used to be, but it's for the better, because it appears to be alleviating a type of mental burden as you shed this old form of self here, that it's putting you into a very grounded state. But this feeling of change all this change here is being carried forward to the Trippin' Squirrel, which is the issues around codependency, or that they could represent kind of standing in your own power, going after what you desire. This could be you feeling victimized because the peacemaker isn't and has issues with listening to their instinctual energy. The achiever knows what they desire here. And then you have the Ace of Cups. You see the cup that you want for your Ten of Cups. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the peacemaker. The peacemaker is clarified by the Seven of Pentacles. Sorry, keep hitting that camera. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse can represent kind of like plans going awry, things not going as you desired them to. The Hangman, so this is perhaps what the hangman you were put in by a situation that you now feel victimized by. And you're left kind of like waiting for more, desiring more. Maybe this is the 10th cup you have the 9, you desire the 10th. Your loyalties is about your belief system. This could be restructuring your belief systems to refresh it as you overturn who you used to be. And all of this change seems to be impacting the helper and the peacemaker within you most of all. So you could be having feeling like you don't have any energy to give right now, maybe because you're focused on yourself, and that's not a bad thing. That's just like you need to take care of you before you can take care of others. I'm going to go ahead and clarify this wish fulfillment for the achiever. The 10 of Wands, this is a burden you were carrying. The Page of Pentacles, and that's clarified by the Knight of Pentacles and the 8 of Wands. This could have been something that originally it made you, you could have built something, like you could have invested into something that did not turn into what you desired. It did not come to fruition the way that you wished, or you found it to be a burden, or it's been a heavy burden for you to get what you want, and now you're ready to communicate about it rapidly. Previously, you could have like this desire for this. You couldn't have, maybe you didn't speak to it. And it created some type of burden for you. For the achiever who desires to have kind of like those status symbols, those status things. They like to show their value of self through their achievements and through what they actually do. So this could have been something you've taken on because you know that this, even if it's emotionally burdensome, right, the reward is so worth it because you have your 9 of Cups, and here your loyalist knows I can get the 10th. My 10th cup is the 6 of Cups, so it's emotionally nostalgic, very powerfully emotional connection to the past. This could be past life connection. Then you have the 8 of Cups. You're searching for this, but luck and chance at the wheel of fortune. So it seems like something has occurred here where you're having to change your perspective and change aspects of yourself, perhaps because you're now visualizing the life that you do want. You're feeling like a renewed mental state and aspects of yourself, but maybe instinctually, like you're not able to go after what you quite want yet, maybe because you're adapting to this change and you're relinquishing these mental burdens. Maybe for some of you, you need to spend some more time visualizing actually what you desire and what you want. Especially if you've been through a lot of change, you can feel like foreign to yourself. And it can make you feel a little topsy-turvy. You're like, am I even me? Do you even recognize the person that you see when you look in the mirror? And I don't think some of you are able to at this time, because there's just been some shifting here. And you're desiring for more. The shift has come, it's like you're planning in a different way. For some of you, you could feel like you're not able to make this change yet, even though you greatly deserve it. And this could be like your wake-up call to the universe that, hey, I need to shift, I need to change, and I'm not wrong in a desire for change, a desire for more. Because maybe there's some of you that feel like naughty for what you're... Well, it's this dynamic here with this, you're feeling victimized at your peacemaker. It's like you are going after what you want, and in a way that could be scary and foreign to you, and you feel there's like some confusion here because it instinctually just feels really good, and because it and instincts are very hard for the peacemaker to deal with, and because you're having to shift some internal dynamics in yourself, it's made a lot of other aspects of yourself very happy, rejuvenated, but I think in the peacemaker slot that it's like getting transposed here, and your peacemaker and your helper are having some trouble with all these changes that are going on. But third eye chakra is meditation, maybe just taking that time to meditate, be present, and it can help you alleviate, because you've been doing something here that's throwing away this mental burden. So keep doing whatever you have been that's been beneficial for you so far, especially if it is alleviating a burden for you. For an unconscious tarot message, we have the Knight of the King of Swords. That's clear-cut communication. There is no fat in the meat that he prepares, okay? We have discernment as an unconscious moon message. This moon message is the same for all Enneagrams and for all zodiac signs. So this is the message of choice, making good choices, using like what is beneficial for me now that I've learned these lessons. Maybe some of you could have like a little bit of a codependency issue. So now you're like, well, if I don't do it this way, then you could be feeling weird. But I think if you've shifted and changed as a person, you have to express that. Or else you're just limiting yourself. And I don't want to see that. So, and I think you don't want to see it either, because you have the crown chakra of intelligence, education, knowledge, perception, flexibility here. Your enthusiast is adapting to changes that are ongoing here. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. Your enthusiast is adapting to these changes at the Two of Pentacles. It's alleviating mental burdens. And your unconscious spirit totem animals is the dragon. It's supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny and rise with dignity. I'm just going to go ahead and stack these back over here. I think you're being called to listen to your intuition, to your instincts, and maybe trust that you can be happy if you make the right choices. Especially if you're giving into this new, I feel almost like profound shift here. Like, recognize your needs as valid, what you're going through is valid. Just give your emotions that time to kind of exist. Don't let them overtake you, but let them have their validity, because a change can be scary, and change can leave you completely topsy-turvy and mystified, especially when you begin to no longer recognize the person that you once were. That can be especially scary. And if you're holding on to the baggage of that past, then it's time to let it go, because that is keeping you from your potential and your happiness. All right, this has been your regular message. I'm going to go into the hexad shape. So we did this inner triangle. This is the integrative spread. I'm going to go into the full dimensional tarot spread and the extended, and that will be me laying more cards down for each of these other representative points. I will also be using the Goddess Oracle to look at your 7 chakras. I will also be doing the process Enneagram spread. That will be with the Lenormand and the mini tarot deck. If you're unfamiliar with the full dimensional tarot spread, I do the full dimensional tarot process Enneagram spread in the general Enneagram reading. And then I go to this style of reading for the zodiacs and the actual Enneagram points themselves, just so you can get a taste of what the full dimensional process Enneagram spread that's available in the extended actually looks like, because it can be quite intense to look at once you get going with all these cards. I thank you for joining me so far. Even if you're not able to join me in the extended, I hope that this message was helpful for you, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello Leo, welcome to your Dimensional Tarot reading. This is for the full moon coming up in Sagittarius on the 26th. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need to learn about how this spread works and the dynamics within it. Simply put though, it is a combination of Enneagram personality system and tarot card analysis. I'm going to start with your spirit totem. Your spirit totem for this time is the heron, patience. Create a place in nature's stillness and be renewed. Take time alone to find balance. Step confidently towards your purpose, and patience will bring you rewards. Your overall chakra energy for this time is willpower. For the throat chakra, expression, assertiveness, self-control, and direction. Finally, your moon message is self-love, something that you should be focusing on during this time. And we're going to go ahead and dive into the beginning of the Dimensional Tarot reading. For your Peacemaker, we have the Star in reverse. Okay. We have your Reformer carrying the Ten of Wands. Let me just go ahead and show you the Star in reverse too, just in case you can't see it very well. Your Helper is at the Four of Cups. Your Achiever is the King of Cups. For your Investigator, not your Investigator, for your Artist / Individualist, we have the Queen of Pentacles. For your Investigator, we have the Hangman. Your Loyalist has the Three of Cups in reverse. The Two of Wands for your Enthusiast. And your Challenger is bringing Temperance. Your Reformer is carrying the Ten of Wands, carrying a burden. You're feeling indecisiveness, maybe discontentment at your Helper, but it can also signify hope, the Four of Cups. It just depends on the other cards around it. I think that you're feeling hopeful in this triad. There's an emotional balance present for you. However, instinctually, energetically right now, you're feeling burdened and there's like a lack of healing that's going on, and perhaps why you have the message of Temperance. Perhaps something within yourself right now. Your Loyalist has an interesting dynamic present with this Three of Cups. Overturning it, possibly leaving something behind. With the change in perspective here, there could have been a dynamic present that was not healthy, and it feels as if you're either working to resolve this dynamic or change the group of people that you're hanging out with. It could be like also that you're taking time aside right now, or that you're really needing to. You need to take some time aside to collect yourself energetically. You're feeling as if right now you have to, but you feel like you need to persevere. There's like a need to persevere through pain. You're being called to some self-love right now. There's some TLC that you need. It may just be a night in. It could be just honoring your body with a good, nutritious meal, taking an evening in to reflect, journaling, talking about this with someone else. Just there's obviously we don't get to one wand overnight. You collect them over time. Your reformer is bearing a burden. Often the reformer will feel like they have to do it or it won't get done properly. But I think that it's like you have to let down the wall in a way. And you're desiring to. I think there's something about opening up here. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the lack of healing at your peacemaker. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to hit the camera. The peacemaker is clarified. Oh, no way. Okay. This is a special card in this deck. It's the Prism. This is the Prism Tarot. This special card, it represents essentially the light of potential. It's mystical and magical and powerful, and so, and it's odd that like in this card. Let me see if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it pretty well. It's just like it's like the star in reverse here, which is mimicking the Hangman. You're just like being dunked into like the cosmic swirl here. You're getting a oh my gosh. Okay, so they're apparently doing work on a vehicle outside. I'm really sorry. But yeah, you're basically getting a cosmic swirly. I don't know how else to call it. Yeah, it's a cosmic swirly. Because that's death. Honestly, this is the coolest death card I've seen. I love this one. And then you have the Chariot. So, I'm going to go ahead and keep clarifying just so I can get, this is a little bit confusing as a dynamic. It's either that you're taking time to heal right now and then you will like bask in the light of your potential, or that in order for your healing work to really end this phase is you have to embrace change, transformation, and a death of something that is going to require a change in perspective for you. I'm going to be excited to see what your loyalist has to say. I'm going to go ahead and clarify your achiever to see what this emotional balance is. Your emotional balance is coming from Judgment, a major arcana card. The Queen of Wands, so the Queen of Wands goes for what she desires. And if you look at these cards, the Five of Cups, you're no longer mourning. Your achiever, you're the Queen of Wands that's gained emotional power here. A creative power in a way for some of you after a situation. Your loyalist is the Three of Cups in reverse, which can represent like an overturning of community, possibly a scuffle or a fight, but it could represent like people getting together and just shenanigans, like it's an unhealthy community. So you have the Sun, the Ace of Swords, and the Nine of Swords. Wow. Your sunshine is clouded right now. This could show kind of like one present issue. We have the Ace of Swords. This Nine of Swords is unique also, that I haven't seen a Nine of Swords depicted such as the sword is literally just down someone's throat, like they're not able to speak. So your happiness is something that you're not able to grasp right now because of this mental woe. And this could require a change in your perspective for you to tap into your potential. This could be making it so that you feel really low energy right now too. And that's why you're going to need patience, time for self-love. The body and the mind heal at a different pace. If you've experienced negative events in your life, some people, or for those who've experienced even traumatic events, the emotional residue that it can leave behind can take more than just like a few therapy sessions or something to work through. And having patience and love for yourself during that process, because you don't have to struggle through it all alone. It could be that for some of you, you had to speak to an emotional burden that was present. Okay, so also I'm going to look at the bottom of the deck. We have the Six of Wands. This kind of represents glory, community celebration, coming together, coming home, kind of like being celebrated, but also public recognition. You have to persevere. You have to persevere. That is why your willpower. What I think is most important here is your loyalist is overturning a sense of community. Maybe there's been a betrayal that has harmed you. So you were happy you had the sun, but then you had a sword jammed down your throat as you went into Nine of Swords energy, just trapped in your head. And this could have forced a period of kind of like isolation, perspective shifting within you as your mind's eye of the investigator. This kind of cooled your jets at the Challenger. The Challengers kind of can hold like an aggressive energy, not by default, but they're like a masculinely charged energy. Even for female challengers, there's a certain kind of like dominance that can be felt with them. Like they were the pants in the relationship. Nothing bad, but just how it can be, and they are fabulous. But it's made you, when the challenger is more evolved, more highly evolved, they take on aspects of a healthy two, and they become really magnanimous and generous. They are the champion of the people. They are the champion of the other underdog. I can't wait for the extended, because I'm really interested in this reformer dynamic here. There's this emotional burden that you have. I think you're looking to drop. And interestingly enough, from 10 to 2, we have 8 wands. So it's a difference of 8. So I think 8 of wands is about communication. You have a sword jammed down your mental throat, and you're being called to willpower to express yourself at a throat chakra way. There could be some of you who need to express the need for help, for like feeling lonely, or you feel lonely in this transformation you feel like you're kind of undergoing, or that you're hindered right now. There could be a vulnerability issue present for you where you just don't want to open that door right now, the door of your heart. Maybe because you're still you're overcoming this, but you're still mourning. So maybe just some TLC for yourself, your patience for yourself, especially if you're bearing a lot of weight and responsibility, and it can make things feel heavy. But maybe this is and for some of you, you don't have a choice in what you have to do. You just have to do it. It makes you feel like suffocated in a way, and you can't take that time right now to like do some of the healing that you need to do, which can feel isolating. But that's why we must speak, even if it's just one friend that you can talk to about these things. If you have the ability to get therapeutic resources, there's stuff for that. There's like Facebook groups, there's meetup groups for like certain types of things. If you've there's like free group counseling at local community centers. There's just resources. Like, you don't have to feel stifled and alone, and you don't have to feel the weight of all of that burden as if you alone have to bear it. You can reach out to others or anyone that can help you during this, because I feel like there's it's like an isolation present. But I think through this communication is your road to the glory, because I think it's going to help open your heart a little bit more, and then take away some of this weight that you've been carrying mentally, emotionally, psychically, and maybe it's even impacting you on a physical level, especially with this star being reversed for the peacemaker, most in denial with its instinctual self. So you could not be listening to some aches and pains and things that, like, you need to be aware of, like just maybe you're eating an unhealthy manner to deal with the stress, and that takes its toll over time. Like maybe you're feeling fatigued because of that. For the eating thing, some of you can be isolating from people because you don't know how to speak about what's going on, the discontentment that you're feeling. And in a way, you're trying to isolate yourself so that you can become more grounded and to change your perspective. I don't know why this burden is so heavy, but I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm going to go ahead and look at your unconscious energies. These energies are present for all Enneagram and tarot cards. So our unconscious moon message for all signs, all zodiac for this period of time is discernment. This is about choices, making level choices. Her vision is clouded right now, so like how do you clear your vision? We have third eye, intelligence for your third eye chakra, education, knowledge, perception, and flexibility, allowing your mind to be free, to maybe letting go of some of the attachments that you do have, especially for this burden that you've been carrying. Your subconscious overall dragon animal spirit totem is dragon, supernatural. You are an ancient wise sage. You can shape shift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this healing work will need to be brought to a close for like this cycle to end for you. So it's a vulnerability thing, I feel, as well. Maybe you're tempering your vulnerability and learning how to express it. And once you do, then you can relieve some of this burden. You can communicate about it, because again, we go from 10 to 2, which is a difference of 8. This is communication, and that is your glory. And you have the ability to make these inherently good decisions for yourself. You just have to maybe wonder, like the 4 of Cups. It can feel really foreign. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it there. Thank you for joining me in the extended. I will be going over your chakra energy with the Work Your Light Oracle. I'll also be... So if you take a look at this spread, I did the underlying 3 points here. There should be a graphic on the screen. Ignore me cleaning up these cards. And I'm going to be going over the hexad next. Again, you should see a little graphic on the screen. Further, I'll be doing the process Enneagram. You should see a little graphic on the screen, but I'll be doing the process Enneagram over the full dimensional spread, and that's just going to be me adding more cards to the ones that are left. And the process Enneagram, will be done with the Lenormand, which is like another form of tarot, another like card system, and then a mini tarot deck to pull any final messages together alongside your chakras. All right. If I don't see you guys in the extended, then thank you for joining me today. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, maybe even comment. It helps with the metrics, helps with interactivity, and it can get other people to know about these videos. If you have any questions, please check out the description box below. I'm sure you'll be able to find most of the answers there. If not, there's ways to contact me should you have anything else that you want to know about. Alright, it was great to see you guys, and I can't wait to see you guys in the next video. Hello Sagittarius, welcome to your flower moon, full moon in Sagittarius message. If you're this will be a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the necessary information for you to learn more about the spread and its inner workings. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and dive into the message. For your spirit totem animal, you have B, community. You're a powerful creator. Your work blesses everything you touch. Be open to receiving sweetness, and you are the queen of abundance. Also, there's some construction outside, or they're doing something with a car. I literally stopped recording for like an hour waiting for them to be done with it. But no, here we go. As soon as I hit record, they start again, and that's fine. Whatever. Crown chakra is your overall chakra energy. So if you hear anything in the background, just know it's those stupid car people. But your crown chakra is a light and the chakra energy being called upon. And we have action itself as an underlying moon message. At your peacemaker, we have the hermit turning within. You have the 9 of Pentacles at your reformer. Judgment at your achiever. That's your helper. Your achiever is at the 5 of Swords facing a conflict. Your artist, your individualistic nature, you are having the Hierophant, like a moral judgment. Your mind is free with the Fool, the investigator within yourself. Your loyalist is the Ace of Cups. Your enthusiast has the 9 of Cups. And our challenger is the Chariot. You went after something you desired. However, it did not turn out quite the way that you had hoped. Your achiever has the 5 of Swords, so you're conflicted about something. You are turning inward at the peacemaker. But in some way, this did bring something to fruition. We have a repeating 9, so the 9 of Pentacles to the 9 of Cups. You have an abundance here and a wish fulfillment, a new beginning and a charging forward, a judgment on something moral that ties to your abundance. Your happiness lies as you've turned inward here to meditate at a crown chakra and our hermit. I think maybe on action and how you've been integrating into community here. Because the way that this looks initially, it could be that you're being called to get yourself into action after a period of conflict. It might be that you're licking your wounds a little bit too much. But I'm going to go ahead and clarify what our hermit is. The peacemaker doesn't like to rock the boat. So they'll go within before they externalize something, but it could be something that they're morally wrestling with. Maybe how to find balance. We have the 3 of Pentacles. It's something that you're building here. It could represent institution, scholarly work, but it is coming together to build something. You have the 10 of Cups, which is very supreme happiness. And then we have the 2 of Pentacles, and that represents balance. So you're balancing an internal conflict here. Possibly about how you're moving forward. It could also be that you're turning within to build upon your own happiness so that you can better embrace change. You do not have the ability to act in a proactive manner right now, and you really want to. You want to leap into action here. However, there is something that's holding you back. The achiever has the 5 of Swords and is mentally conflicted. You have an interesting occurrence here with the 2 of Swords, the Knight of Pentacles, and then the Empress. And that's a lady, a feminine energy, fertility. She represents abundance. But you're at a stalemate, moving forward slowly at the Knight of Pentacles. The slowest moving but most methodical knight. And you're internally conflicted. The stalemate, I think, is preventing your power. But maybe this is the Ace of Cups. This is what you want to build towards. I'm going to go ahead and clarify that. And I think we're going to be able to understand this message quite a bit more. Oh, dear. Okay, this is fascinating. Okay, so we have the Wheel of Fortune, which this is one of my more favorite Wheel of Fortune cards. I just love it. The 9 of Wands in reverse, which can represent a defensiveness. It could be that you're wanting to open your heart to love. And then we have the 2 of Wands. That's kind of like you're waiting for more. You're surveying the scene. You're desiring more. There's you're dropping your defensiveness and opening to love. And the Wheel of Fortune maybe has brought you something that's made you reflect on how you need to move forward. There's maybe a delicacy to this situation. Your community. There's a morality here too with the Hierophant. What I like here is we have the Reformer, who's kind of like the Hierophant of the Enneagram, but we have the individualist and artist as the Hierophant. This energy between the 4 and the 1, it feeds into itself, is kind of like an endless cycle here, because this is where the pattern repeats itself. Because we have the Judgment feeding into a major, like, moral, like, this shook the cage of your, like your moral framework. because the artist individualist, this represents a very core component of your emotional expressive self. So I think there was something here that, and then once you stepped into this morality, it basically pleases your reformer with this great abundance and enthusiastic wish fulfillment. Your enthusiast knows nothing but just abundance and happiness, and this has made your investigator leap for joy at this new beginning. Your chariot, you're charging forward, and the helper has a unique energy of this judgment. Your loyalist has an open heart and is surveying the scene, surveying the world, looking out at the world. And the loyalist is the center of this triad here. This has to do with thinking and fear. And the loyalist can be the most fearful type. The achiever here, this triad, these three cards, this has to do with like emotions and feelings of shame. So because you're not able to achieve what you desire, your Empress is not able to move. And for an Empress, that's a shame. She's just not or maybe your divine feminine energy has to do some healing. If you're taking this from a perspective of yourself, and there maybe needs to be a cycle of nurturing for yourself, to build yourself, to adapt to change. There's something nudging you in your intuition, perhaps. And we have this message of abundance here in the spirit totem, and and the abundance message again, repeating with these nines. There could be, it's like you're avoiding something here, that should you grapple with it or continue with this, then you'll be able to build a better abundance for yourself. There could be a confliction for you. Like maybe you are building a more abundant, wonderful life and you feel rejuvenated and happy over it, but then maybe there's like this guilt. Like your achiever could be feeling guilty here and not able to move forward. I mean, we're getting the message of action here, because it could feel as if maybe there was like maybe they feel they betrayed. Because the helper has issues of codependency. So for them to be making a judgment, it could be that this no longer serves me, and maybe these habits no longer serve me. And because you changed, and in codependent relationships, they're often based on our complicity to unhealthy relationship dynamics, that once you start shaking those like in a moral cage, then you can like shatter unhealthy relationships. They're just not durable. They're not flexible. They require a certain rigidity to work. And I think this has made you happier than you intended it to, because maybe now you see past the relationship. You see all the potential that you could have, that you could make. Maybe being alone doesn't frighten you anymore. And you're waiting and you're wanting more. There was a shift in your belief system here. Maybe about yourself and how you see yourself. Maybe you see yourself as a trapped empress or a carrying empress energy. This doesn't have to be male or female, but this could be divine feminine energy within you. And males and females, we both have divine masculine, divine feminine energy. And it's how we balance these that can, in construct with this Enneagram system, kind of like point to emotional imbalances. It could be also the Ten of Cups can represent an overindulgence. But with the Three of Pentacles, I think you're reflecting on how you can make this transition here and move forward. And that's what this judgment cycle is about. All right, I'm going to go ahead and draw our message to a close. In the extended, I will be using the Gilded Lenormand and the Mini Tarot to take a look at your process Enneagram spread. I will then be using the Starseed Oracle to clarify your overall chakra energies. All right. Thank you for joining me. If you're able to, please like and subscribe. There's also, if you look in the description box below, there's all the other information you could need about this channel. Thank you for joining me. I can't wait to see you guys in the next video. And if you're able to join me in the extended, then I can't wait to see you there. See you guys soon. Bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your dimensional tarot reading for the new moon coming up. All right. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need about understanding this spread and its origins. But simply put, this is Enneagram personality system and tarot card analysis combined. And I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into your reading. All right, so for your animal spirit totem, we have deer, love. Be gentle with yourself. You heal with the power of love. See the light in all things. Acknowledge your self-worth and grace. An overall chakra energy is your third eye chakra for dreams, messages, signs, symbols, and guidance. And a moon message of assessing, just taking a look, taking stock. All right. I'm going to go ahead and dive into the tarot cards. If you're wanting to know what types of, where I get my decks from, do check out that description box below. I do place that information so that you're able to use the same cards, or, if a friend expresses interest, they're adorable. All right. But this is the Star Spinner Tarot. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your Peacemaker. You have the Lovers. There's multiple the Lovers in this deck, and I normally just keep any extras. Like if they'll send me like variations of cards, I don't separate them. I just keep all the cards because don't send me cards if you don't want me to use them. Your reformer has a stalemate. Your helper is the Empress. You have the Seven of Swords for your achiever. The King of Wands for your individualist. Ooh, the Ten of Swords for your little investigator. Well, that's not fair. The Magician for your loyalist. The Two of Pentacles for your enthusiast. And the Four of Pentacles for your challenger. Okay, so the Peacemaker crowns the spread and is also the most malleable of all the types. They contain like elements of each. So for them to be expressing the Lovers, it suggests that there is something that's brought you harmony and the strength to move through a situation. Your investigator has a unique energy. With the Ten of Swords, it being betrayal. It could be excess overkill in a situation. We also have this Two of Swords to the Two of Pentacles dynamic. So a reformer, your moral voice is kind of at a stalemate. Your enthusiast is adapting, is changing. And it could be that maybe you've had to rein something in. A pattern, a behavior. Your artist, your individualist, you see something worth going after. And the helper is the Empress. And I like how it's like the Empress and this crow for representing the King of Wands are sharing a knowing look. They know that the achiever is ending this a cycle here. This is your emotions. This triad represents your emotions and feelings of shame. This triad here, this represents thinking and fear. So you're balancing, but you're feeling massive betrayal, or maybe in your mental space you're just exhausted and betrayed and hurt, and there's just mental pain. This could just be pure mental anguish. It is causing your challenger to become maybe fearful. It's interesting here. Emotionally, there's strength, but instinctually, there's fear. And you're thinking potentially the worst. Maybe that's why your enthusiast is adapting here, because there's something here that maybe with the underlying moon message of assessment, it could be that you're paralyzed. The Seven of Swords, it doesn't necessarily have to be deceit. It can represent calculation. So there could be this a brashness in your emotionality. When the achiever some of you could have done something from an emotional standpoint. There's a cat on my lap, so that's what that little squeaky sound you heard was actually a small. No, she's not small, but a little creature. Anyway. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and clarify your Lovers here. The Lovers is clarified by the Nine of Swords, mental anguish. Six of Pentacles, balance. The King of Pentacles in reverse. The Nine of Swords represents mental anguish, anxiety, staying up late at night, just really up in your head. And the Six of Pentacles represents balance. To, I think, this King of Pentacles. And the King of Pentacles in the reverse, it's not a good combo here. It is showing a very forceful sternness. There can be really negative aspects of this. But with it being the Peacemaker won't speak maybe to painful things that it's going through. Maybe you could have been opening up here and letting your guard down. I'm going to go ahead and clarify this Seven of Swords because it's just, I need a little bit more information. It's the King of Cups, so you're emotional. Maybe you're letting your guard down in a way. Communicative at the Eight of Wands and the Hands of Fate. Maybe there's a situation that was outside your control, and that's why you have the Ten of Swords here. Maybe you're being called to, that's why you have this message here of love. Acknowledge self-worth and your grace. Be gentle with yourself. Lastly, I'm going to clarify your loyalist here. Oh yes, look at this. So you have the loyalist being clarified by the Ten of Wands. This represents kind of a burden, but it can be an emotional burden that you choose to take on. Often the loyalist stays stuck in situations longer than they should, or stuck in a belief system because it feels safer that way. Then we have the Queen of Wands. And if there was ever a lady, first off, the Queen of Wands is the magician of the queens. She manifests and just creates. She's very powerful. And if there's someone who needed to be able to deal with 10 wands, why, it is the magician Queen of Wands herself. And then we have the Lovers again. My deck has multiple the Lovers cards, so this integrative triangle here, this is kind of like a core. You have something that's making you do things in a different manner than I think maybe you've approached before. Your reformer is kind of wanting to keep the door shut, and that could be an emotional vulnerability issue, but it seems like you're changing here, and it's scaring you mentally to be this vulnerable, to open to it. It can be kind of scary, but there's a part of you that wants to open to this. For some of you, it could be like a new opportunity, and you're scared to be open to it because things have not gone according to plan in the past, and it's caused pain and hurt. Or there's kind of like maybe a lack of confidence here. I do think there could be a vulnerability issue present, but maybe speaking to this to bring balance to the situation, because some of you could be scared of the emotional connection that occurs when the achiever wants to keep a false face on, that they're doing better than they are. But I think that you're recognizing that you have to take care of this emotional side of you. The Hands of Fate have maybe given you something, and maybe it's the Lovers energy themselves, and that could be a partner, a good friend, just something that makes you feel emotionally safe. Now, I say emotionally safe, and you see the Two of Swords, you see the Ten of Swords, you see adapting and defensiveness, and I think that this is some type of fear. Because the Empress is your helper, the Artist and Individualist. And with the Peacemaker crowning the top of the spread, I really do believe that there's this, you're opening, but you're fearful again. Maybe that's why your Enthusiast is remaining flexible. Your Reformer with the defensive heart, because it can't let itself get invested right now, because it might end like it did last time, and your Investigator is caught on the hamster wheel of pain right here. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our unconscious energies before we go into the extended. In the extended, I'll be going over the rest of the cards present here. I will also be using the Lenormand and a mini tarot deck to do some process clarifications. And finally, the Goddess Oracle for your chakra energies. But to bring this message to a close, at least for the public reading, we have discernment as an unconscious moon energy for this time. This is clearing your space, clearing your mind, seeing through the clouds. We have an underlying chakra message of intelligence at the third eye. We see that her third eye is covered with clouds, so you need to spend some time. Maybe this is what you need to be doing, assessing dreams, meditating. Oh, I'm sorry, this is crown chakra. So this is crown chakra. This is your connection to the divine. Maybe you could be waiting for messages in a dream state. You need more rest. You need to treat yourself with tenderness and love. And as an unconscious spirit totem, we have supernatural, dragon. Ooh. You are a wise sage. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity. I'm going to go ahead and end this message. Thank you for joining me. Remember to check out the description box below if you have any questions. It generally answers most that you could have. Thank you for taking the time. I hope that the reading was able to resonate with you in any way, and I will see you guys in the next video. Hello Libra, welcome to your dimensional tarot reading for the full moon in Sagittarius. It's going on currently, or it's around the time. I know I'm a bit late on the release here, but in my defense, I'm a slacker. But they're actually out now, so, you know, hey Libra, welcome to your first video. All right. This is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains articles and videos and just information that's helpful. Simply put, it is a combination of Enneagram personality analysis and tarot cards. And I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into your reading. I've selected, we have some other cards here. I'm going to dive right into your reading. So, your spirit totem is B, community. You are a powerful creator. Your work blesses everything you touch. Be open to receiving sweetness, and you are the queen of abundance. Your chakra energy is the throat chakra, communication, self-expression, exchange, sharing, connection. Which I think goes well with the B message. And finally, we have a moon message of growth, embracing this time to change as you're being called to. And I'm going to go ahead and see what the tarot has to say. If you do like the tarot decks, also check out the description box below. I do put the links to the ones that I use. All right, so for your peacemaker, we have the Eight of Pentacles, hard work. Your reformer has the Sun in reverse. So the Sun, it's still a happy card, but it's just not as happy. But it could also represent a rigidity and perspective, I think, that can happen with the reformer. The Seven of Cups for your helper, you have choices to make, but you have abundance here at your achiever with the Nine of Pentacles, and your individualist, your artist in you, has the Two of Cups, union. Your investigator, your mind, is charging forward with the energy of the Chariot. Ooh, as the loyalist takes something and throws it out of balance. It could be a belief system here that you're overturning. You're changing a perspective here, maybe brought on by the choices that your helpers had to make. You have the Emperor here at the enthusiast, and the Nine of Swords at the challenger. It could be that you're burying your head, kind of like into work right now, because for some of you, you're going through a bit of a rough patch. You know on the other side of it, there is abundance and there is happiness. But you are pushing through this mental anguish for a union that you think can make you happy, but you seem unsure. In a way, the enthusiast can take on negative aspects of an unhealthy reformer when they are not in a good space. So with the Sun in reverse for the reformer, it could be there's a rashness to you, and this rashness could have been actions that were not healthy. There could have been fighting. There could have been mental anguish, anxiety, rigidity in thinking. You're just not knowing what to do, what decision to make, how to help. And it's throwing you for a loop. And I think you're just trying to work and to get through it. But still, you're charging forward. All right, I'm going to go clarify what this Eight of Pentacles is. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Eight of Cups. Oh, okay. Look at this. Synchronicities. It's an emotional search. The Knight of Swords. You're vigorously moving forward to Seven of Wands, a defensiveness. Maybe this is the energy that's carrying you forward to your abundance. We have the World. The Ten of Wands in reverse. So dropping an emotional burden here. Maybe this is the emotional burden that you're carrying and that you're being called to drop because it's making you rigid. Oh, the Queen of Pentacles at the Two of Swords, stalemate. The Queen of Pentacles, it could be now that There's your hands are tied. The Queen of Pentacles has to drop this emotional burden for her abundance. We have the Six of Pentacles in reverse here. Something, possibly belief system here, is out of balance. I'm going to go ahead and take on the bottom of the deck. We have the Six of Cups. I don't know if you'll be able to see it fully. Nope. We have the Six of Cups representing past. There could be aspects of your past that you need to bring into balance. This is the loyalist. They stick with things longer than they should, even if it no longer serves them, because they're too fearful to move on their own. Like they're like digging their heels in the sand. I don't feel like mentally that's where you're at. Mentally, I think you're charging forward, and the loyalist is just like screaming as the enthusiast investigator charge forward. I think this fear is being transferred to the challenger, as you maybe don't know what choices you need to make, but I think you have an inkling here because you want to bring a justice here to the sun. I think there's an imbalance with the past. It's leaving you at a stalemate, and that's why you need to drop whatever this burden is. We have the Seven of Swords in the reverse. The Knight of Cups opening the Cup of Love, the Knight of Love, to the Knight of Pentacles. So it could also be that there's a transformation here as you deal with this imbalance, and I think it could give you a transition here. And a defensiveness that you're having right now. It could be that you have to, like, I think there's, for some of you, you're just trying to get through a tough situation. It'll be interesting to see what the Reformer is in the reverse. But when the Reformer is unhappy, maybe there was something revealed to the Reformer here with this choice. There was a choice that the Helper made that brought union and joy to the individualist and the Reformer in you, but to the individualist artist in you. But the Reformer has the Sun in the reverse. It could be that there's the leftover. There's you're searching. For a way out. And a way to drop this burden for your abundance, to bring things back into balance. It's going to require you to change your approach. Maybe a long-held belief about yourself and how you conduct yourself kind of in relationships, how you communicate, your throat chakra energy with the bee in community, abundance, happiness. Be open to receiving sweetness, growth. There could be ways that you're closed off and you're searching for a way to express this, but you're struggling. Maybe it's things in your past that you have left unresolved, making you a little defensive. But I think that there's something here that you desire enough that maybe you're trying to become vulnerable to that in itself can be a little scary. Especially because you don't get to 10 wands overnight here with the Queen of Pentacles having oh, you can't see that. We have the World, the 10 of Wands in the reverse, the 2 of Swords for the Queen of Pentacles. So it's like your abundance is tied up and this belief system that you need to restructure. because it's making you very defensive. And I think instead of being emotionally open, and it's not that you're being superficial, I think that you're just scared of vulnerability. Maybe the intensity of the connection is overwhelming, very, very powerful. Not just overwhelming, but maybe it's putting you back in touch with your memories of the past, nostalgic feelings. And maybe it's inspiring you to grow, so you have to leave behind your past. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our unconscious moon energy, which is discernment. This is the same for all signs, all zodiac. I also have the crown chakra, intelligence for a chakra energy. I think there's an intuitive choice you know that you have to be following during this time. And finally, we have supernatural dragon. You are an ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity. I think that there are choices. Perhaps this defensiveness comes from you feeling disillusioned, an illusionment, like love is an illusion. And now you have something that does kind of like spark you again, but you have to come to terms with how painful your past has been, because now like you're failing to open up, even though you kind of want to, but you're at an emotional stalemate that I think you're working through. You'll be able to resolve your mental dilemma here, the 9 of Swords, and bring more peace to this situation. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say that this is it for our general message. If you would like to join me in the extended, there are links below. Remember to support the Patreon, like, subscribe, comment. It all helps with metrics. And the Patreon, you'll get access to all the extendeds every Monday when they're released, and that includes for the first quarter and third quarter moon message. I leave the full and new moon on public. All right. If I'm not able to see you all in the extended or on Patreon, then thank you for joining me. I hope this message is able to be helpful for you, and I can't wait to see you guys in the next video. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your full moon message. This is a full moon in Sagittarius going on under the flower moon, um, setting the tone for the entire month. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your spirit totem. Make sure you can see that. Yep, okay. You have the goose, inner knowing. You are a brave traveler. Your soul knows the way. Be confident you will achieve your destination. Loyal friends are always with you. And don't worry, you are blessed. Let yourself fly. Your chakra energy is solar plexus chakra, responsibility, self-discipline, empowerment, reliability, and fulfillment. I like the colors kind of balancing here between the inner knowing of the goose and the sacral chakra energy itself. And then we have faith as an overall moon oracle message. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at, and these are kind of like overall general energies. As we dive more into the cards, you'll begin to see the pattern here. This is a dimensional tarot spread, by the way. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It'll contain all the information you could need to know, so you can become more familiar with this form of tarot. Simply put, it's Enneagram personality analysis and tarot cards combined. I'm going to begin with our first point, though. That is the Peacemaker, where we have the Two of Swords. Next, we have the Reformer, showing the world. Oh, sorry, I keep bumping that camera. Next, we have the Queen of Pentacles at your helper. Your Achiever has the Six of Wands in the reverse. And your artist or individualist knows the Ace of Cups. Your investigator, which is like the mind of the Enneagram, has the Lovers. The loyalist within you holds the Ace of Pentacles. We already have two aces, signifying kind of a fresh start. Maybe hinting at this Six of Wands, kind of overturning something. There was a Wheel of Fortune here at your enthusiast. And finally, the Challenger has the Seven of Cups, but it is in the reverse. There could have been a decision that if you made it, it could, it makes the Achiever fear that it may look bad. And because of this, you're Peacemaker, you don't want to move forward because you don't know if the decision that you're making is the one that you need to make, but the hand of the divine has brought you an opportunity that represents great passion and union for you, possibly a fresh start, a new beginning. With the new goose message here of inner knowing, alongside your solar plexus energy with self-discipline, the responsibility and faith. It could be that you're caught between a stalemate because you're caught between your emotions and your spontaneity. I'm going to go ahead and clarify what the Two of Swords is for the Peacemaker. We have the Hangman, so shifting a perspective, a different perspective, having to change your perspective. For the Emperor, and then your High Priestess. That is, first off, I think it's all major arcanas. There's something, and the peacemaker has trouble with their instinctual energy, especially when it's a lot of power. With the surging nature of the lovers here and the Wheel of Fortune. There's something that you intuitively know. And your perspective have shifted. Maybe even your priorities have changed. I'm going to take a look at your achiever who has the reversal of the Six of Wands. The Six of Wands traditionally represents like glory, public celebration. The card before it is the Five of Wands, so it's like glory after the conflict. But you could be acting almost in like an intemperate manner. Okay, so I said the glory after the battle, and we have the Six of Fire, this being clarified by the Father of Wind, which is the King of Swords, the Nine of Wands, which represents kind of a defensiveness, and then the Five of Fire. So you're wading into it, essentially. This could be something you need to communicate about, but you're being very direct, very clear-cut. The achiever goes after what they want, what they desire. The peacemaker is maybe overwhelmed by the instinctual energy here. The loyalist and the inner knowing, it could be tied because the loyalist has something with their belief systems can really guide them. I'm going to go ahead and clarify. We have the Four of Cups. So traditionally it kind of represents like discontentment, but with this art I tend to believe it's like the cups are all pouring into a pool, so this represents hope coming together. The other four of Cups in traditional art interpretations, it shows someone sitting there, you know, the divine has a cup out in front of them, but all they do is stare down at the three cups before them. They're not seeing it, so it can represent kind of a discontentment. But I get like a message of hope here. We have the Five of Swords. So the King of Swords had a conflict and was defensive, leading to the Five of Wands. I think it's transferring to the Five of Swords, so it represents a conflict. We then have two cards that come out on the end for it's the Queen of Cups and the Tower in reverse. This could have been something where you're reacting with an open heart to something that is going on, either conflict with a loved one. It's like you're holding the course. You don't want to make the wrong decision. You're being very grounded, very, very rational about your choices here. This could be, but maybe the reformer in you, you got some things that were off your chest. You have completion here. This feels like it's put things into motion that needed to be addressed. The Seven of Cups can also represent illusions. Maybe you're trying to, maybe this could have, you could have been in a honeymoon period in a relationship or something. And now you kind of had this, your rose-colored glasses were cracked a little bit. But I don't think that it's not anything that can't be worked through. There's some of you who are inspired by something. It gives you a lot of emotional completion. This feels like this is your time to do this. It could be that you're going against the expectations of your family, like maybe you're going into a career that's at odds with what was almost like expected of you. But you, as a reformer, you're doing something here that is upholding your own honor system, your own code. There's a part of you that feels like ashamed of yourself, but I think emotionally you're grounded. The Queen of Pentacles here is staring down at the Ace of Cups. And at the center of here, we have the Ace of Pentacles, and either side, surrounded by major arcana, transformative, powerful major arcana cards, is this grounded new beginning where there's hope for the conflict as you avoid this tower. I think you're reacting with love and an openness, though. That's helping to find the love in this situation. Because perhaps there have been some words and delicate delivery. But you know something at your core, and you're willing to work for something, do something. You can handle this. You just need to keep your faith. Because your inspiration is guiding you down a path that does leave you feeling very good. You have the Ace of Cups, the Seven of Cups in reverse. For some of you could feel like this is an opportunity, like the make it or break it opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our unconscious energies and the unconscious moon energy for this time is discernment. It's cutting through, it's seeing clearly. We then have the crown chakra energy of intelligence. This could be the high priestess for what your intuition is guiding you to. And finally, we have an unconscious spirit totem of the dragon for supernatural. You are an ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity. These three unconscious messages are the same for all zodiac, all enneagram. I think that these messages carry throughout the collective during this time. Maybe it's believing in yourself. That you can make the right decisions. To do the unthinkable. Or what you believe to be unthinkable for yourself. Whatever that prosperity or happiness or fulfillment looks like for you, that maybe you feel just out of grasp. And what you need to kind of like bring into balance in order to tap into your instinctual energy here so you can go after this glory that you desire. If you would like to join me in the extended, I'm going to go ahead and put these cards over here. I'm going to use the... we went through this inner triangle shape here. Next, I'll be going through the hexad. And then I will be clarifying the process Enneagram using the mini tarot and the Lenormand, putting down multiple cards for each of the points. Lastly, I will look at your chakra energy, all 7 points, using the Moonology Oracle. This has been your regular reading. If you're not able to join me in the extended, then I'm so glad you were able to stick with me today. Please feel free to like, subscribe, and share. All interactivity helps boost metrics, which get more people to interact and click with these videos. So every little thing helps. I'm really glad you were able to join me for this message, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your full moon reading for the flower moon. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, this is a dimensional tarot spread. Please check out the description box below if you need any additional information about this system and how it works. Simply put, it is an Enneagram personality system with tarot thrown on top. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and just dive right into your reading. For your spirit totem, we have sea turtle, protection. You are the master of finding life's flow. Be in harmony with the rhythm and your path will unfold. Persevere and you will succeed. You have everything you need to be protected and happy. An underlying chakra energy is third eye chakra, seeing, perspective, truth, knowledge, and clarity. And then peace as an underlying moon message. I like the tranquility of the sea turtle itself, kind of giving you the balance that that appears that you might be needing during this time. I'm going to go ahead and dive into the dimensional tarot spread and see what the tarot has to say. At your peacemaker, we have the Four of Pentacles, so you're feeling a little possessive. The Magician, the reformer in you, you're maybe feeling hopeful, trying to create, manifest something after you're trying to manifest. Your helper holds the Ace of Cups, so your heart is open with abundance here at the Nine of Cups. Wish fulfillment for your achiever. The achiever can sometimes focus on material things. The artist, the individualist in you, You are bearing a burden with the 10 of Wands. The 3 of Pentacles is your investigator. It's an interesting energy. Woo-wee. We have the 7 of Cups here. You're seeing through an illusion. And we have the enthusiast with a tower and the Page of Cups. I mean, the Page of Wands here at your challenger. It's like you're persevering through a last... You're trying to manifest past an event and hold peace. You've experienced something that's torn through maybe some type of illusion that you used to hold. In a way, this has made you more productive, or it's cleared away something that you're trying to move past. Maybe in the extended, we'll go into whatever this emotional burden is, but it has to be with you seeing through something of some sort. There's an illusion. This is belief system as well. Maybe this is the seeing. You're seeing clarity, like you're seeing through the dust, the muck, and the mire towards the abundance and the happiness that await you past this burdensome cycle. I'm going to go ahead and clarify your peacemaker here. Your peacemaker is clarified by the 4 of Cups. So this possessiveness could have spawned itself in a discontentment or hope. There was then rapid communication with the 8 of Wands, and then justice, a balancing of the scales. With the 4 of Pentacles, you can also be looking at something, kind of like deciding your next move. Something that you hoped for here at your achiever appears to come to fruition. Yeah, it appears to have come to fruition. We have the Ace, the achiever with the 9 of Cups, clarified with the Hierophant, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Knight of Pentacles. It's slow-moving energy, but you do have kind of like morally the hand of the divine help present this to you. And then you saw through an illusion of some sort. Okay. Where your loyalist had a conflict at the 5 of Wands. Maybe this is why we need the message of peace. But we have the 9 of Wands in the reverse. So this could be your defensiveness. To the Ace of Wands. You're carrying an emotional burden that you wish to change, but you fear the repercussions of it, the ramifications of your decision. Like especially if it involves other people, you might be fearful of hurting others. But you desire something else. It's been a long time coming, but you have an opportunity now, and you're burdened by how you yourself are not able to go for this opportunity. Maybe this is why you're being called to the message of seeing and to peace, so that you can know with greater clarity what your next steps are to be, because you don't know how to build. Mentally, you have the 3 of Pentacles in the reverse. You don't know how to build. You know that you're burdened right now. You know you're seeing through this illusion of your defensiveness and maybe how it led to conflict here. But now you it's like you don't know how to build. You don't know how to drop this burden. The investigator, they fear being incompetent. So this situation could be making you act from more of an instinctual place. It appears that like there's no aspect of yourself that is in balance here. You're thinking in fear. This triad, these three cards represent thinking in fear. You have the Tower, you have the Seven of Cups in reverse, and you have the Three of Pentacles in reverse. You're not building. You're just trying to. For some of you, you're not receiving the insight. Maybe this Tower has illuminated something to you, and you're no longer able to continue the way you were before. This you couldn't keep building. You couldn't keep working on this. The Challenger is calling at the Page of Wands, sharing the message of a passionate desire. And then you move to this Ace of Cups. You're turning this burden into manifestation. So it's like you're transforming this this conflict into something positive. Justice, communication. You hope that maybe maybe you're waiting for the right moment, the Four of Pentacles, to make a to express to express that an emotional burden you've been carrying. For some of you, you could want to express a desire for higher commitment, even if it scares you. Some of you fear losing your independence and freedom. Others of you have an intense emotional burden because something has occurred that kind of shredded your old systems of belief. And it's having you kind of like reflect and renew your expectations of what you want. Some of you may be ready to leave a relationship due to its burdensome nature on your sense of self. Like you feel constricted and unable to do and be in a certain situation. And it seems like you're ready to move on. Morally, the hands of fate and the divine are giving you a stable opportunity to maybe end this conflict in yourself and start fresh here. But there's a need for peace, for protection, for blending into life's flow. After the Tower, everything can feel chaotic. So there's a need for possibly some time. Don't let a codependent nature snag you down a path. You're being called to a message of peace after this conflict to bring balance to this so that you may fully express yourself. It is your energy that is being kind of stagnated here. Our unconscious tarot message is the Knight of Swords. So expressing yourself, moving forward, charging forward. During this time, we also have the unconscious moon message of discernment, making choices and decisions. These are decisions that you intelligently, with your third eye, know. With your crown chakra, know. Because we have supernatural here as our spirit totem with the dragon. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity. Rise with dignity. So you can see with contentment and peace, because there seems to be a lot of inner conflict, and I can feel you're feeling some of you feel trapped due to this cycle. That's why you need to start anew. And this trappingness, this sense of being trapped comes from clinging too tight in the first place. Remember to, when it comes to love, let the winds of heaven dance between you. When we cling too tightly, that is when love is not able to flourish. And right now, your peacemaker is clinging very tightly with the Four of Pentacles. Maybe so much so that they're not able to communicate what they know they need to achieve justice and balance in the situation. You want to bring it back into balance, but maybe you fear the conflict again. And because you fear this conflict, you're not talking about really what's going on. Especially if it's a difficult conversation and it has to do with deeper relationship dynamics. Doing what you need to make peace and solace with that before you approach whatever emotionally charged conversation that there may be. All right, everyone, that has been it for our main message. I'm going to go ahead and go into the extended, where I will be clarifying the rest of these points. I'll be also taking a look at the process Enneagram with the Lenormand and Mini Tarot deck. And finally, taking a look at your chakra energies with the Moon Goddess Oracle deck. All right. Thank you for joining me so far. If I'm not able to see you in the extended, then thank you for joining me for this message for today. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video. Virgo, welcome to your full moon reading. This is for the flower moon. Please check out the description box below. It contains all the information that you should need to know. All right, I'm going to go ahead and begin and take a look at your spirit totems. For you, when I was sorting your cards out, you got two. Oh my goodness. We have Elk, nobility. Celebrate your accomplishments with humility. You are crowned with success. Powerful forces guide you. Your ability to conquer challenges is limitless. And you also had the Dolphin of play. Swim in the happy joy of living. Inhale confidence and exhale fear. Dive into your wisdom and go with the flow. Make sure you can see that. All right. Oh. We have an overall chakra energy with your sacral chakra. Actually, the some cards represent like feelings and situations associated with the chakra. You have the actual core chakra itself, so focusing specifically on your primal energy, which is kind of like what is stored in your sacral chakra. We have an underlying moon message of darkness, long night moon. We do have the eclipse coming up. I'm kind of bad at the astrological events, learning my way, so I don't know if this is associated with it. I know the effects of an eclipse can last for the days after it, sometimes weeks, depends on how powerful the eclipse is. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and dive into your tarot spread. At your peacemaker, we have the Eight of Pentacles. You're working towards something. We have the Four of Wands for your reformer, the Ace of Wands for your helper, the Three of Wands, wow, for your achiever, and the Nine of Cups for your individualist. So, wow, I mean, this is just a really positive energy. Your emotions are like you're waiting for more, you're excited in a way. We have the King of Pentacles, so very grounded in your mind space at the investigator. Your loyalist is defensive, possibly, or defending something you want at the Nine of Wands. Ooh, the Nine of Swords at your enthusiast, and Justice at your challenger. Sneaking a peek over that shoulder at the challenger over there. You know you have created something that is going to be beneficial to you. You're just putting your head down to keep working. You're waiting for the results. And you're kind of doggedly going after whatever it is that you're kind of working on here. It brings you like a sense of satisfaction. But I think you have a lot of doubt right now from your enthusiast. And then this interesting energy here with the loyalist. It could be that you're doggedly going after it, but we'll clarify with more cards here in just a second to see what this is. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what the peacemaker has been working on. We have the Knight of Swords, the Hierophant, and the Chariot. Okay. It feels like you were creating something, you were moving forward, and now you're charging forward, and you feel not the peacemaker can be very courageous, so it's almost like valor, because you're a knight moving forward with the conviction of a hierophant, and the force of a chariot. And the peacemaker can embody all the elements of all of the Enneagram types. They have the attractiveness of the three, the ability to stick to things with the loyalist. They take on a lot of the positive aspects, and they crown the spread because of that accordingly. So it could be that you're doing something that speaks to your soul, especially if you're a peacemaker, Virgo. The Three of Wands here, I want to see what you're waiting for. Temperance. Ooh. The Moon. And the Five of Pentacles. You could fear the failure of this. Maybe this is why you're defensive and doggedly going after it. Your sacral chakra energy is alight with this, and that's a very primal energy. This could be what you're tapping into, because the Nine of Wands can also represent kind of like an old soldier. I'm going to clarify. The King of Wands. Ooh, boy. Oh, the Star. There was healing of your passion for the Empress. For some of you, you could have had a past relationship that impacted you significantly. It doesn't appear that it worked out. So you're the king of passion who's healing for the Empress, for your abundance, which you're working towards, and you're charging forward with courage, balancing this fear of loss carried with your achiever. Maybe that kept you in a waiting energy. The message of darkness with the sacral chakra I find to be interesting. You're also being called to like play with the dolphin and with the nobility of the elk to celebrate what you've accomplished here. It could be that you've overcome this fear and you brought temperance to it. And the moon, maybe that's what she's looking back down at. It could be the direction of the moon. She's looking backwards. Oh, can you see that? I mean, she's looking at these specters here that are haunting her. But she's also looking back. She could be looking back in this direction. This could do something with the home. For the Four of Wands. This made the reformer feel very secure. Could be kind of like a fresh start, a new beginning. Perhaps you've shifted you've shifted something here where perhaps you're changing your approach, and it's giving your enthusiast a little bit, you're feeling nervous, a little defensive. It could be that you're still a little hurt from something. Maybe still afraid, carrying this fear of loss. The challenger saw something that required the hand of justice to come into play. And your King of Pentacles, that you're investigator, you're stepping into some form of power for yourself. There was something here that you've been working hard on, that you charged forward. This is something you've been waiting to end because you held a little bit of a fear of loss here. It appears that like you've defended something and it has brought you abundance, something that you're very passionate about. It's brought you a sense of security too, possibly financial abundance, but the pentacles can also just mean like it's made you more sure of yourself, more physically grounded here. This is kind of like you've slowed down because I think you've put something to rest here, or you're just kind of getting to a good plateau after a period of work. But what your enthusiast is carrying some anxiety here because they're bored. The enthusiast can kind of use activity as escapism, and right now there could be a part of you that is feeling anxious, and you can call it boredom, you can call it flighty. For some people, this could be even like spending sprees, some aspects of erratic behavior to kind of like be an outlet here. But you're trying to escape something. And maybe it correlates to this fear of loss. It's a moon, so it's unknown. The moon represents illusions, the unknown, the intuition. You're bringing temperance and balance to this. And you're charging forward morally with valor and courage and justice and security and inspiration and abundance. Like, there's so much positivity in this spread that to see that Nine of Swords is a little heartbreaking. And with this, so the Achiever is the core of this triad here. These three cards represent feelings and feelings of shame and emotion. This is also like the heart triad. So this is like where the emotions are felt, where the instincts are felt. They are also the center of the triad. So they are like think of them as the anchor point, the center point of the triad. They're waiting. And also, like, they're the center point of the triad, and they're also the ones most out of touch with their emotions. It could be that you're waiting for the next thing to take your mind off your discontent, but it's not there anymore because you've done all the things you needed to. And now you're sitting here in the darkness. And you have a call from your sacral chakra. And it's to play. It's to lighten up and live life, because you deserve to live life with happiness. And to celebrate your accomplishments. There could be some of you that are just uncomfortable with the silence and being with yourself, and that's okay. I think that you're healing this and coming to terms with aspects of it. For the underside of the deck, we have the Knight of Cups, opening the heart to love, giving and receiving messages of affection, love. Your unconscious moon energy during this time, this is the same for all zodiac, all Enneagram types, is discernment. Taking a look at things, cutting through what no longer serves us, such as you with justice, hopefully to remove the illusions, delusions, and anxieties at the Nine of Swords here. I hope that can be alleviated during this moon cycle, especially if this message is resonating with you. We then move to your unconscious chakra energy. That is intelligence. And it's the crown chakra, education, knowledge, perception, and flexibility. This is trusting the hand of fate and the hand of the divine. This is leaving some things just to be beyond your concern, and then you can fully embrace living instead of using distractions to get through the day from whatever it is. That when you're alone and you're by yourself, you're getting the Nine of Swords. For an unconscious animal spirit totem, we have dragon, supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity. With the malleability here of your sacral chakra being a light, I think that you're being put in touch with a very primal part of yourself. Something that I think perhaps that you know that for some time that you've desired this, and that's what's made you so brave and balanced. At least in terms of going after it, but you're still kind of caught up in your mind over this. Emotionally, it's very positive. Instinctually, it's very positive. But in your fear, in your thinking, in your mind space, you're facing some conflict. I think you're grounding through it, though, because you know that this is the process that must take place. All right, that was your overall message. I'm going to go ahead and get to the extended. I will be using... I'm going to go ahead and get to the extended. I'm going to use the mini tarot and the Lenormand to clarify the process. Enneagram spread. I'm also going to do the rest of the points that you see here. Finally, I will use the Work Your Light Oracle to take a look at your overall chakra energies and just bring this message completely together. All right. Thank you for joining me. If I'm able to see you in the extended, then I'll be happy to see you there. If not, then I will see you guys in the next video. And I hope that this message was able to help you in some way. All right. I'll catch you guys next time. Hello Capricorn, welcome to your full moon reading for the flower moon. Just hit full moon status a few days ago, so I know I'm a little late, but better late than never, huh? All right, so this is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains information on how the spread works and just how you can interact with this channel, and pretty much it can answer any questions that you do have. I'm going to go ahead and dive right into your reading. Your spirit animal totem for this time is the lynx, keeper of secrets. Take time from the world and be the observer. Nothing can deceive you when you trust your knowing. You see other secrets and keep them sacred. In silence and solitude, you will find your strength. Your chakra energy during this time is root chakra, possessions, belongings, finances, assets, and treasures. This could be addressing an issue surrounding possessiveness, especially if you are tending towards this materialism. For some of you, you could have stress going on and due to dynamics where you have to keep things secret, and maybe you're like turning to materialism, kind of like shopping sprees to have an outlet here. But we do have an underlying moon message of action. I'm going to go ahead and dive into your tarot message as well. At your peacemaker, no, we have the 8 of baskets. You're searching for something. You have the devil here at your reformer. Wow. We have Aunt Caroline here, and she is the Wheel of Fortune. And this is for your helper, for your achiever. We have the Son of Baskets. That's the baskets are the cups in this deck. So you have the Page of Cups here. Then you have the Son of Sticks. That's also Page energy, and that's the Page of Wands. That is for your individualist, your artist, kind of standing, departing of your own. Father of Knives, that's the King of Swords in the reverse, your investigator. There could be a hostility here, possibly, but there could also be a dropping of a guard, dropping your guard here. In this internal triangle so far, we do have like a searching for an emotional connection here with the daughter of baskets. No, those are the they're the knights. So you have the Knight of Cups. So your achiever desires to send a message of love. You're departing here with the Knight, and then you have the Page of Cups. So your loyalist could be possibly opening itself in a way that prior you had not. You're reckoning with your devil, though, here at the reformer. There could be maybe some perfectionism, or you fear there's an insecurity here with your reformer. You have the 5 of Coins, this fear of loss. This is abating as you lower your guard and embrace a new beginning here with your challenger, because the Wheel of Fortune has brought you something emotionally that you feel you were possibly searching for. I'm going to clarify your peacemaker. You have your peacemaker clarified by the Queen of Wands, the Mother of Sticks, the Son of Knives, so the Knight of Swords, and Strength. You found something that you want to move towards with certainty and passion and strength. I'm going to clarify the Knight of Cups or the Son of Baskets. Ooh, the 5 of Knives. So there's a confliction here for you at your achiever. The 2 of Sticks. Oh, you have a strong desire for this. You no longer wish to wait. For your 10 of Pentacles, this is representing a lot of abundance for you. And the daughter, so the Page of Cups here. Hopefully this can help me understand fully. You're being, you want to do action. And it appears you've been wrestling with something here. I'm going to clarify the... Oh my gosh, you have the Lovers. Okay, you've been wrestling with 6 of Pentacles, wanting to bring something into balance. This is Justice. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Sticks, or the Ace of Wands. The Queen of Wands goes after what she desires. However, there for some of you, there seems to be an insecurity, a deep insecurity, a fear that's preventing you from going after this, perhaps because you have to let your guard down and change your expectations and let go of some baggage. But I feel like you are doing so. However, you're just wrestling. You're just all of this this dynamic here of all this change and you lowering your guard, it's maybe making you a little short. Maybe you're having a little bit of a short temper, kind of like snapping, being a little perfectionistic. It could feel also like the devil represented the reformer. The reformer, maybe you're going after something here that makes you feel guilty. Or you feel like you're being indulgent by going after this. There's like a air of impatience about this as well for you. Perhaps because it just culminates so much abundance and happiness. We have the 10 of coins here below the Wheel of Fortune. It feels like perhaps you've had to abandon something in order to take this opportunity. And your heart has leapt, and I think you found that easier than perhaps you expected it to be. Perhaps there could be some of you who want to make a transition, but due to your possessiveness over something, you're not able to leap into action yet. And taking time in solitude to understand what is this that prevents you from stepping into something that at your core being you desire so greatly. This is like a matter, brings you justice, emotional balance, prosperity. You are impatient for this, so much so that maybe it's clouding your vision. You're so impatient for it, but it feels also that you know it so directly. Perhaps there is an element here that you have to understand within yourself before you're able to have this union fully, because it feels like there's something here, and the devil represents insecurity, that's preventing you. And I think it possibly has to do with the possessiveness, because we have it at the root chakra message here. And the Five of Pentacles, that's fear of the lack. So resolving this fear of lack, letting go of aspects of materialism. It could be perhaps that you're stepping away from a materialistic energy. There could be some of you that found something emotionally balancing here. And this is like not a side message, but like another interpretation of this card's spread, is that you could have found something that gave you emotional balance. For some of you, you could have come from a materialistic background, and you're kind of doing something that goes against the grain of what you were taught to believe, but you have an opportunity here to do something that I think speaks to you, speaks to your spirit, speaks to your soul. And you can no longer abide by waiting for this opportunity before it slips through your fingers. This represents something that makes you stand in your own like authentic sense of self as well. I think it's expressionistic. It could be artistic. Could be some of you going for a passionate artistic career versus something more traditional. So you're overturning something here for your passions. But maybe you have to leave behind a possessiveness, a materialistic nature, maybe a clinginess in aspects of your root chakra, which can show kind of like imbalances. All right, Capricorn, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the last of our message. I'm going to go ahead and move into the extended here. For an unconscious moon energy, you have discernment, making choices, seeing through the clouds of indecision. Intelligence at your crown chakra. This is education, knowledge, perception, flexibility. This is the connection to the divine. This could be what you're being intuitively guided to understand in this situation. And I think perhaps it's a following your passion, letting go of any materialism or fear of the loss of abundance, so that you can have real prosperity. Because enough is never enough when you don't have a mindset of abundance. That's why you could have, stacks of money to the roof, but it still doesn't feel enough to cover over the gaping wound of that insecurity. That's something you have to fill on your own, with this passion that you can bring, because then you can have this abundance. It doesn't have to be like crazy. Anyway, your last unconscious message is the unconscious spirit totem. That is the dragon, the supernatural. These messages I decided are for all zodiac, all Enneagram types during this time. So this is saying that you are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity during this time as you follow what you are being guided to intuitively, what you instinctually know. I mean, you're grappling with this because it appears, especially mentally, but even then you know that this brings you balance and completion. There's a deep knowing with this. Maybe that is the secret. You could be keeping this a secret. There's a deeper secret here that you know. Trusting your knowing in the situation. All right. Thank you for joining me in the extended. I will be clarifying the rest of these points that you see, the rest of the cards here that don't have the past, present, future on them. I'll also be using the Gilded Lenormand and the Mini Tarot to do the process Enneagram spread. And finally, I will take a look at your chakra energy, all 7 points, using the Moonology Oracle deck. All right. Thank you for joining me. I hope that this message was able to be helpful to you. I'm going to go ahead and cut this message short. Cut this message off for now, and I will see you guys in the next reading. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your full moon in Sagittarius during the flower moon. This reading is valid for whenever you need it, but if you're coming across it while in the flower moon, it's just the energy that is resonating during this time. This is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains information and links and articles and just all the fun stuff for the technicalities behind this. This is a general message for the next month, and I'm gonna go ahead and dive right in. Your spirit totem during this time is cat, independence. You're a natural healer. Your intuition is strong. You don't have to go with the crowd, and life supports you in every way. Your chakra energy is the heart chakra, connection, universal oneness, love, interconnection, and support. And the unexpected, the blue moon. Oh, that's lovely. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the tarot. And at your peacemaker, you have the Four of Cups, possibly indecision. Your reformer knows strength. The helper within you knows the Seven of Cups, choices. Wow, death here at your achiever. Charging forward at your individualist. At the Knight of Swords. The Five of Pentacles for your investigator. Temperance, a major arcana for your loyalist, and strength as well as a major arcana, and death. The Tower in reverse, major arcana, and then Knight of Pentacles in the reverse. There's an inner triangle here formed with these three cards. So it's like you're looking at your choices here now that you've experienced death and rebirth after... and experience where you had to make a multitude of choices. These required kind of like a moral strength here. But by doing so, you've averted something here that was painful. There was a decision with the Five of Pentacles, lost, leaving behind. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse, that could, your challenger, like you're not fighting the and the Knight of Pentacles, you could be turning away from a situation. Your helper had decisions to make. Some of them could have been illusions, and the helper has an issue with codependency. Something here that required a rebirth within you at your achiever. I'm going to go ahead and clarify. And with the Tower here, the Tower is the unexpected. And in this, it's like you are gaining energy of independence. However, you're still being told to maintain a connection. The cat is independent in this picture, but there's also kittens. There's also those around us. Something interesting in that. But I'm going to take a look at your Four of Cups here at your peacemaker. Your peacemaker is clarified by the Wheel of Fortune, the Queen of Wands, and the Queen of Pentacles. Wow. And again, it's like you're having this choice here. The Wheel of Fortune brought you an opportunity. Perhaps this is a balance between your passions and your creativity. For some of you, it could be a choice between two very dynamic individuals. one that is more grounded and nurturing, another that is creative and fiery and passionate. This doesn't need to be male or female, but it's how the energy resonates. This could also be something that you've been reconciling within yourself, and you had a choice here and a discontentment, but maybe you've been brought an opportunity that brings you abundance and allows you to have your passion. But you've had to reform aspects of yourself here, bring balance and temperance to death or rebirth, and it took strength with your reformer, as you've left something here that this was a painful journey. The death is clarified by the Four of Wands, home, security, the Hierophant, morality, ethics, learning, knowledge, and the Seven of Pentacles, looking at your harvest, possibly tired due to the interpretation of the artwork. And with this death, I like how it could be like you're asking a guide for a question. You could be speaking to someone older. This could be like you're visiting your inner child now as an adult. You're the Wheel of Fortune brought you an opportunity here. Something that has you rethinking how you're approaching something within yourself. And this is requiring like a balance of your creativity and your passions, a need for groundedness. Noticing this bunny offering a rose to the Queen of Pentacles. This balancing of the energies is going to require a death and rebirth within yourself. Something that has to do with a sense of security with the Four of Wands. Something learned, a knowledge that you've been holding possibly about your home. And it's something that you've been considering. And that making this decision here at the Seven of Cups and striving forward, it is like you brought the temperance to the situation that was possibly necessary and averted a tower moment here by changing something, by embracing something here that was painful here. There's something painful, fearful of loss in your mind. I'm going to go ahead and clarify temperance. Oh, wow. So the temperance is clarified by the Queen of Swords, the King of Wands, the Empress, and the World. First, the only queen that's missing is the Queen of Cups. We have the Queen of Swords, the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles. What could be missing here for the Empress to know completion is the Queen of Cups. It's also important what cards are missing in the tarot spread, especially when we receive a lot like those. So there could be here of the emotionality needs balancing but most of all for you to reach completion, to bring balance here, there's a communication necessary for possibly you to express something that you've been thinking about, because I don't think you want this situation to become something where you're losing relationship. Maybe possibly you're overturning how you're approaching this, and you have a decision, and if you address it, maybe you can avert something painful here. Maybe this is something you've shifted, you've changed, you're a little bit, you want something else in life, a little more independence here. Your heart is open to connection. Too low of expectations. There's something here you need to communicate about. You're bringing balance to. Balance required between there feels like a sense of security here that you're dealing with in this situation. Maybe that's why you have a fear of loss. This temperance is kind of like changing your belief system and therefore maybe your goals. Because now you have a new moral framework on which you're building a foundation. Something that you feel is necessary for you to not maybe miss out on something that you desire. At first it could have overwhelmed you. At first it could have startled you. But there is something here that you desire. But I think you're connecting to it is it's like a work in progress. Maybe you're trying to reconcile how you have to hooey on the bottom of the deck. That was just mean. Okay, it is the Ten of Swords. There could be some pain that you're still dealing with. I like in the extended, we'll clarify this Five of Pentacles. What is the fear of loss? Maybe understanding where it came from within this spread. Maybe you could fear the pain again. You could fear making the wrong decision by not addressing this soon enough, not acting fast enough. Am I too late? But this is a journey worth taking. Even if you have to do something that's pretty outside your comfort zone. I'm going to go ahead and say that. There is at least one part of you. So these three cards, this represents your instincts and your gut instincts and your anger. These three cards represent your feelings, but it's shame. They also represent your heart. This represents your head. These three represent thinking. They represent fear. There is at least one part of you that is uncomfortable with this situation in every core of your being. Like, you're not emotionally okay with this. You're not physically okay with this. Spiritually, it's just not sitting right. Whatever this is, it is immense for you because it's forcing a transformation. It's causing you to even change your approach. And first off, I just noticed is she's drinking boba. Look at her. These are my cards for life, okay? Oh my God, how freaking precious is that? I'm like, I don't have my glasses on. Look, oh, look at this. It's a little rice. It's a little rice thing. Oh my cute God. Okay, I'm not going to edit that out. That's right. I'm going to be exactly who I am. There you go. Embrace yourself, my friends. All right. Maybe that's what I'll title this message. Oh, you're okay. There's also some of you, like, you can't feel the excitement here. Um, you're denying yourself some aspect of your happiness because your enthusiast doesn't is like they're expecting that they are trying to avert a tower here. So in a way, they could be feeling fearful that this might not work out, but you know that this is a good path. It's just your fear from this Ten of Swords that's been unresolved. But it feels like you're taking a chance to go through this healing process for your balance and for temperance and for a rebirth. Now that your moral framework has shifted here, and you're told to open your heart to connection, to oneness, to love, support, and to expect the unexpected during this time. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move into the extended. There I will be doing a process Enneagram spread where I clarify the connecting energies between each point. I will also be pulling more cards for the rest of the points that are here. Finally, I will be using an oracle deck. Give me just a second to take a look at the overall chakra energies. All right. If you're unable to join me in the extended, then thank you for joining me now. I hope this message was able to resonate with you all in some way. Not every part will, but just take what resonates and leave what does not. That's why these are collective general readings. Again, if you want to support this channel, go ahead and take a look at the description box below. It contains information that can be useful to you. Thank you for joining me, and I can't wait to see you all in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to your full moon reading in Sagittarius during the flower moon. This is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need. And I'm going to go ahead and jump right into your reading. For your spirit animal totem, you have Raven, Shaman, You are the creator and magician. Use your gifts for good. There is power in your wisdom and words. Connect with the elemental spirit and glide through the void. Claim your place as the keeper of the mysteries. For your chakra energy, you had 2 come out. I'm going to go, before we even begin this reading, your chakra energies came out. This is, that you have a very powerful energy right now. You have the throat chakra and the crown chakra. Both are light. In these cards, you can get like messages like responsibility or, love or compassion. These are representative of the actual chakras themselves. You have the shaman. So there is something that you need to speak to that is perhaps maybe even spiritual in nature, mystical in nature. We also have an underlying moon message of patience. This could take time. Especially if you've experienced a type of awakening. For some of you, this could be a spiritual awakening. It just feels like a massive amount of energy for whatever you've been dealing with. Parts of these cards I have shuffled before. Other parts come out closer to the reading. So your overall moon energy is just containing a massive amount of power. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the tarot message. We have the 5 of Pentacles in reverse at your peacemaker. So this is fearing of loss, but you have been healing it. We have your intuition and the Tower. So some type of crisis, maybe even a spiritual crisis. It feels like almost like, how could I let this happen? How could I not listen to my inner voice? We have the Helper here with the Queen of Swords in the reverse. Your Achiever has the 9 of Swords in reverse. So this is like a relinquishing of something, a mental anxiety here. You have the 2 of Pentacles, adapting to change at your individualist. Possibly your sense of self is adapting to this circumstance. With the Ace of Pentacles, your mental state, you can feel renewed. You're manifesting, and your Enthusiast has the Devil. I'm going to go ahead and clarify your Challenger here. We also have the Emperor and the Broken Heart, all the 3 of Swords. The Challenger stands as an Emperor with a broken heart, looking and see how he's pointing here, looking over here at the Queen of Swords, her at the Helper, the expressing the Queen of Swords under there. Could be a you could have possibly, there could have been harsh words spoken, something that had been burdening you for a while. For the Achiever, you can pretend like you're doing better than you are, but you're putting on a false front. It's not intentional. You don't mean to do these things, but it appears as if it's become habitual. It appears as if you know this about yourself and you're trying to manifest past it, but there's a deep insecurity here, a deep fear that something has occurred where you can no longer ignore it. Maybe you're at a point where you can no longer not listen to your inner voice. And maybe this is having you change and communicate in ways that can be brash, especially for experiencing a spiritual awakening. It can be just a very confusing emotionally time because your sense of self is completely readjusting, readapting here it's almost like a new reality. I'm going to go ahead and clarify this fear of loss that's abating for your Peacemaker. Your Peacemaker had the Page of Swords, the Page of Wands and healing at the Star. So it seems like you've stepped into a passion here. Perhaps something inspired you, renewed your faith. We have your Nine of Swords abating here. This is mental anguish, mental pain, and perhaps something has occurred here that's brought you balance. We do have the King of Cups. He represents emotional balance, emotional power. We have the Knight of Pentacles, slow-moving, methodical knight. So there appears, there's the Page of Swords and the Page of Wands coming together, healing as you overcome this fear of loss. You're stepping forward now, emotionally balanced, maybe ready to, if there is conflict, there's something here that maybe you are fearful of a conflict of, or maybe you once were fearful of a conflict. I think now that you could be ready to defend what you know to be true. You're manifesting here at your Loyalist, and the Loyalist is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles, absolute abundance. The Ten of Pentacles is like just abundant, not bonkers, but like just comfort, stability, balance. It can also represent your legacy, your inheritances, things you've learned, family values, and you're manifesting from the Loyalist. So something you are firmly convicted of believing, because you also have Judgment and Temperance. Something that's brought you balance and like integrity is a message I'm feeling here. Maybe this sense of integrity is what's beguiling you and making you feel like you're a bad person. Because maybe there could have been a defensiveness in communication that prevented a connection. There also was this intuition within you, something you need to express. It's a very deep-seated fear. The challenger is often depicted as someone who picked up a suit of armor early. They're heartbroken young, growing up too quickly. A defensiveness that maybe you've never let down here. And maybe it could feel, from the longest time, you didn't know who you were, because who you were had to be flexible to the circumstances around you. So in a way, it's like you could have been fundamentally detached with who you were, in essence, because you adapted yourself to circumstances to survive, to get through. For some of you, this could have occurred so early that it feels hard to even know yourself. And sometimes when you've repressed your fundamental self, and then it comes screaming out later in ways like, it's like your true self is coming to the floor. And there could be parts of you that are repressing some desires on your part because you're fearful of losing. You were fearful of losing those around you. But I think you come to an understanding that this defensiveness is not serving you either. But how do you overcome this insecurity to express this when you carry such a for some of you, you could be a little jaded. And again, it's not intentional. I think it's just part of this healing and balancing work that you need to do. Perhaps you're still in the midst of this, and especially if this appears to be some type of spiritual transformation, that can be an especially confusing time. Perhaps the enthusiast is scared that you're not going fast enough. Maybe your old habits will catch up with you, and you'll just end up repeating the same pattern. And there could be like a crisis of consciousness going on here with your reformer. But don't get caught in coulda, shoulda, woulda. And blaming yourself for circumstances that are realistically beyond most of everyone's control. Often we are just subjects to the machinery of life. It can feel, and it can feel hollowing and confusing and scary when you feel like you have no autonomy because you're just held to the whim of your fears dictating your actions. It could be that some of you are really tender right now. Like, you're like a little baby bird. You're like a little hatchling. The little shaman. There could be some of you who have a wounded warrior, wounded healer archetype. You've been through painful experiences, so you really empathetically really understand these things, and you can use your painful experiences to make insights for others who also have been through these experiences. You heal others by healing yourself. Through this act, it feels as if some of you could be going through a dark night of the soul here during this, through this, and that this is bringing light to you as you come to understand your own strength, your own power, your own self again. It's like you've wrestled a sense of yourself back. All right. I'm going to check out the bottom of our deck. And you do have the sun. This represents kind of just the light of happiness. Happiness itself. It is the most joyous card in the tarot deck. As an unconscious moon energy during this time, you have discernment. This is seeing through to decisions and clearing the clouds that prevent your sight. There's also the message of crown chakra energy with intelligence. There is something that you're being guided to, your inner knowing, your shaman. I think for some of you, you're just a little hatchling. I'm sorry. It sounds so weird, but you're deeply insecure. You're just deeply tender right now. And finally, we have dragon as an unconscious spirit totem. Supernatural, you are an ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and to rise with dignity. You are a dragon. Well, right now you're kind of like this. Honestly, they're hideous. Have you seen a young hatchling raven? Baby birds are not, other than maybe ducks. Ducks are adorable. Quails are adorable, but other than that, like, most baby birds are terrible looking. So you're a hideous little hatchling right now, and it is going to take some patience and time, but maybe we can get you to be an graceful, intuitive swan. But there's some fears and some defensiveness in your nature that's preventing you from your happiness. And you need to maybe wrestle with this inner conflict and bring temperance to it. And then we can get you to that swan state. It's just going to take some patience and time. Some grounding. And some expression. Because maybe there's connections you need to make, you're being called to make during this time, and maybe they can help you along this journey, especially for those of you who felt isolated and alone during this time. All right, this has been your overall message. I'm going to go ahead and start going into your extended. I'm just going to stack these over here for your extended. In the extended, I will be doing some clarifying with the Lenormand and the mini tarot deck. And I'll also be clarifying the rest of the points that you see here. And lastly, I will be clarifying your chakra energy with the Work Your Light Oracle. All right, thank you for joining me. If I'm able to see you in the extended, then I can't wait to see you there in just a minute. If you're not able to join us, then thank you for joining me today, and I can't wait to see you in the next reading. Hello Pisces, welcome to your full moon in Sagittarius during the flower moon reading. This is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need. With that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into your reading, taking a look at some of these cards I've pulled aside for you. For your spirit totem, we have the Wolf, Pathfinder. Release your past and start a new journey. You are a teacher and help others find their way. There will be challenges, but your soul is strong. Perseverance is your secret power. You have a love that endures. Your underlying chakra energy during this time is throat chakra, self-expression, exchange, sharing, and connection. And you are being called to focus on communication. Lastly, we have an overall moon message. And that is the masculine, lunar god. So this could be divine masculine energy, a strong masculine presence. I'm going to go ahead, just this, and with the wolf, the pathfinder, that is itself can be very driven. The throat chakra energy is kind of like standing in your authentic self-expression. It occurs when you're very rooted and powerful and strong and determined in your own self. And these are all traits we can associate with a well-defined masculine presence. And this can be within yourself too, because we all hold divine masculine, feminine energy, whether we are male or female. And the balance of it definitely does matter. But I'm going to go ahead and dive into the tarot. If you want to check out the description box below, I also put links to the tarot decks that I use in case you're wanting to get a hold of your own. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your peacemaker, though. In your peacemaker slot, you have Justice. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun reading for you. You could be bringing a situation back into balance. This could require a certain amount of tenacity on your part. Your reformer holds the Knight of Swords. That's very the knights are about action. The swords are about communication. The reformer itself is kind of like the hierophant of the Enneagram. They're about morals, values. They define their worth by whether or not they're being good. Also very driven types. So it's interesting to see them kind of like holding the bar is what we'll say. We have the Knight of Wands here. Interesting. Right here we have the Knight of Wands. This is about departure. Again, passion, charging forward. At your Achiever, we have the Page of Cups. So this is kind of like opening your heart to love, to communications, to emotionality, to something that maybe tugs at your heartstrings a little bit. With the Wheel of Fortune here at your Artist, Individualist, this could be your authentic sense of self is kind of defined with the Individualist. It's kind of like the artistic traits in you, but you've been brought a situation here that I think to you represents a balancing of the scales, and it's igniting something very passionate within you. You have your Investigator here with the Eight of Cups. This is the mind of the Enneagram, but they also, with this Eight of Cups energy, you're searching. You could be searching for completion. Your Loyalist, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the camera. Your Loyalist holds the Three of Cups. So you have the Page of Cups making an offer here, and the Three of Cups is about like home, celebration, community, friends. It is a positive card. So there's something here balancing the scales, using love to do so, something that brings an end to a search to you. This is an Eight of Swords. We have the recurrence of the Eight. Oh my gosh, I don't remember what eights mean. Oh. It's like you're nearing completion. The nines represent abundance. So the eights kind of represent like it's like a little bit between a plateau. It's the search, it's the victimizing. You're like, am I going to make it through it? Am I going to make it through this here? And your Challenger holds the Four of Pentacles, so there's some clingy energy here. It's interesting here. Instinctually, like you're charging forward, but they're still a part of you. These three cards here represent kind of like your instincts, your gut, your rage. Is kind of held within these three cards. So you're like slicing through, moving forward. Perhaps you needed to take such a direct approach here to resolve, because you aren't this is stagnant energy. Your enthusiast goes to searching, you're victimized, you're searching, you're clinging because you can't find a way out, but then boom, here you depart. The Wheel of Fortune is right here. You move forward, and somehow there's justice balancing these scales. So there could have been something here that just took this stagnant, clingy energy, self-victimizing, and it's the Wheel of Fortune bringing you something. I'm going to go ahead and clarify justice. Justice is clarified by the King of Swords. So again, this is air sign. This is communicative energy. Pisces, you being a water sign, sometimes this can feel a little rough. Perhaps you want to bring the love back to the situation. But with the King of Swords, it could just be open, clear communications. There is the Ten of Cups, so there is happiness here. And the Empress, okay. So this is a very positive energy, very communicative, abundant, fertile energy. This could be a connection. I'm going to go ahead and clarify your Page of Cups because it just got juicy. Oh, the Eight of Wands in reverse. You're not communicating even though you want to. Oh, you're stuck in some Four of Swords energy, but it's in the reverse, so you're like healing, but you could be staying stuck. Oh, and you have the Five of Pentacles, so you could be fearful of loss. It's like you're fearful to make this move as well. You're enthusiast. Maybe you're fearful of getting hurt because you're searching for a way to maybe express something, and the vulnerability issue here with the Challenger is they had to pick up a suit of armor pretty young to kind of like protect their gentle little heart. And so, like, just to even do the expression of how much you mean to me could be very challenging. I want to clarify this Three of Cups. Oh no! What? You have the Seven of Cups. Dun dun dun. And this is about seeing through illusions here. You see how he's pulling this mask off. So this is just seeing through something here. Potentially the Three of Cups. Oh dear. The Three of Swords in reverse, but so you're healing something here. Ten of Pentacles. I think that you found community after the breakdown of something very foundational for you. So it could have been that those you were surrounded by weren't as nearly as healthy as you think that they needed, that they really need to be. So it's like you could have outgrown those around you, but this could be also why you're being called to Wolf Pathfinder, to communicate, stand in your own authentic self-expression, and masculine energy, stand strong in your own presence. Because there's a rebalancing of the scales, and it appears that some of you could be stuck, not communicating, not healing, fearful of losing it because you're too hesitant to make an approach. This, for some of you, it could be that your happiness, your abundance, you feel it lays somewhere else, and maybe the hand of the divine has brought you a situation where you know where your happiness is, but it's going to require you to leave some foundational structures behind. This could be like toxic family systems. This could be a legacy of a broken heart you've never let go of, and maybe how it's you there. The Seven of Cups, that's an illusion that your broken heart made of family. So maybe some of you could have had a commitment issue. It's a vulnerability issue with the masculine energy within yourself, and maybe you do need to communicate about it. It's nice to be a lone wolf, but it's victimizing you. I mean, how can you? It's making you're searching still. The Challenger never wants to admit it, but their stupid, silly little heart wants to open up to connection and love. As that's the crux of the Challenger here. Ha ha! Their virtue and vice. Their virtue is the fact that they're innocent. Their innocent little heart just wants a pure little connection. It wants everyone to have like party favors, and like it just wants to see everyone happy. Like if there was a party, the Challenger would be helping the enthusiast to hand out shots. They would be like, oh, we're going to get everyone tanked. Have you seen the very intricate beer cozy machine thing that me and the enthusiast and the investigator whipped up together. Like these guys, they're partners in crime. But right now, you're all partners in sadness. Because I you're not taking maybe some form of definitive action because you fear some type of repercussion from it, but that's why you're being called to follow your own path, to express and to stand in your own strength, to um, it's like you're searching for a way past this. You're victimized, you're searching maybe for a way out, but you're clinging. So you're clinging to the solution because I think it makes you uncomfortable. But you have something here that now you need to communicate about, you need to charge forward on. Maybe you're willing to, you're ready to. You just have to reconcile some legacy issues surrounding a broken heart of yours that makes it so that you're not wanting to communicate. Maybe you're stuck in healing, you could be just stagnant. Um, and the key to this is just expressing this fear of loss. So we have a lot of night, we have a lot of sword energy here, and other communication cards and legacy cards. So yeah, I really do believe that this could be a vulnerability um, issue present, and we do have the throat chakra being our focus, but expressing yourself in, I think, a way that is true and authentic for you as well. All right. Sorry, let me just. An unconscious. I'm going to go ahead and end this part of the reading, and I'm going to go look at our unconscious energies. In the extended, I will be using the Lenormand and the gilded. The gilded Lenormand and a mini tarot deck to clarify and do the process Enneagram. I will also be clarifying the rest of the points that you see here. And I'll be taking a look at your overall chakra energy using the, oh my gosh, come here, Work Your Light Oracle deck. Thank you for joining me. I look forward to seeing you in the next video, and I hope this message was able to resonate with you. Remember, take what resonates, leave what does not. These are very general messages, so it's just about me just expressing a lot of the general energies. All right. We have an unconscious moon message. This is the same for all Enneagrams, all zodiac types during this time, but we do have an unconscious energy of discernment. This is seeing through the illusion, seeing through the things that maybe are holding us back. At your crown chakra, at your chakra, an unconscious message is intelligence, crown chakra energy, education, knowledge, perception, flexibility, maybe, letting yourself be guided down this path. It's something you've been resisting in a way. There's a lot of fear and unknown tied up into it, but emotionally and instinctually, like you're ready to go. A little bit hesitant in your instincts, but emotionally you're definitely very powerful in this. And if you're a more like passive person, it can definitely be a little overwhelming sometimes when this energy can strike you, because it can just feel like it can just shake you, make you fearful here in your thinking, because it's almost like, I almost want to say like there's almost like a tower energy presence, but not negative tower, just something unexpected with the Wheel of Fortune, especially here. Lastly, sorry, but we have the final message for your unconscious animal totem. So you have the Wolf Pathfinder, finding your own path, you communicating here, And now for the unconscious, you have the dragon, supernatural, you're the ancient wise sage, you can shapeshift at will, mastery is your destiny, and you need to rise with dignity. Oh, I could do one last one. We have, oh, this is so cool. Okay. So, and lastly, we have a little tarot card, and it's the bottom of the deck for this. This is just the Magician, and it's fascinating because it's just like you need to manifest. You need to manifest a solution for yourself here because you could be stagnating, and maybe that's what the hands of the divine has brought you. Maybe subconsciously you've been wanting to move past it, and we can call in those energies. And the situations that we are encountering in life can just be kind of reflections of what you're calling in and where your mind space is at. All right. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and dive into your extended now. And I will see you guys in just a minute. Hello, everyone. Welcome to your general Enneagram reading that's done with Dimensional Tarot. If you are unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It is combining Enneagram and tarot card analysis, and it's showing to be a very intricate and interesting system, which is why this video is out today. For the overall message, I pick a spirit totem animal. Then I'll be going over your chakra energies. And then I will be doing the full Dimensional Tarot spread. We do have an unconscious moon message here of discernment. I have pulled 9 moon cards, but this will be actually expanded upon. Each point here will have its own video, and we'll dive into each point. This is just for the collective energies. Also, this will be a full Dimensional Tarot spread. The other readings, like for Zodiac and for the deep dive into each point here, will only be the integrative spread. So this will be the most complex spread that I offer generally as a service. So this video is more in depth, and this goes way further than any other spread. So, and for some, and during the process, it can create a very specific message. So there's some point that it, like, you may not resonate fully with it, but just take what resonates and what doesn't, because this spread that I'm getting ready to do is very complex. All right, I'm going to go ahead and dive into the spirit totem represented for each Enneagram type in. All right, so for the peacemaker, we have white stag protector. You are an old soul. Your best friend is nature. Use your intuition to take you where you want to go. Awaken to the powerful force within you. You are meant to create blessings with your magic. You get magic for the reformer. Hilarious. Choose to know because you can. Open your inner vision. You can see through deception. Let the past go and make room for a better life. Rise up. Magic and wisdom are your birthright. For the helper, we have humpback whale, singer. Sing healing songs for the world. Your inner rejuvenation, your inner navigation always guides you. Nothing can stop you or keep you from your goal. Align your purpose and the power in your soul. The achiever has a very, I think, representative energy just of itself, but it's for the ram, perseverance. You have many gifts. No problem can withstand the power of your mind. With patience, you can reach your mountaintop. Never give up, and good luck will follow. For the artist, the individualist, we have lion, higher calling. You have within you the courage you need. Let go of the past and reclaim your majesty. You will find success and contentment with those by your side. Make noble choices for your life and your tribe. For the investigator, we have peacock, vibrancy. You were born to shine and to inspire. Practice humility to avoid jealousy. Be grateful for life and more good things will come. Be true to yourself and recognize your brilliance. For the loyalist, we have the swan with grace. You who glides across the water of my soul, bring me your wisdom and light. Help me transform into elegance and grace. Inspire me with dignity and the spirit of beauty. For the enthusiast, we have butterfly, rebirth. You can reinvent yourself, open to the rewards of change. You have brilliance to share with the world. Love every part of your journey. And finally, for the challenger, we have the unicorn of infinite possibilities. You are the sovereign of the seen and the unseen worlds. The magic of life, of love surrounds you. Beauty transforms you. Abandon the darkness. Go beyond the ordinary and become the legendary. And with this unconscious moon message here of discernment, and this message is true for all zodiac and all enneagrams for this moon cycle. That's how I've set this card to resonate as. I'm going to go ahead and pull your chakra energies, and then when I pull the tarot message, that is when we'll bring together all of these elements, and then we'll be doing a deeper dive into all of these elements in other videos for each point. I did pre-pull these cards a few hours ago, so I'm just laying out the spread now. Okay, so the white stag protector of the peacemaker has the intuition, third eye chakra message calling to it. This can represent the peacemaker has a gentle soul, so I really like the energy that is here. And here we have guidance, and this is crown chakra energy, and that's for the owl with magic. So there is something intuitively that you're guiding, and I think it has to do with choices and discernment. We next have a humpback whale who has choice of the solar plexus. And I do remember this because when I was sorting out these cards, I'm just going to pull the next two. What happened was that three solar, like I was shuffling the cards out, and then 4 fell out. This one came to the side, and then this landed in a bundle of 3, and I flipped them all over. They were all solar plexus chakra cards, and so I laid this one over, and then this was guidance, and so I put them, I realized, yeah, this and these 3 cards, this entire triad here, these 3 are actually their own little container, And these 3 cards represent your feelings and your shame. So there's been a renewal and a birth here within feelings and shame, and maybe self-expression. But we'll dive more into this as we continue going here with the peacock. Let me go back. Your helper has a choice. Your intuition is guiding you, I think, to listen to yourself, your gut instincts, your intuition. And you're going after what you desire, and there's been a situation where you're going after a message of higher calling. You're going for something and setting down boundaries and kind of approaching how I think you interact with people, and what it feels like some of you are pivoting your life path in a way, or like you're at a crossroads and you're having to choose. The sacral chakra for the investigator, peacock, vibrancy, kind of representing also, I think, the expression. But you have sacral chakra representing money, finances, generosity, abundance. This for the investigator, the mind. You could be making career. You could be making changes, and it just has you a little bit maybe worried about aspects of your finances. Anyway, that's for the investigator. We have Swan of Grace for our loyalist, which I think is lovely energy, but we have action at the root chakra. So I think of like a ballerina just immediately. Oh, we have faith here and this is crown chakra energy. Kind of coming over here from the reformer. This could be, and then I'm just going to go ahead and lay this out, because when I originally pulled these cards, these came out together. It was sacral chakra for both, so emotions and desires. And what's interesting here, I think you setting personal boundaries has come from it's coming from your crown chakra. You have your intuition guiding you, protecting you, your gut instincts, and you're going after you have a very primal energy going after what you want, but you're doing so with grace and humility, or you're trying to do the thing that I think is the most noble. But also you're having to face something that's putting you, like, you have a choice to make. And what's interesting here, we have choice facing this way, personal boundaries facing this way, and your gut instincts in the center. So it could be that there's aspects of yourself that are caught. It's like you desire something emotionally, carnally. It's primal for you, because we move from setting personal boundaries at solar plexus energy, which is lit in your entire emotional sector here, these triad, and it transforms into crown chakra energy as with this owl magic totem. This could just be you with your hand of fate. You're rebirthing, you're going through this metamorphosis and change. It could be that you're gaining more financial independence, or that something around your finances is changing, and it could be due to you changing. You want more in life. You're desiring more in life. You're desiring something, and the process of this desire is transforming you as it seems to extensively impact your life. So for some of you, this could be changing career, changing partners. There's just, but there's also some of you going after something you desire with the faith of knowing that this is the choice that you need to make, and that it will reward you. You just have to hold the journey. But for many of you, it's this choice. But I'm going to go ahead and clarify with the tarot here. If you are interested in which decks I'm using, check out the links in the description box below. I do post those. And yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and see what the tarot has to say for you today. So the Four of Swords here at your intuition. There's rest. That could be the white stag energy of the protection. We have the Sister of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles. This is a very slow moving, methodical energy. Maybe that's how you should be or how you are reacting. Oh my goodness. The Lovers here at the Helper for choice. And the Lovers card itself also represents choice. There's the Humpback Whale here as the Spirit. So it's like you have the choice to listen to this inner song. And do you have the discernment to do so? With this Ram and the gut instincts, you have the King of Cups. So there's an aspect of emotionality, emotional fulfillment here. You have judgment on personal boundaries with the Lion of your higher calling. We have the Magician manifestation. This could be you focusing on your own financial abundance, feeling mentally free because like you're not, you're not like stuck in a situation because you can't do it alone kind of feeling. You have the Eight of Cups here at the, oh, you can't really see the Magician, can you? I'm just gonna pull these up a little bit more. All right, so we have the Eight of Cups here with action and the Swan. So there could have been a situation left you heartbroken, and instead of reacting with malice, you acted with grace and you left, or there's some aspect of a journey. Oh, you have the Eight of Swords, your faith. You're victimized, you're rebirthing, and then we have the Fool, the new beginning here. Behind the this is powerful sacral chakra energy that feeds into your solar plexus, which is lighting your feelings. But there's fear here. I think there's fear. If you look at this, there's a fear of change as you're going through this transformation in a way you don't that maybe you're having trouble contending with. I'm going to go ahead and clarify what has made you tired with the Four of Swords. The Hierophant can represent marriage, ethics, morality. The Two of Pentacles in the reverse, so a loss of balance, with the Nine of Cups, wish fulfillment. There could have been something that you were striving for, emotionally speaking. There could be some of you who had a relationship that you wanted, but it became out of balance, and I think you wish to bring it back into balance, or there has been some of you who experienced a loss of a union. Something has put you kind of into a tailspin, or on something that you desire, and you're having to rest right now. Maybe this reflection on your inner voice is what you require. We have the King of Cups here, gut instincts, and basically the achiever is represented with the Ram. You have the Ten of Pentacles, which represents like inheritances, legacy, your family lineages, the lessons you've learned. It can represent ultimate financial abundance and happiness, prosperity. With the Ace of Swords, that's vigorous, fast energy with the Sun. So the happiness, you want to move towards something that makes you very happy quickly. It's instinctual for you. And this is also, like, again, coming back to the solar plexus being a light, like this just brings a lot of, like, it's excitement. It's almost childish levels of excitement. But to clarify this Eight of Cups, we have the Amazon of Cups. Oh, these are pages. So this is the Page of Cups. This is the Knight of Cups. This is the Page of Pentacles. Oh, the Seven of Swords. Okay, so there was a Knight of Cups and a Seven of Swords. So there is deception here with the Emperor clarifying it. For some of you, you could have been in a situation where you were deceived or there was deception. The Amazon, it's like an opening, a knight does something. They are fast moving, they desire, they go after what they want. There's deception in the midst with the Seven of Swords. It can also represent calculation, having to do something with a lot of calculation. And the Emperor represents making choices. There could have been deception in a relationship, or there could be a deception of self here, maybe surrounding love. Because there is something out of balance here that is drawing a need of rest and discernment and choice. You've choice now with the Lovers. So I'm going to go ahead and see the individualist, the artist in you is wanting, I mean, that Lion is coming for their personal boundaries and for maybe a renewal of expectations in a relationship. We have the Three of Cups, the Two of Cups, and the Star. So the Three of Cups represents community, coming together, celebration, happiness. The Two of Cups represents like it's minor arcana lovers. It's happiness, union, balance, and again, maybe this is the Lover's energy feeding into the Two of Cups, and it's healing. There could have been, through the process of you setting up self-differentiation, maybe some of you could have had codependency issues, or maybe you're scared of them. But I feel like you're also dealing with this, because the Three of Cups can also represent excess in aspects, or changing or hanging out with groups of people. But it seems that some of you could have found a new soul tribe, or new people, just knew something, and it shifted something within you. I think maybe some of you could be very contented in a way that you haven't been previously. So I'm going to look at this this Page of Pentacles, with the owl magic internoting an inner guidance here. We have the Hermit. So this is like a Six of Pentacles. This is maybe oh, the Queen of Cups is in the reverse. So there was something that internally you needed to work through to bring back balance to, because there was this emotional pattern here, this emotional thing that was preventing you from having your happiness, from having your wish. I'm going to look at the Eight of Swords. You were victimized either by your faith, or right now you're having to heal yourself, so you can't take action like you desire. So there's the Three of Wands, which is awaiting energy itself. The World, which is completion, but Four of Cups. That can represent a certain hopelessness, or like a discontent with the choices that are offered to you. For some of you, this could represent like you had something that you thought you wanted and you hope by keeping faith in it that maybe it can be healed. A relationship, a job, something that you care about. Maybe like you feel like the oomph is gone. But for others of you, and to carry this message forward, there was this emotional imbalance that took place. And it seems that you're waiting for completion but unable to have it at this time. Maybe that this is there's still the imbalance is present here. Maybe this is why the vibrancy, the self-expression here of the peacock with the sacral chakra magician manifesting, maybe that's what previously, like, we transform from crown chakra to sacral chakra, so you're just like you're being grounded down. But not like ground down like to dust, but grounded down. Like you're becoming more connected to the present instead of like lost in your head. For some of you, I'm going to pull this message, but there's two perspectives to take on this, but I'm just going to continue on the one that I have now. So we have the magician manifesting, so we clarify with the King of Wands. That's passionate, creative. The wands represent ideas and creativity and passion. We have strength here as a major arcana, stepping into, okay, the Ten of Swords. And I think the Ten of Swords, it represents betrayal, overkill. Like, it's just grandiose and it's destruction, and it's completely, it's like that was not even necessary. Okay, guys, not even necessary. I could see how you are manifesting past this Ten of Swords and moving past this moment. Maybe this is what's tied to the search here. With the Fool, this desire for independence is triggering a emotional and passionate craving for life again. That with the Unicorn, with infinite possibilities, and the Fool, that you've been desiring choice. Do you take this opportunity for a fresh start? For some of you who maybe lost recently, some of you lost relationships or jobs or something here that gives you fulfillment. For some of you, you could have I'm going to go ahead and keep clarifying here. I'm going to clarify the Fool. There's the Two of Swords. So there's the stalemate here with the Two of Pentacles being in the reverse. Chariot. So you're held back. You can't get on a chariot if you're on a stalemate. And the Knight of Wands to depart. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the Lovers real quick. And the Hangman is a shift in perspective, or it can represent a different perspective. Four of Pentacles, possessiveness, with Seven of Cups and choices. Again, choices. We have the choices as your sacral chakra, the Lovers, which is again about choices, and the Seven of Cups is it's about illusions and seeing through to the what you don't see. And wow, at the bottom of the deck we have the Moon. So it's illusions, it's discernment, it's choices. There's some of you who have you found something that brings you great happiness, but in some regard you're standing in your own way. I think there's some of you who need to, because maybe it's not that you're standing in your own way, it's that you're having to search for yourself and find yourself, kind of establish yourself. In a regard, you could be feeling victimized by this. And for some of you, you could be victimized by not knowing what you want. So you don't Like you thought you would have had contentment, but you don't. And you never seem to. There's aspects of you that I think you have to explore within yourself to find your contentment and happiness. So I'm just getting this feeling like you don't. It's like you're standing in your own way for you to step into your own power and sense of self a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead. This has been just the full dimensional reading with including a chakra and a spirit totem clarifying card. I use Lenormand to clarify the process points here. So the Lenormand here, it's for some of you who are unfamiliar with this, it's just like another type of tarot deck. It's just like a slightly different one. So I paused and shuffled these out. But you have here at the Four of Swords, clarifying between the Peacemaker and the Reformer, we have searching, looking. So this is your intuition and maybe your healing, finding balance, healing, and you're looking closer. You need to look. You're looking closer within on this spirit. There's almost like a spiritual thing in a way. As you look, this is the compass 44. You're looking closer, and you're finding this maze, and there's all of this choice here. The Lovers, the Two of Cups, union, balance. There was the Seven of Cups, which is about choice. Choice is a solar plexus chakra, and the Lovers, which represent choice itself. So you're in a labyrinth of choices here. And the boat is about departure. And you do have, it's like you have, for some of you, you don't know the right choices to make for your happiness. For others, like you instinctually know, but you're not able to go after what you want at this time. Here we have the owl message here. The boat, this is about travel, getting out of your space. The owl message here, which we do with the spirit totem as the owl right here at the Reformer, but they represent knowledge, and they can represent older knowledge. They can represent someone who's more learned than you and you seeking advice and counsel, but it can also represent like just represents knowledge going for maybe also what you instinctually know here. You're having this judgment with yourself, and there's this personal boundaries issue. We have the Hierophant up here. No, where's the Hierophant? Give me a sec. The Hierophant's right here behind the Peacemaker. We have the Hierophant behind the Peacemaker. The cross is right here. And there's morally something here that has caused you to turn within and reconcile with yourself. Maybe you've experienced something, witnessed something. You're in a relationship and something has occurred that's made you completely like, whoa, red flag, what is this? Or you're in a situation where you see something and it's like forcing you to shift and change. Some of you could have had change hoisted upon you by infidelity, and you're trying to react with grace in a situation that is disheartening and heartbreaking, to say the least. So this is morally, though, you're reckoning with this choice that you have. And the well, again, talks about searching. So you're looking in the well, and you're searching at the Eight of Cups to manifest yourself, your vibrancy again, your power again, your happiness again. The scythe here cuts away. So I think your self-victimization needs to be what you search and cut away from here, because it's just not giving you what you desire. Your completion is being held back. And there's the moon energy here. The moon energy, this is something unknown. And that's what maybe you're being called to investigate in yourself as you come to terms with these choices that you're making. Something within your nature that's not letting you have contentment and peace. We have the woman, and the Lenormand, it just represents a woman figure. If you are having relationship difficulties, this could be the Fool is looking at here, between the enthusiast and the challenger is the woman. This could be you standing in your own power, standing for yourself. This could be a woman figure in your life who's feeling victimized, not able to go after what she wants. This could be you yourself, like not embracing the femininity here, your own femininity, your own power, your own self, and maybe you're scared to be independent, or you could be feeling alone. Some of you could be just hopping into relationships because you can't stand the thought of being alone. And maybe some of you are working through this dynamic, and you see something that you want, or someone that you want, and it's making you wrestle with this need to always have a distraction, whether that be a person or material abundance or whatever it is that you keep searching for. You kind of start to get, and then you find yourself dissatisfied with again. I'm going to clarify one last point as like an overall representative energy. I have a mini tarot deck here. Oh, where are my cards? Come here. I have a mini tarot deck here, and I already shuffled out a few points to just bring this message to a close. At your Four of Swords, we have the Three of Pentacles representing building. So you're building towards evaluating how the choices you've been making, they lead you. So you're looking here at your union. So all the things that bring you union, happiness, balance here. We have the Two of Cups, the stars, the healing. Do you go into this hermit cycle, which is present here, to overturn at the Ace of Pentacles? This is the choice too with this is the helper. They can have issues of codependency. So if you are a helper, then taken from your sign, there could be a fear of being alone and doing things alone, and you're subconsciously like self-sabotaging things. For some of you, you can't not have the distraction, or you can't not have the chaos, and so that maybe you're stirring things up. And then you start and you end up breaking things that you don't mean to, and you're wrestling with this, because then you realize this is a form of possessing this. When you let go of everything is when you find it all, and you're reckoning with how much you've been clinging. We have the Three of Wands here, this waiting energy. You're waiting, you're desiring more, but also like you're building towards the security. Again, we have this building message here, overturning something. There's a lot of inner conflict that you've had, a lot of inner noise, and you have to go within to end the dissatisfaction here. With the Sun in reverse, you have to scoop out and change, because you're not healing. You're not able to take the journey that you desire because you're not healed in a way to sufficiently take the journey. So you have to go through like a metamorphosis and a rebirth here. So this could be your crossroads. Do I continue on the path that I've been on, or do I take this time for my healing, or for something that is calling to my spirit, so that I can feel, I think, more content in a way, because you found the way that you've been doing things isn't leaving you satisfied, and you're wanting more from a ethical perspective. Like this is a sense of self-worth, possibly. For some of you, especially for a helper, you could have issues around, but the peacemaker here can have issues towards codependency and not. I mean, the helper can have issues surrounding codependency. The peacemaker right here can have a problem where they don't know how to listen to their inner voice. If you experience some type of spiritual awakening and learn to listen to your voice, it could completely kind of like shatter your perspective and cause you to have to upend a lot of things here. So maybe these is something that's going to be becoming known to you because we do have the moon energy. But I'm going to go ahead and look at the unconscious. For the unconscious, we have the Lenormand, we have the two swans, which represent love. We also have the swan as a spiritual energy. I forgot to say that. We have Grace here, the loyalist. For some of you who've experienced betrayal and deceit and pain, healing from that, so you can let go of this conflict of moving on and reestablishing yourself. And do you actually, if you're thinking about it and it's on your mind a lot, then you haven't resolved it, and you need to do what you need to do to get that resolved. Talk to who you need to talk to, do whatever it is that is the best thing for your mental health and your safety and the safety of everyone around you. Like, we have the unconscious crown chakra intelligence here. This could be intelligence, again, that is largely unconscious, which I think is driving you, and it's also alighting your solar plexus. Then we have the unconscious spirit totem of dragon, supernatural. You are an ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity, especially for some of you who have been facing betrayal, and it's like some of you could be conflicted that you moved on and you're happy now. Others are going through the conflict of leaving and making a choice to leave or to change dynamics, or they're going through a process of change and it is changing the dynamics. So it's almost like a new relationship or new perspective on life. Like when you change and you change your perspective a lot, it's like you're working with a totally different person. And I think some of you need to let go of aspects of yourself to achieve this. And you're having to contend with whatever pattern here that is not benefiting you and leaving you without this fulfillment. Even if that's just determining what it is that actually makes you happy, or your approach to fulfillment and happiness itself. We do have the final unconscious little mini tarot message of the Knight of Cups that's offering the cup of love. Something is out of balance here that is preventing some of you from healing and from having your happiness. In each of these messages, I'm going to go ahead and clear up these Lenormand and mini tarot decks because I don't carry them into the other messages. But I'm going to go ahead and start. You can join me in the next video. The general Enneagram messages are a lot shorter. The general Enneagram messages are a lot shorter. I only expand on the first 3 points of the Peacemaker, Achiever, and Loyalist here. In the regular Enneagram message, the generals is the most one of the more complex spreads, just so everyone can kind of get a taste of how you can do these different types of spreads for information. These are also a reflection of what are in the extendeds. I do the process Enneagram spread with the Lenormand and the tarot on top of the full dimensional spread in the extended, so I also just wanted to provide an example of that. If you guys found this message resonated with you, there are more points If you don't know your Enneagram, do check out the description box below. It can help you understand how this message maybe could apply to you. I will be expanding on each little bundle of cards that we have and in individual videos, and you can check those out also below. There's playlists and access to the extended for those through Patreon. So yeah, I guess that's just been our first general message. Thank you for joining me. It's been really exciting, and I will see you guys in the next video. All right, Reformer. So, from our general Enneagram reading, I have the, this is the Moon Crystal Tarot. This is going to be a dimensional tarot reading, so if you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. I have like explainer videos and blog posts, all kinds of fun stuff to explain what this system is and how it works. From the previous reading, we have the general Enneagram. It has provided us with some overall energies and a signifier card. I will also be going right now into your spirit totem, your chakra energy, your overall moon energy, and then we'll dive into your dimensional tarot spread. If you look in the description box also below, I have links to all the different card decks that I use, and I'm going to go ahead and just dive right into your reading. This is for the full moon in Sagittarius during the flower moon cycle. And for your signifying card, we do have the Sister of Pentacles, and she is the the Page of Pentacles. So something you're like a student of knowledge, student of learning, slow moving, methodical, grounded. With the Hermit, you're kind of going within here. In the general reading, there was an emotional discontentment issue present, but it can kind of change as we dive more into you as the reformer. We have the Six of Pentacles here. Balance is needing to be brought. Perhaps this is why you're moving forward slowly so that there's no intemperance here. And we do have the Queen of Cups in the reverse, and that does suggest an emotional intemperance. So maybe you're slowing down, trying to move in a more realistic way, more balanced to like your energy levels. Perhaps you were moving forward so quickly you couldn't keep up, and it caused some discontentment. But I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your spirit totem. Your spirit totem is Owl Magic. Choose to know the truth because you can. Open your inner vision. You can see through deception. Let the past go and make room for a better life. Rise up. Magic and wisdom are your birthright. Your chakra energy during this time is third eye chakra, guidance, and this is the connection to the divine itself, support, love, signs, and directions. With the owl being kind of guiding you, this is an intuitive journey. I think of the owl with the hermit here. So there is an insight that you're hoping to understand here. We have full moon, we have power as well for you. Reformer, you are type of the triad here that has to do with instinctual energy, so there is a lot of power to you. It could have been previously misdirected. I don't think this was intentional, but it appears that you're seeking to maybe use this powerful sense of self that you can carry in a more ethical way, with there being, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into your tarot message, because with the Reformer, when you're kind of like seeking to quiet the noise of discontent that can rise within your soul, you can turn to punitory techniques. You could also have secret little vices, closet alcoholism, for example, or something like that. Maybe shopping sprees that you don't tell anyone about. And maybe you're just trying to like bring bags of crap into the house and trying to make it so that no one notices. Something like that. There's just an emotional imbalance present. Maybe this is what you're seeking to heal within yourself. Oh yeah, Peacemaker. You got the Peacemaker within you has the Nine of Swords representing mental anguish. You are represented by the Page of Cups, however. So it seems like maybe you're trying to start this emotional journey anew, because you have the Queen of Cups, but she's in the reverse, so she must go back to emotion school for a second. You know, she's taking a break right now. But we have the Four of Wands. This is the helper within you. This is security. This is a happy home. We have the Achiever within you. That's a Three of Swords. That's a broken heart. It could be that you need to take time in home to understand this, because you're also at your individualist. This could have represented like your sense of identity could have been a little bit tied up into whatever it was that broke your heart at the Achiever and is giving you mental anguish. And because it's kind of tied up in your identity, maybe you're just like feeling bad about yourself. You're searching here. There was a sign here. I swear, I think it was Pisces. But there was a sign that had the Eight of Cups in the investigator slot. And I think it was Pisces. So if you're a Pisces reformer, you might want to check that out. At your loyalist, you have the Wheel of Fortune. Something has tested your faith. Possibly in a relationship, possibly to a situation, and you are tied up in your mental space, maybe even unable to speak about it. Maybe that's the emotional discontent here. The Enthusiast, you want to speak about this, but in a way, I mean, for some of you, this could have been the disillusionment of a relationship. For some of you, you could be feeling lost and alone, and yet you're being called to step into your power because no one else will take care of this situation but you. No one else can bring balance but you. And especially for some of you who have dealt with some loss here, finding your temperance and balance again, and finding the security in your home. That's finding, home in your own heart, home no matter where you are, and that contentment and peace that it brings here. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the Knight Nine of Swords for the Peacemaker. We have the Five of Wands representing conflict. We have the Tower representing unexpected changes, unexpected things. It can represent disaster, yes, but it could just represent the unexpected. And then we have the Lovers. And so this could have been a sudden conflict within a relationship. This could have also been a the Tower. I'm just going to say this. The Tower can also represent a spiritual awakening, a sudden spiritual awakening. It could also, for some of you, you were in mental anguish, and in this mental anguish, you found, like, enlightenment. You found, a conclusion here that brought you contentment. Because we have we have your broken heart at the Achiever, but it's clarified by the Glory. It's clarified by the Six of Wands, the Page of Pentacles here. Maybe you're seeking to move forward in a more grounded, realistic way. Maybe you weren't, you could have been giving too much. Also with the Reformer, you can just take things on because you feel like no one else can handle it but you. And, it's like you're not giving people their own due to their own power that they can bring. Maybe because you just don't trust them to have it together. And it's not even a conscious thing. It's a subconscious thing that occurs with the Reformer. But I think that you're experiencing something here where you're being forced to reconcile and deal with a caged feeling that you've been carrying. Something that's caused you grief and a little bit of some loss. You're really unsure, but it's also grounded you in a way. Maybe the situation forced you to take a look at where you feel most at home at, where's your groundedness at, where is your balance at, and maybe pruning away what no longer serves you, especially if some of you are feeling called to answer this higher calling here, and you can see through deception to rise up into power. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is clarified by the Page of Wands, the Nine of Wands. So we have the 9. Wow, okay, interesting. And then we have the 5 of Swords. That's crazy! Look at this! Okay, so we have a lot of 9 and 5. So there's a defensiveness here because of this conflict. It's almost like it's reinvigorating your passion to go after it. It's like it's like an inspiration here. You're loyalist. It's like you could be defending something. You're fearful of losing it again, but maybe it's renewed you because now you know what's important to you. Possibly you could have been distracted by something else. And then something occurred that kind of like shook it, and you're in this conflict, and you know what's important to you now. Perhaps some of you with aspects of a spiritual awakening, you could have, maybe you're fearful of losing those around you with this change, but you're coming to realize like it's worth it if you're answering your own kind of like higher calling in your own sense of self. That has been our message for the general reading. I'm going to go ahead and dive into your extended. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our unconscious energies, and then we'll dive into the extended. I will be using the Lenormand and the Mini Tarot to do like our process spread. And I'll also be using the Goddess. Ooh, oracle to take a look at your chakra energy. I'll also be using the last of the Crow Tarot to expand on the last of the points that you see here. For an unconscious moon energy during this time, you do have discernment, seeing through illusion. And you are definitely being called to your crown chakra energy here with intelligence, knowledge, education, perception, flexibility. As you're trying to like tap into this divine consciousness after you've grounded yourself. Perhaps this could have taken place unexpectedly. There's also some of you were definitely dealing with something that has occurred. It's been unexpected. It could have impacted the security of your home so severely that you are disillusioned and on your own again. Possibly a disillusionment of an entire relationship. Or you're feeling like you're emotionally searching for something. And you have to bring it to balance. We have the final unconscious energy of Dragon Supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny and rise with dignity. Thank you for joining me. I can't wait to see you in the next message. And if you're able to join me in the extended, then I can't wait to see you there. All right, I'll catch you guys in the next moon message. Hello, Helper. Welcome to your Dimensional Tarot reading for the full moon in Sagittarius under the flower moon. If you watch the original, sorry, that camera was kind of shaking. If you watch the original general Enneagram spread, you'll see how I got these cards in this pile over here. They represent an overall tarot energy and a signifier card for this time. I also have your spirit totem, your overall chakra energy, and your moon message here. I'll be using, and you can check out the description box below as well. I have links to the tarot card decks that I use. But you can see, then we'll be diving into your dimensional tarot reading. I have this pile of cards over there in the back. Those are all of our unconscious energies for this time. But we'll be diving into those before going into your extended. But I'm just going to go ahead and take a look at our general message from the Enneagram. Your signifier card for this time is the Lovers. This is about choice. This is about choices, commitment, duality, balance, harmony, love. It can be a very positive card, but traditionally as well, it does represent choices. We have this clarified by the Hangman. A change in perspective might be necessary during this time, but we will see what the message becomes for you, because as we shift from the general collective energy, which is what these cards are pulled from, and we get more specific to the message of the helper, then we can see a shift in energy. But you have the Hangman, a shift in your perspective, but there's the Four of Pentacles, so there could be a possessive nature to you. And then we have the Seven of Cups, which is about choices. And you did have an interesting energy. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, you had choices. Okay, so your spirit totem was Humpback Whale Singer. Sing healing songs for the world. Your inner navigation always guides you. Nothing can stop you or keep you from your goal. Align your purpose and the power in your soul. You did have a very interesting energy from the general Enneagram, right? Okay. Your sacral chakra is choice. I mean, not sacral, your solar plexus chakra. This is like your self-expression, who you are, the seat it's kind of like your inner sunshine, but for this, it's free will, it's courage, willpower, and change. You do have the Lovers symbolizing choice itself, and there appears to be something in your perspective that must change. Your overall moon message for this time, which you didn't see in the general Enneagram, but you can see here, is the creation. All right, I'm going to go ahead and dive right into your dimensional tarot reading now that we have these underlying energies for this time. At your peacemaker slot, you have the Ten of Cups. It can be very positive, very happy as a card. There seems to be a very potentially prosperous time for you. You have the World at your reformer, but here you at the helper, you're feeling victimized at the Eight of Swords. Oh, this has been a swift change. Your achiever has a burden of some sort at the Ten of Wands. But your individualist, the artist in you knows the Six of Wands, kind of like a celebration. So whatever this is, this could be making you feel very, like you have a burden here emotionally, but also it's almost like it's worth it. Like you know the burden you're carrying, but something in it is leaving your hands feeling tied in your mental space, like your mind space. The Enneagram has the investigator. They do represent the mind. We have the Nine of Pentacles representing an abundance. We have the Seven of Cups with this message repeating from the general energy here. Your loyalties, you're seeing through an illusion possibly, but you seem to be having a lot of choice. Your enthusiast knows the sun, so happiness. However, and this is possibly where this victimizing energy is coming from, your challenger has the Tower, but we had strength come as well. Two major arcana cards, this major arcana, major arcana, major arcana. Just this region right here with all this happiness, with the kind of like the Ten of Cups being here. This part of your spread just contains a very profound energy. And it's leaving you emotionally. It's like you know an abundance and a happiness here, but you're left questioning. And within, well, this is your thinking and fear. So maybe in your mind, this is very contenting for you. In your mind space, emotionally, there's a burden that you've had to take on for the glory, and something is leaving your hands feeling tied. Whatever this was, it possibly brought on by this Tower here. possibly, sorry, there was someone starting their car outside. Possibly brought on by this tower here. And maybe because it was unexpected, it feels like a burden, but you're feeling validated in this. I'm going to take a look at the Ten of Cups. Right. We have the Queen of Pentacles in the reverse. The Six of Pentacles in the reverse. And then the Five of Wands. Okay, well, this is an interesting energy. The Helper, when they get pushed to the edge. Hi, Helper. You can get pushed to the edge, right? Okay. And all of these people who do not notice all the things you do for them because you have the Ten of Wands, you're taking on these burdens. Look, by the way, might I add, look at the Ten of Wands, looking over here at the glory, because the Helper, often what can occur, the Helper, so there's 9 in this Enneagram spread. There's 9 points, as we have seen. Each of these are kind of like an ego construct. They protect your tender little soul from being hurt, but it's also a vulnerability issue. So an underlying vulnerability issue for the Helper, one of these constructs, what they can do is, instead of expressing, hey, I need some TLC, they'll just take a lot of TLC to everyone around them, kind of hoping that someone will notice this like emotional transference that they do. So they're taking on an emotional burden here, hoping for the glory that their individualists can feel validated in. They see me for who I am through all of my sacrifices for them. It could be here. I think you're there. It's a very confusing dynamic in the spread, because it seems like you're doing the thing that traditionally the Helper would do. You take on the burden, wanting to get the validation from all the work that you're doing for those around you. Because the disaster has struck, the tower has come, and the Helper will be there to help you pick up the pieces. But then here we go to this Ten of Cups, and something, you've done something unexpected. Perhaps there was someone around you where maybe you had to swoop in and help. But there's also, in a way, this dynamic feels as if like you're acting in the way a traditional Helper would. But then there's something here where the Queen of Pentacles is in the reverse. It's like you're not giving. That we're done here. This is the choice in the illusion. It could be that you're changing this perspective here, and you're having the choice here at your solar plexus with the Sun here. Your enthusiast is the Sun. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the emotional burden. I'll be able to tell you a little bit more. This is crazy. Holy cow. We have the Knight of Wands, which is about departing. We have the Two of Pentacles, throwing things out of balance. And we have the Hangman in reverse. Ah! So you have the choice, it appears, to either act like the traditional Helper or not. Wow. This is insane as a read. Okay, so then we have the Seven of Cups. This is illusions. What is the illusion that so far has beguiled the Helper from the overall general energy? Well, it is the lovers, the choice that lies in their solar plexus here. The choice that lies in your solar plexus for authentic self-expression, and the solar plexus energy can be about creativity, but during this process, because you're solidifying your root and your sacral chakra, with your root chakra, that's like your security issues. You know, can I eat tonight? Can I have a safe place to sleep tonight? It's basically, think of it like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. and your sacral chakra, that's standing in your own power, your own primal energy, who you are. And then in your solar plexus, you express this strength. What is fascinating about your cards is it's like, in a way, you're acting like the way the traditional helper would. You're like wanting to swoop in and take on these emotional burdens, but there's an illusion that you're seeing through, and you have the choice to throw this whole thing, this whole pattern of yours, kind of, I think, out the window, because you're the reformer here. And that's kind of like your moral, that's morality, but I think it feels like a moral duty to yourself, because we have the Seven of Cups, the illusion. This is your belief system with the loyalist. There's an inner triangle here formed where your happiness is the emotional burden that you're seeing through. This emotional burden represents the star, which represents faith, rejuvenation, healing, justice in the reverse. So I do not believe that this healing was occurring, but there's judgment. I think you're judging this cycle for yourself as no longer acceptable. You want the glory for all the sacrifices that you're giving, but I think there's something in you that knows that this is unhealthy and your perspective needs to change. You're wanting to throw it, you're wanting to shift this dynamic, and I think you possibly could, but you have to understand what you're clinging to. So what stops the lovers, the choice from happening here from this spread to this spread, is the Four of Pentacles. It's not present here, but the Four of Pentacles is like a possessiveness, a clinginess, a miserness, stinginess. It could just be like, but it could also represent like you're building this foundation for yourself. That's why you have to be stingy, because you have to make sure there's enough for you. And for the helper, that can feel really mean, because they're so used to putting others before themselves that they don't know how to put themselves first. They don't know how to express their needs. And honestly, there's a little bit of them that is kind of scared of saying, like, hey, I need you to take the reins for a little bit because I can't do this. I need help. I need someone to take over for me, because right now I just need to heal. And I can't do it alone, and I'm tired of feeling like I have to do it alone. I'm tired of feeling like, and then someone else's rock. But in a way, it's like some of you could be taking on this emotional burden, taking on all these things, and then you'll complain to other people in your life about the people that you've chosen to kind of like take care of, in a way. And in a way, like the helper can like pick up little like people who just aren't quite functional, and they just want to take care of them and help them a little bit. Like, it's not a bad thing. And we need people out there like that. We all need helpers out in the world. They're fantastic people. But I just don't want you to make that mistake where you're letting everyone else's needs become more important than your own. Because we need helpers who can do things as a challenger would, because when the helper, okay, so when the helper is healthy here, they do go to the four. And with Enneagram theory, there's a whole nerd fight over this, essentially, like how you become healthy in the Enneagram as you continue cycling through it. Big old nerd fight. But the gist of it is that I think that you're called to your authentic sense of self here, the completion, in the enthusiast, like wanting to step forward into the sunshine of this decision and more authentic creation and authenticity for yourself here, and your abundance in your mind. I think there's something here where you could swoop in and help, but I don't think that you want to anymore, because you know the glory in changing this patterning. Maybe you need to express to others around you that you just can't do it all right now. Setting some boundaries. Even if you're scared of you're not. Key people who love you know, like when you say, like, hey, no, I can't help you out right now. I can't do it right now. someone who loves you and respects you is just going to see you as a person who's also busy. Like, and there can be an emotional unhealthiness of letting your whole world get wrapped up in another person. Like, there needs to be a degree of autonomy and self-differentiation. But I think your soul is calling for authenticity here. It's wanting to shake itself loose. So in this process, you might be unlike the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, the Six of Pentacles in reverse. You're not giving like you normally do, and it could be causing conflict. And you could be like not giving now because you're like, oh, I'm done. They don't respect me. They don't love me. They don't treat me how I deserve to be treated. And it could be creating like conflicts in a relationship, and you feel victimized by this dynamic because you're not able to like, dude, I love you, and or be like, I love you and I want to be everything be back on point, but like in a way you can't let go of this like little festering resentment that you have because you can't express the fact that you've been doing all these things and you want validation for them, but that sense of validation is coming from kind of like a misguided place because you're doing those things, yes, because you want to help, because you want to be there for other people, but also because you don't know any other way to know love. It seems to me that there might just need to be a really vulnerable conversation, especially if you're in a relationship and it's on a hard patch. Like, you need to have like this more emotionally vulnerable conversation because it feels like there's actions here that are with the Five of Wands and the with all this conflict, like it could be generating conflict is what I'm seeing. But it's not, no one wants it to be that way. You definitely, there's just wanting a need to get back to the love here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and continue on into the extended. Before we part, I will take a look at your unconscious energies during this time. You have the moon, so this is unconscious things. These are things that we need to take time to reflect on. It's your intuition. It's your oh wow. I'm just not gonna put it back. But I did grab the. I'm not gonna go into the chakra energies here. I use the oracle deck here to go into your chakras in the extended, but I just feel like this is worth it. But it's mirror who or what is triggering you. There could be things that you don't. It's really hard to talk about our emotions. Especially because like you don't want to have to say like, hey, God, how do I put this? Like you could be, there's like some of us like some, the helper can become a little in when we get like super, when you get unhealthy, it can be like really hyper needy, so you like need to know where that person is all the time. Or some helpers, like especially like because you can have like a tie with another Enneagram type, so your dominant type could be a helper, but you're also what's called a tri-type. So you could have a tri-type with like a challenger, or like you have a real close balance with your challenger. The point of this spread and the point of the Enneagram itself is actually to bring all 9 points into balance so that you are seeing from a more holistic way. Wow, this is, I think here we also have the unconscious energy of for the moon during this time is discernment. So you're trying to see through illusions here. You do have that Seven of Cups. So it's whatever has been, and I believe this is something here with the unconscious energy of intelligence, crown chakra energy, that if you continue on this journey, you'll be able to find this answer for yourself. It starts with boundaries. It starts with recognizing your own energy, your own time, your own needs. Okay, putting yourself a little bit first. Really looking at your schedule, and do you like if you have to take like 1 or 2 nights for yourself. And I don't care about everyone's self-sacrificial BS, okay? You can make a schedule. Think of all the stupid stuff you do in a day that you can find time for. You can find a little bit of time for some self-care and reflection, because the investment that you make in yourself towards growth can just radically pay off. How long is this? Oh my God, this is such a long reading. I'm so sorry, helper. I try to keep these under 15. Oh boy. So for your unconscious energy, for your animal totem, you do have dragon. Can you see it? Yay, yay. Okay. So you have dragon, supernatural. You are an ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity. Rise with the dignity of the knowledge that you have, because I think you can. It's like you're at a crossroads here, and you need to manifest the future for yourself past shifting this perspective, letting this fear, this possessiveness go, so that you can go for this abundance. All right, this has been your general message. I'm going to go ahead and dive right into your extended. Thank you for joining me. Check out the description box below for any questions you may have. Thank you for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next message. Hello, Achiever. Welcome to your general Enneagram message. This is derived from the, this is your Achiever message, and it is derived from the general Enneagram message. You can check that out to understand where these energies came from this tarot card pile I have here. We also have your spirit totem, your chakra energy, and your moon energy. Your moon and your moon oracle energy. We have your spirit totem, your chakra energy, and your moon energy. All right. If you're this is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could really need. You can also see the links to tarot decks that I use in case you thought they were cute and you wanted your own. There's also links to a website and other types of informational resources for you. Lastly, I do offer an extended with this reading. I'm going to go over the first 3 points here, and then we'll dive, and then we'll be diving more into the extended. This is for the flower moon, for full moon in Sagittarius. And I'm going to go ahead and just dive right into your reading. With your overall energy, your signifier card during this time is the King of Cups. During this time, you may have significant energy regarding the Ten of Pentacles. Kind of like your legacy, your inheritances, your family, what you've built for yourself. You have the Ace of Swords representing vigor, effective communications, and lastly you have the Sun representing happiness. You just seem to be at a very stable, emotionally balanced part in your life, possibly striving for something a little bit more here, maybe to like solidify this contentment you've built for yourself. Your spirit totem is the Ram, Perseverance. You have many gifts. No problem can withstand the power of your mind. With patience, you can reach your mountaintop. Never give up, and good luck will follow. Your chakra energy during this time. Wow, this is super wonderful. Okay, so you've gut instincts at your solar plexus, intuition, knowing, sensing, and trust. The reformer, the achiever, resides at the center of the emotional and feeling triad. They're the feelings. They're also the most close to shame, but there seems to be something. And then we have will here, willpower at your. You just have a very powerful energy for yourself this month, achiever. I'm just, it's something representing family, inheritances, legacy, emotional balance, and competence. The energy of perseverance itself. You have the Sun again. My goodness. You at your peacemaker. You at the reformer are represented by the Emperor. You have justice here at your helper. Three of Wands, waiting for a little bit more at your achiever. You know completion and your sense of self at the artist, individualist. There was a death in your mind at the investigator. At the Seven of Cups in the reverse for your loyalists. The Hermit in reverse for your enthusiast, coming out of a period of quiet, possibly self-reflection here. Over an illusion that you've seen through, this disillusionment or the process of you seeing through this has given you the Sun, and you're waiting for more. I don't know what more you could possibly want, but maybe you've just reached a very this could be a death and rebirth cycle here. This could have been a very, very powerful cycle that's been brought to a completion here. Possibly igniting you to go after something you also desire here. Very instinctual in your feelings. You're a light. It's in your thinking, in your mind, though. There was this period of withdrawn energy where you kind of went through a metamorphosis, enabling you to see through some type of illusion here. And now maybe you're waiting for the results of this. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the Sun. The Sun is clarified by the Ace of Cups, openness to love. Ooh, the Nine of Swords, so mental anguish. And the King and the King of Cups in the reverse. So we have the King of Cups here. This I think this is what you've resolved. There was maybe a mental dilemma here for you as the peacemaker. The peacemaker can have an issue kind of touching their instinctual energy. There could be something that there was a lesson you needed to learn here. I'm going to see what you're waiting for, you as the achiever. Wow. Okay. Chariot. Two of Swords. So there could have been some type of stalemate present for you. Seven of Wands. There was a defensiveness here. Or maybe you had to ride with this energy, ride with a defensive energy here, because you're you're doing something that is very there almost seems to be a bit of, I don't want to say risk, but there's something present in the situation where you have to be very focused on what you want. Maybe because you're trying to act with precision. The achiever likes to obviously achieve. They love, like, it's like you're hungry. You're craving more. You're craving Three of Cups here at your insight. The disillusionment to the Three of Cups to the Eight of Pentacles. You've been working hard to Knight of Swords. Move on. Move through. Move. You're creating something emotional for yourself. Community, home, celebration, building, moving forward quickly as you see through something, possibly a belief system you used to hold, the loyalist. You found something new. And there was a mental dilemma present for you, but now you want to charge forward. It's requiring you to dig deep, though. You're having to dig deep into aspects of your character here. For some of you, hi, Achiever. So, I think I got it. You can no longer deny kind of who you are. So, I'll be honest and say, I'm not an achiever. It's actually my last quality. You can take the Enneagram test if you look in the description box below, and if you take it through the Enneagram Institute, you get like a little chart. And the point of the Enneagram is actually to bring, there's 9, think of this as a council of 9. You have 9 perspectives to bring into balance when you make a decision. Sometimes some parts overshadow the other, and you can take this test to find out kind of where you're, like, when you first make an initial reaction, where you're making that initial reaction from in this set of 9. And then you can kind of understand where in this reading maybe you're being called to focus on, possibly as well, especially if the message is able to resonate with you. But as part of this, with the achiever and just application of this theory, you it's hard for me to understand your perspective, but I think that you're like you're becoming a more highly evolved 3. You're becoming a more highly evolved 3. Okay? So what this entails is sometimes when you're a 3, you can look at life from the perspective of King of the Mountain and a very superficial sometimes outlook, especially if you're raised with materialism or something where you become disconnected and you learn that your external self, this ego self, is the self, and there's a very issue present for achievers when it comes to separating from the ego self. But I think you've experienced some type of death and rebirth here, or maybe you had to come to terms with a part of yourself where you were limited. You just couldn't achieve your way out of this. You had to feel your way out of this, because you were in the reverse up here. The achiever, you are the center of this emotional triad here, and also the most out of touch with your instinctual energy. I mean, your emotional energy. So the peacemaker up here is the most out of touch with their instinctual energy. The um, loyalist is the most out of touch with this thinking energy, the center of their triad here, which is thinking and fear. They're the most fearful. I don't think you're fearful anymore. Especially, there could have been some of you who could have been more timid as a 3, and now you're able to tap into this power of yourself because um, previously a 3 can become desperate for attention, that you can like basically melt down, and there's a lot of stuff that you could be doing that people don't know about, and you're keeping this kind of stuff hidden. You can feel empty and depressed, or you could have. But then I think there was this moment where your inner light just switched on, and you have your solar plexus, your gut instincts, and you're persevering, and your willpower is here. And that is, to me, this right here, this is 3 energy. You have done it right here. Bam, boom. But there's an emotional imbalance here present with the legacy, Ace of Swords, and we have the Ace of Swords here at the Challenger. Justice, Challenger, the Death, and the Ace of Swords is connected with justice and death, bringing you completion as you stand in a very authentically true version of self, as the reformer who stands as then the emperor, very grounded, firm. The emperor is all of the kings. He's the emotional king of cups. He's the grounded king of pentacles. He is the king of wands, who's passionate and tenacious. And he is the king of swords, who can communicate and delegate. And if you look here, he's actually kind of like looking down here at the king of the mental dilemma brought you an imbalance here emotionally. The 9 of Swords is the mental anguish. So this is like late nights and being, I think this is what the Hermit's journey was for you, as you looked at this mental dilemma. And maybe that's what justice is. You now know what you need to do to help a situation become more balanced, and it has just ignited you. So now you're just wanting to act with forthright, correct action to rectify a situation and then bring balance back here, because emotionally you're just very grounded. This is a very wonderful energy for you so far. I'm going to start going into the extended, but and I'll be taking a look at the process Enneagram, doing the Lenormand and Mini Tarot. But before we go into that and I clarify the rest of the points, look at your chakras, I will show you your unconscious energies, which is this nice big pile of cards over here. As part of that, I'm going to start including the Oracle deck as the unconscious chakra energy that would be expanded upon in the extended, so you can kind of like see a little bit more what's going to be in the extended. At least it's like a peek at what we can do to balance this chakra energy. All right. You have an unconscious tarot message. You have an unconscious tarot message of the Page of Wands. Alongside, this is from the general Enneagram as well. Wow, this is interesting. We have the sun and then we have the moon. So this is the unknown, moving towards something that brings you a wonderful sense of happiness. Next, we have the unconscious moon message that goes with our willpower message. This is the message of discernment, seeing through the illusions cast by the moon. Maybe your passions have misguided you before, but now you're more emotionally grounded. You could be maturing. or maturing after a period of rest and solitude where you reflect on yourself. This has to do with the chakra energy that will be present in the extended, but it is don't let your past hold you back, which is fascinating for you as you hold the crown chakra message that is subconscious of your of intelligence here. This is a very instinctual, powerful energy that you're I think you're tapping into as you experience this rebirth process here. But I don't, in the extended, we'll see what else you need to do to assist in this process, and how to bring the utmost balance. But you do have an unconscious spirit totem of supernatural, the dragon. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will, mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity. There is a graciousness to you, perhaps during this time as well, especially if you can move forward in a very balanced way or rectify this emotional imbalance. Then I think you can start to be the type of person that you desire. It's just going to require that you wrestle with your instinctual energy and your emotional energy. Building up to your solar plexus, you can have your root in your sacral chakra. Your root is about like your Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So make sure you're being attentive to these things, your relationships, your needs, resting your body, resting your mind, giving some TLC, and then making the decisions that I think instinctually that you're being driven to do. And you're going forward with a bloodlust. That's the word that's been like weighing on my mind this entire time, is a bloodlust. All right. This has been your regular, this has been your full moon general reading. I'm going to go ahead and go into the extended. Thank you for joining me. I hope this message was able to help you. Remember to like, share, subscribe, and take a look at that description box below if you have any further questions. There's all the information down there that can help you. All right. I will see you all in the next, and thank you for joining me. I will see you all next time. If you're this is a dimensional tarot spread right here. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could really need about understanding the system and gaining more information on it. If you're unfamiliar with these little card pile over here, I did derive this overall energy from the general Enneagram reading, in case you want to see what the collective reading is. But I'm going to go ahead and dive into your spirit totem, your chakra energy, and your overall moon message. Again, two of these you've already seen if you've seen the general Enneagram message, but your solar, your spirit animal is the lion, higher calling. You have within you all the courage you need. Let go of the past and reclaim your majesty. You will find success and contentment with those by your side. Make noble choices for your life and for your tribe. Your chakra is solar plexus, personal boundaries, choice, assertiveness, empowerment, and authenticity. And we have protection as your overall moon message. Perhaps as you could be feeling very vulnerable at this point in time. Your underlying tarot message for your signifier card, this kind of represents you overall. This is judgment. From the general Enneagram message, we have a community with the 3 of Cups, celebration, happiness, union and balance with the 2 of Cups, and then finally the star, healing. Perhaps this is the healing necessary for you to assert yourself and go after something that speaks to your very sense of self, maybe expression itself. I'm going to take a look at your dimensional tarot message. You have the Magician in reverse. There could be something occurring in which things are not going the way that you intended them to. There could also be a deceitful nature about you, or around you. When I say about, that is not necessarily inclusive. It's inclusive of you yourself, but it could be also in your, like, something in your that you're dealing with. We have the Chariot here. We have the King of Wands in the reverse for your reformer. There could be a bombastity here. There could be an anger problem right now. Your Chariot, you're moving forward here at the Helper with this judgment energy. It feels like something has occurred here. This Achiever is now in balance. I'm just going to continue clarifying. You feel victimized as hooey. You feel your hands are bound. You have no choice but to do this. Possibly. You have the 2 of Cups. Again, this message is repeating 2 of Cups already. This has brought your mind space. This is judgment. So judgment on your 2 of Cups here for the healing, for the star, for the new beginning your loyalty is taking. Oh boy, the tripping squirrel, your enthusiast is... So it's a special card for this tarot card deck. It's a play on the happy squirrel, which is like a weird card that sometimes gets thrown in tarot decks. And it could either be like the happiest of happy or the most demented thing in the planet. Oh boy. And then we have the 3 of Swords here, your little challenger. Something broke your heart. Something, and this is your instinctual energy, these 3 cards. So instinctually, this has been a massive, I mean, this is possibly enraged you. I don't know how else to say it. You are furious over something. Like you almost couldn't control your emotions for a second. Maybe while you're healing. It's made you question your loyalties. But it's something also as well, I feel like you're protecting something. You're protecting something, your tribe. You could be protecting something. I'm going to go ahead. But whatever this was, it kind of hurt your heart. It hurt your heart at the challenger. And then the challenger, it's about vulnerability. It's about purity. It's about innocence. It's about lust. The challenger lives to the extreme. They lust. but they also have an innocence about them. So it broke their little innocent heart. And I think infuriated you so much so that even the peacemaker is mad. And you know what you need to do to rectify it. Possibly some of you are taking leave of a situation, or you feel you need to, or you feel like you have to do something here. It's refreshed your loyalties, it's refreshed your belief system. Maybe it's made something apparent to how it's very important to you. You feel the necessity to act. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and clarify your magician. Your magician is clarified by the Three of Wands. You're waiting for justice, bringing back the scales, and strength. You could be waiting to make your move. You could be waiting to come back into balance here. Perhaps you know the situation is extreme, and you're waiting for things to heal a little bit more before you fully address this. Maybe that's why your hands feel tied, because you definitely want to take action. Boy, do you want to address this. Hey boy, does this need to get talked about. The balance here with your achiever is the King of Swords. That is about communication. Absolutely hilarious. Wow. But the Hierophant in you, the Guru, is at a stalemate. So you wanna communicate. You definitely want to say something. I do not feel like it is. I feel like it's going to be a very direct message. Something has possibly hurt you emotionally, and something has hurt you emotionally, and you are just kind of waiting for the moment to bring this back into balance for your own happiness. Here, I'm gonna see what the Fool is, because we're kind of pivotal here. You could be starting a new cycle here. You have the Four of Cups, kind of a discontentment, the Empress, oh no, and the King of Cups in reverse. For some of you, I mean, it's possibly that you're discontent with the emotional state of affairs in a relationship, and you're beginning to look elsewhere. Or there's something here in your emotionality that is preventing you from coming. There's an imbalance in your emotion. It's like you can't speak to something yet. You feel you need to express yourself before you can move on. Like you really need to get something off your chest to a very specific person. I think in a way you're wanting closure. Some of you might not get that. It could be that sometimes you just have to let things go. Sometimes relationships and things do not work out for a reason. And there's a lesson you've learned here, and you need to take that lesson forward. But you need to cut the ties here, because this is your instinctual energy. This is your gut instinct. You could be feeling fatigued and tired, a little unwell right now as well. Maybe that's why you can't take action. This feels very weighted, and this is like your instinct. So like this can just drag down the whole Enneagram spread. And emotionally, with you yourself as the individual is holding the Eight of Swords, you feel you can't bring this into balance yet, because maybe the nature of the situation, it could be a very hot-tempered situation, and you could be at a point where, like, you could either provoke further conflict, or you can just do what you need to take care of your own self. But it can be hard to leave something that you've invested in behind, but sometimes it might be worth it, because you owe yourself more than a future of discontentment with someone that will never be on your emotional level. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your unconscious energies. Oh my gosh, come here. Thank you. We have the moon for the from the general message, having to do with the unconscious, the unknown, the illusionary, the intuition. Possibly something you're being guided to deal with here, something that you're judgmental over. We have the Tower. We have a sudden change, quick, as well. We have a message of discernment. As an unconscious moon message, this comes with the protection message. Not letting these things overtake you with the tripping squirrel here. You could, don't get carried away with this. As a preview of the underlying oracle messages in the chakra, so you have your personal boundaries at your solar plexus, I'm going to pull 7 cards with the goddess oracle in the extended, but as a preview of that extended message, we have Hestia, hearth and home, taking time at home, protection, personal boundaries. Maybe you need to be withdrawing right now instead of fighting. There's something here that has brought you a great amount of discontent, and you need to spend some time. We have the crown chakra here as well, with that's like source energy, spending time with yourself, spending time in meditation, education, knowledge, perception, flexibility, opening your eyes here, maybe to a different perspective. Emotionally, you could be stunted and not even realize it. You could be in a situation where you feel really in over your head. Maybe it's time for you to call in some resources for help, get some second opinion, professional opinions. If you're dealing with a lot of depression and you feel you can't move forward at all, like, please go to community resources. There is support available. You do not have to do things alone. There is healing in community. In the extended, I want to know what this 2 of Cups could be, because it's leading to possibly a broken heart, but that will be in just a few minutes. And finally, as an unconscious spirit totem, you do have your lion of your higher calling here. Knowing you have the courage to act and emotionality to act with majesty here. Maybe you just have to kind of let your instinctual energies take over. There's something you could be doubting in yourself. Something in you think maybe you can't do, and maybe this is preventing your abundance. It's in your mind space at the 2 of Cups. Yeah. I hope this message was able to be helpful for you and it resonated in any way. If you're able to join us in the extended, then I can't wait to see you there. If not, take a look at the Patreon. There's more messages every week. I only do the public and full moon on the completely public view. And I will, whoa, sorry, didn't mean to kick that. I will catch you guys next time. Investigator. Welcome to your reading. This is your dimensional tarot reading for the full moon in Sagittarius during the flower moon. This is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with it, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need to know more about this system. This little tarot card pile right here is taken from the general Enneagram. So if you are if you haven't watched that, maybe take a peek. It's kind of like a summary of the collective energy that the whole is dealing with. I guess that yeah, I'm just going to dive right into your reading. All right, I'm going to take a look at your spirit totem, your chakra, and your underlying moon energy for this time. Oh, you have the peacock vibrancy. You are born to shine and inspire. Practice humility to avoid jealousy. Be grateful for life, and the more good things will come. Be true to yourself and recognize your brilliance. Your chakra energy is focused on your sacral chakra. It's on your finances, your generosity, your power, and your abundance. Your sacral chakra also has to do with a sense of personal security and power. Maybe you're able to provide for yourself. Things are changing, so you need to kind of focus on your finances. And you have the flower moon. Look at you. You're blossoming during this season, finding your abundance, finding your vibrancy. All right. Your signifier card, kind of like who representative energy for you is the Magician. You're manifesting something, possibly your security, your happiness. You have the King of Wands. Creative, passionate, excited. You have strength, standing strong again. However, you have a Ten of Swords, so I don't know where this energy is coming from. We're going to dive more into the general, your actual reading here to understand this. Your Peacemaker, you have the Knight of Cups. I'm sorry, the Page of Cups. So you're like a student of emotion. There could have been a fight. You've been internally wrestling with something at the Reformer, possibly wanting to speak to it. The hand of the divine is present with your helper. There's a generosity here, something you want to bring into balance at your achiever. And you have a slow-moving, methodical Knight of Pentacles here at your investigator. Seems like there's this decision you've been wrestling with, something to do with your passions, something which maybe brought you pain before, but you want to try again. Maybe it's a creative endeavor. You know the world completion and in your mind. So you, as the investigator, this is your card. This is your slot in the spread. So you are showing a completion of something, a union, a balance for you. Something very positive. And your intuition is guiding you possibly to something new, like your next quest here. I'm totally going to call this the next quest. That is a great one. Okay. There is something here. You have like this, just a very wonderful platform for yourself here. It seems like you came out of your shell here and you were able to build something happy for yourself. It's just brought you union. And it feels like a blessing. I'm going to take a look at your Page of Cups. There could have been something painful left behind here. Judgment, leaving behind something painful. And a Tower in reverse. Perhaps you knew you left a situation. You There was a situation in which you decided not to invest in because you knew it was not worth it. You've now have contentment because this choice that you made brought you balance, as the Knight of Cups. You had the ability to move again. You were building towards something. You averted something here, making some type of decision, deciding not to fight something. And in it, you opened your heart to something greater here. Wow, you opened your heart to a message of love. You built towards something that's brought you a great amount of security and happiness. I think now with this union on your side, wow, you're ready to, okay, so you now are in a better place than you used to be, but you have something that you desire, something that I think you want to try again, that you're manifesting perhaps this creative side of you, hoping maybe to make it financial, to blossom. Perhaps there's something to do with a creative endeavor, something you're working on, and you're hoping that it brings you financial independence so that you can do something that you love, and move into this wonderful stability within your life. But there's this insecurity now that the sword, the Ace of Swords, and the Queen of Wands here. There's something here about your passions and an insecurity about something here. And your intuition is guiding you to the next step. There's something here that maybe you listen to, an inner voice here. And when you did that and averted this tower, your intuition guided you to make this more clear-cut decision. And it's proven to be incredible for you. It's your blossoming, it's your season, it's the time to manifest here your creative abundance. Now you want to build towards something and slow. Maybe it was slow at first, but it's proven to be very profound for you overall. I'm going to take a look at your unconscious energies. An unconscious prism tarot message is the Page of Wands. So now it is time. You've been to emotion. You started out as the page. You've leveled up your emotions here. You really brought your emotional self into balance here. And that's wonderful to see. And there's been things you've been working on. I think maybe like a hobby you're hoping to turn into like a career, blossoming into your fruition here. There is something here unknown. This is a general Enneagram message. This is from the general message. So this is the same for all Enneagram points, but it is the moon. It is the intuition here, the guidance here that you're seeking. For discernment, which is also a general message. The chakra and the spirit totem as well are all general unconscious energies during this time. And during this time, it's your time with source. It's your time with yourself. It's any form of spiritual practice you may maintain. It's your crown chakra. It's education, knowledge, perception, flexibility. It is opening your mind, opening your your perspective shifting as necessary, because you have the unconscious spirit totem of dragon, supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity as you stand in that which you are passionate about to blossom into maybe this financial abundance for yourself, and you recognize your brilliance. And you recognize like everything that you worked for, not only that, but like your uniqueness that makes you valid in you. Lastly, before we part for the extended here, I will take one last look at the unconscious oracle message. This is what I will use in the extended to look at all 7 chakras. Just as a preview of the extended, you have an unconscious message of Hireth, longing for home, homesick for the stars. It's like you're desiring something more. Maybe you're desiring something, a spiritual hunger, perhaps, and you're looking for something that fulfills your intuition here, because you have this intuitive call that maybe has gone unfulfilled for you. Your reformer here is the hermit, but it's in the reverse. And with this being so close to your intuition and with all of these unconscious messages, there could be some of you who are hungering for like a deeper fulfillment, and you don't know how to explain this desire. Is coming from your sacral chakra. So you're looking for this independence, but you could also be looking for something that's more authentic. And some of you could be needing to maybe look at aspects of a spiritual, like spiritual exploration for yourself. Because I think it can help you conquer this, there's this fear here still over this 10 of Swords that I think plays into an insecurity here. Your insecurity surrounding your passions. Do you pick up the Ace of Swords again and try again for something you're passionate about? Because the last time the King of Swords, using his strength, tried to, it ended up with the 10 of Swords. But now the Queen of Wands was to take a try. She sees the devil and she sees a sword. So maybe she can fare a bit better than the king. But it's going to take knowledge that she learned as a page. Maybe she's even forgotten it, to overcome this. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring this message to a close. Thank you for joining me. If you're able to stick around, go to the Gumroad or Patreon. That contains the extended, and I will see you all in the next message. Hello, loyalists. Welcome to your general Enneagram reading for the full moon in Sagittarius during the flower moon. This is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains information for you that can be very helpful. This card pile here is derived from the general Enneagram reading and is a kind of like a signifier of the collective energy. I also have your spirit totem, your chakra, and your underlying moon message during this time. I'm going to go ahead and dive right in though. All right, so your spirit totem during this time is Swan, Grace. You who glides across the water of my soul, bring me your wisdom and light. Help me transform into elegance and grace. Inspire me with dignity and the spirit of beauty. Your chakra energy during this time is root chakra, action, movement, perseverance, discipline, and motivation. I remember from the general, I thought of like a ballerina here. I mean, obviously, I think this is like more of a belly dancer, but with the grace of the swan, it's like more of a ballerina here. And we also have trust as an underlying moon message. I want to make sure that you can see that. And looky, we do have like a little duckling thing going on with the swans, and those are geese. All right, for your underlying, like your signifier energy, you seem to be searching here with the 8 of Cups. There is something you want to say, maybe something you want to do here. It's emotional in nature. Maybe you want to express something. There's a 7 of Swords. This can represent deceit, deceitful actions, things that you're not saying, things that you're not doing. This could also represent like calculated moves, like you need to move in a very careful way. Maybe to speak about what it is that you've been searching for. But then we have the Emperor. Now, there could be something here where you feel there was deceit by the Emperor, but this also could be you ending this search by taking action that seems to end this deception, this search. It could be that you need to make a very calculated message in order to make something happen that you wish to manifest here. This will require your trust. It will require your grace, especially if you are wanting to initiate. Some of you may be wanting to initiate a relationship, so you don't know whether or not you're going to get rejected. For you, loyalist, it can be scary out there. It's scary out there when you're a loyalist. And the reason being here is that I'm going to go ahead and dive into your dimensional tarot spread. Just one note, you are the center of this triad here, these 3 cards. This represents thinking and fear. So you can be like the most fearful type, unfortunately. You are the most loyal to your friends, though. You go down with the ship when it is sinking, and it's such an admirable quality in you. However, it can mean that you are also stuck in situations that no longer serve you and, in fact, are harming you. I'm going to go ahead and see what the tarot has to say for you. In your peacemaker slot, we have the Sun, so there is a diminishing of happiness. You have choices here at your reformer. There's something you're not communicating about at the helper here, because you have the 8 of Swords in reverse. You have the 7 of Cups here that represents choices. Your achiever, you're standing in a form of strength here. You're roaring. And I think you're roaring, maybe you found something that ends this search for you. There's been a conflict internally that you've been wrestling with, and it seems like you've reached some sort of, possibly a conclusion. Your investigator is carrying the 10 of Wands, the 5 of Swords in reverse here. There's a mental burden. This has been a burdensome thing you've been dealing with. You as the loyalist, you're defensive, you're defending at the 7 of Wands. Your enthusiast knows the Queen of Wands. Maybe your investigator is carrying this mental burden, though. And we had 2 cards, that's right. And you have the Queen of Cups, and then you have the Nine of Cups in reverse. So the Queen of Cups, this is showing like there's something that's greatly disappointed you, left you emotionally unbalanced here. So much so that I don't think that like you're able to communicate it about it at this time. Maybe you've been searching for a way to speak to this, so that you react with grace in a situation. Whatever it was, it has greatly diminished your happiness, maybe causing you to rethink your trust. And for you, that's such a big thing, so that it feels like it could have profoundly hurt here. I'm going to take a look at the sun and see what is diminishing the peacemaker here. We have the Two of Cups in reverse, so union. Something has fallen out of union. Something has, the Two of Cups is like minor arcana lovers, so there could be some type of squabble, but whatever it is, it's brought a change of perspective here, a death and rebirth cycle here, and some mourning. There was something here that was foundational for you that could have broken down. I'm going to take a look at your strength. We have strength in that there's now glory at the Six of Wands. The Devil, which represents our insecurities, something that was holding you back, and the Knight of Cups. Something has occurred here between your peacemaker and your achiever, where now you're desiring to offer a cup. There's been some type of struggle here. Or maybe it feels you made the wrong choice. And now you're looking to get back on the right track. For some of you, this could be like you transitioning partners. Maybe there was a union you were once in and it has dissolved. And now you're looking for the right partner or learning your lessons. I think for some of you, there's also it feels like you're almost at like a crossroads of some sort. This could be in a relationship, to fix it or not. Is it honestly worth it for you? I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what has made you defensive here at you, the loyalist. We have the Page of Swords, carrying youthful energy, possibly immature, just charging forward. There's temperance here. There is balance in this situation. And there's Four of Swords. So it seems like you're kind of taking a time out because you've had to defend something here. Maybe in your defense of this, you've come to some sort of conclusion here. Perhaps some of you could have defended someone who in the end betrayed you, which could, just a very, there's like that is one dynamic of this, one aspect of this spread. So for those of you who are facing that, I'm sorry. For some of you, like, you could be waiting to communicate about something. Maybe you're still coming to the conclusion here. You're still making you're trying to figure out the right decision here. How do you move forward in this situation? How do you move forward to end the search here and bring peace to the situation? How do you trust your gut instincts if it's calling you to do something that's kind of outside your comfort zone here? And may I might add that literally I have the Crow Tarot for you, and you received like all avians. Like your spirit totem was a bird, your moon energy was a bird. Maybe it's time for the loyalist to fly on out of here, head south for the winter. Huh? No, I'm joking. I just want to adjust that camera real quick. There seems to have been something for some of you. You could have made a decision here, and it's not measuring up to your expectations, or that you're working through a period of conflict where you're not able to speak to some things that are going on. Maybe wounds are still fresh. But you're very passionate about it. You care about it a lot. I mean, this is an emotional burden, but you have the Queen of Wands here overseeing it. Now, yes, something in your challenger is disappointed in this situation. It's not your abundance, it's not your emotional happiness, it's not your contentment. Maybe there's something you feel you don't trust enough to speak to. But do you react with trust, to take action, to show grace, to express yourself? And this is the emotional burden that once you express, then maybe you can right the Nine of Cups. You can bring the Queen of Cups back into balance here. But there seems to be something here where your authentic sense of self is kind of wanting to express itself. There's been some sort of dilemma or something you've been wrestling with, but you brought it to a conclusion here. Now you're wondering, do I speak to this new version of self? The reformer has seen here, the individualist goes to the reformer. The reformer sees this change yet. The helper, maybe stuck in a codependent cycle, is unable to express this. And it has brought disappointment and discontentment to your challenger because you're not living really this authentic sense of self. Maybe you're still stuck in this Four of Swords, still defensive of this. And maybe that's why you can't let the emotional burden go. Because maybe like you're scared, you're worried about the reaction of speaking to this possibly. You're searching here for a way to express something. You have the Seven of Cups here, and we do have the Seven of Swords. So there could have been a deceit, an illusion that you've seen through. Maybe it's tested your loyalties, pushed something to the edge so far back that there's no going back. Maybe that's why you have so much. It's not stagnant energy. It's like you're holding back because you're looking for a way to. We have the Eight of Wands in reverse, the Eight of Cups. You're looking for a way maybe to express this without it becoming heated. Perhaps this is very emotional for you. That once you do express this burden, then perhaps there is no going back for some of you, and that can be a really tough thing to come to the conclusion of, to realize about something. Especially if it could be a relationship. This could be as simple as a job, though. This could be as simple as like your job is exhausting and you can no longer do it, and it's time for you to move on to find something that brings you more balance and temperance. But for others of you, this could be a very intense cycle here, where you're having to express something here that makes you feel very vulnerable, or you're having to search for a new beginning for yourself here after facing some sort of deceit that has honestly, it feels like it feels offensive. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our unconscious energies, and we'll be diving into the extended afterwards. I'll be using the Lenormand and Mini Tarot to do a process Enneagram spread. I'll also use the last of my tarot. I'll use my tarot cards to expand on the rest of these points. And then I'll also take a look at your underlying, like your seven chakras, and kind of like how we can bring those into balance with the message of action here. just one last thing to note. I need to start including this in the beginning of my videos, but when we look at Enneagram theory, you are one of 9 points here, but you are all 9 points. Your goal in this theory is to bring balance to all points present so that you are seeing from a very equal way. You cannot escape the heart here of the helper, the achiever, and the individualist. You cannot affront a challenger and a reformer and a peacemaker when it comes to the rights of others. Like, you're good luck getting past those three while being disrespectful to another human soul, especially should they be a defenseless person. Good luck. That's all I'm saying. And so when you bring all of these into balance, this is the thinking sector. You bring your emotional, instinctual thinking energy into balance here. And when it's out of balance here, when you're letting your fear get away from you, it can catastrophize. There's a lot here that's could potentially go awry when really all you need to do is speak, and that dissolves the illusion. Because most of it is just in our mind. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take one look at your unconscious energy, and then we'll dive into the extended because this is always fascinating for me. All right, in your unconscious general Enneagram message, this is the same for all Enneagrams. This is the moon, this is the unconscious, this is the unknown, this is the intuitive here. As an unconscious tarot message for your own tarot, you have the Knight of Pentacles. I mean, not the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Wands in reverse. The Knight of Wands traditionally in the upright is departing, but now you're staying here. So you're wanting to stay, but maybe you'll have to resolve some things that are necessary for you. And I'm going to go into the 7 chakras using the Goddess Oracle, but as an unconscious message and a preview of what's in the extended, there is Sedna, victim. You could chain yourself to the system and to others and feel like you're the victim because of it, when you're not. You have all the power in the world. You are not you're not contractually obligated for the rest of your life to be miserable just because you believe you need to be, because that's what you think is right. Like, your duty is to yourself as well here. And life is flexible. You only experience this reality once. I'm willing to debate all of you on Patreon over this. Let's go. But and you need to live it on your terms. There's discernment here. This is the unconscious moon message for all zodiac, all Enneagram types during this moon cycle here. This is seeing through these illusions. I think that you are able to, because also during this time, the unconscious chakra message, same for all Enneagram, all zodiac, is the crown chakra intelligence. This is the guidance, education, knowledge, perception, flexibility, maybe changing this belief system about yourself. You're in the 4 of Swords right now over this. So maybe there's an aspect here that you're looking and you're seeking to bring temperance to. Maybe as you trust your own inner instinct, your own inner grace. Because the loyalist is it's wonderful in my eyes. Like, I have a few friends that are loyalist, and they're people I trust. They're good people. And I want more for them. So, obviously, I want more for you too. And you deserve more. There's maybe some of you who also feel like this emotional burden is all you deserve. But I think there's a deep passion in you that's seeking to come out. And I think instinctually maybe you know this, and maybe that's why you're discontent. That's why you have the sun in reverse. Because it's time for you to see through the illusion and go for your abundance. All right. So your unconscious spirit totems, again, same for all Enneagram, all Zodiac during this time. This is supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. And rise with dignity. Rise with grace. Rise. That's your job. That's totally, first off, going to be the message of this video. Woo! And trust. I just want to take one last look at this little moon message, just because look at her. She's like protected in this little achy thing. I can't really I don't understand where her face is. That little sheen right there. I can't tell how she's curled up. But she's curled up in the leg. It's time for you to trust. And don't worry, loyalist. It's scary out there, but I mean, just think about this. There are challengers and enthusiasts out there and investigators, all kinds of people in your corner too. The reason, you just got to realize there's people out there who will protect you as well. If you just have to extend that hand of grace, trust, and love. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go into your extended now. Thank you for joining me. I hope this message was able to resonate with you and help you in any way. I will see you all next time. Hello, enthusiasts. Welcome to your flower moon reading for the full moon in Sagittarius. If you're unfamiliar, this is a dimensional tarot spread. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need to kind of like learn more about the system and how it works. These cards right here, the purple ones, are derived from the general ENNEAGRAM message, a collective reading. So if you haven't seen that, you might want to check that out. Also, your chakra and your spirit totem is derived for that, but your moon energy is unique in this reading. They don't explore it until we dive into each type. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your spirit totem. We have the butterfly, rebirth. You can reinvent yourself, open to the rewards of change. You have brilliance to share with the world, to love every part of your journey. Your chakra. Sorry, your chakra during this time is the crown chakra of faith, hope, support, miracles, and spirituality. I really love how the purple on the card and the purple on this faith, rebirth and your faith here, just really like how they go together. And our moon message is realization here. Maybe this is wow, this is kind of cool. This is the light that is shining through here as you come to realize something. Maybe rejuvenation is something that you require right now. Your energies could have become scattered. Right now you have the Eight of Swords, so you're feeling a little victimized. We have waiting here at the Three of Wands, completion, So the World, but Four of Cups, discontentment. It could feel a little bit like unfinished business, unfinished projects. There's something here that you're waiting to complete, or that you have found yourself at a plateau where you have reached completion and now you find discontentment. And perhaps that's not what you were expecting. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your dimensional tarot message. In your peacemaker slot, we have the Eight of Pentacles. You're working hard on something. We have the Nine of Pentacles, abundance, prosperity. Your Reformer has the Nine of Cups. I mean, that's your help. Your Reformer holds the Nine of Pentacles, so grounded abundance. And then you have the Nine of Baskets, the Nine of Cups here at your helpers, so something that has brought you immense fulfillment. This could have been after a period of indecision. Five of Baskets, Five of Cups. This can kind of show some mourning here at your achiever, maybe something you were unable to do. You're individualist. You know the Ten of Pentacles, legacy, family, inheritances, things you've learned, things you've collected, something that you've built for yourself. We have the Investigator showing the Empress in the reverse. This is the mind. This is the victimization here. There's something that you're waiting for, that you're desiring. You seem to have a plateau. It could be that you're wanting this abundance and unable to go after it. Maybe you're working on it. Your loyalist is the Daughter of Sticks, which is the Page of Wands, but it's the Page of Wands in the reverse here. It could almost be like you're buckling down. You have the Ace of Cups, and then the Son of Knives, the Knight of Swords. Driving forward to your abundance after something here that seems to have tested your loyalties here, maybe dimmed your power a bit as you're stuck in a mourning cycle, but yet it's like it sharpened your vision here. Maybe there was a realization here. Something that forced a renewal with the rebirth here and the message of faith. We do have you as the Ace of Cups. So maybe you now know the cup that you must pick here for your completion, that you have been waiting on. Something here that has made your hands feel tied. You've been working on it. Maybe you're not seeing the fruition and the abundance that you hoped, but maybe you're keeping your eye on that long-term goal, which can feel a little weird for you because you could just be, normally your energies could be scattered, but there could have been something here that disrupted or forced you to change, forced you to settle down, buckle down, do some work. It's like you had your breath taken away for something. But I do think you can see an abundance here. You're just having to drive forward towards it with it's like you're hesitant a little bit here. You don't know how it's going to play out. Instinctually, this feels really good for you. Emotionally, you feel very solid, but there's a core here where you are mourning something. There's something that does make your hands feel tight. There is a little bit of discontentment. There's a little bit of pain here. But I don't think it's so overwhelming that it's preventing you from moving forward. But there is something here for some of you where maybe you're not able to get that spark going right now. There's some pain that maybe you're dealing with. So there's something that you feel you could have lost. Your energies could have been so scattered, going and doing so many different things that maybe you weren't able to do something that you greatly desired, and this has forced you to refocus on what is important to you. Sometimes the enthusiast can go after experiences looking to fill the void. because they don't like that idea of being alone with themselves. But there could have been something here. And this chase of experience can start to cycle down towards an addictive pathway. um, um, Sometimes quite surprisingly, you find yourself in situations that you didn't think you would be in, but yet here you are. And maybe this is something you're wrestling with as you're trying to get yourself back on the right path, because you know who you want to be. There's just something here that you had a realization over. Something maybe you've been chasing the wrong cup, the wrong path for yourself. So you don't know completion yet, but there's something you're desiring but you can't have. And you're working for it though. I think you have your eyes set on it. Perhaps you face some setbacks in achieving it and gaining it, and it's testing your faith. Maybe you're having to change aspects of your character, having to be more tenacious and maybe organized in a way in which you weren't previously. There could have been a haphazardness to your nature. Maybe you didn't stick around, stick things through. This could have been a sticking point for you, but I think that you're bringing balance to this aspect of yourself, because I think you're hungering for a little bit more in life. I think you're wanting more. Maybe like you've gotten through on winging it, and now you need to be it. Don't let some imposter syndrome tell you that you can't handle it though, or that you're not a boss. It's just sometimes like the enthusiast is super smart. The enthusiast, that's the fun part, is they're actually super smart. They think in a different way. They're part of the thinking and fear triad, but they're just not like the traditional thinkers. So it could be that like you've had this spark of original idea, and the other thinking parts of your brain are like, no, absolutely not. But you're the enthusiast. You're like, but bro, we can totally do this. This is a great idea. The investigator, no, absolutely not. The loyalist, I absolutely am in agreement here. We do not need to do this. But then your feelings get involved, and the achiever is like, we are doomed to fail. But emotionally, you're just like, nope, this is going to work out just fine. The reformer in you, the helper in you, the individualist in you, you're charging forward, but yet there's this hesitance here. But I do believe you are working through this. So you have the Four of Pentacles here. Maybe there could have needed to be a change. The Six of Pentacles and the Five of Sticks. There could have been a need for you to change how you view your abundance, or like what you can generate here. The Four of Pentacles is kind of like he is searching, divining for the other coins. My goodness, are we searching here? We're searching for the balance of this internal conflict that you're holding here. Something that your achiever is mourning. Oh, wow. So you have the Ten of Cups, this happiness, this Two of Pentacles, and the revert. I mean, the Two of Pentacles, and then the Dr. Grant, who's the Hermit. There was something, your expectations surrounding happiness changed, and it was due to this like internal moment you spent with yourself. It could have been there was something here that drug down your energy, and maybe it's not so much that the enthusiast is doing something that is shocking and causing fear for our poor little loyalist and our little investigator, but it could be like something has sapped your strength or challenged you in some regard, and your enthusiast is rising to the occasion. I'm going to take a look at the Page of Cups in the reverse. We have the Three of Wands. So the waiting energy, the painful transition. This could have been what you were avoiding here. And the Seven of Cups. You had to see through some sort of illusion. There was a transition necessary in what you were waiting for. Maybe perhaps that it wasn't going to come to fruition and you needed to move on. And if you, as the enthusiast, you will find an experience right for you. You definitely will move on. Just open up the gate, please. Thank you. You will go right out that door. Because there's other experiences for you to have, but not necessarily for you to fill this void, but for you to to live life. So, like, the thing is, the enthusiast, I think you're learning the lessons on behalf of the investigator here. These 9 points, you are all 9 points. You are the reformer, you're the peacemaker, reformer, helper, you're all of these key points. It's just when you take this Enneagram test, you have this type that you identify with. Maybe you sync to. It could be instinctually, it's essence. Sometimes it's born into us. It's a mixture of nurture and nature. But you are the enthusiast. So when you look at the world, you see it through this very rejuvenating energy. You have a spontaneity to you, and a persistence and a tenacity too as well. Especially when you do believe in what you're doing here. And I also believe that you're rising to this occasion, but you are finding limitations in yourself here at the Eight of Swords. Maybe for some of you, you don't know what it is that will bring you completion. You are learning lessons here on behalf of the Enneagram through your pursuits, through the way that you learn by just going for the experience. The investigator could never go for these experiences. They don't want to leave the house. They don't want to go. The challenger, they will shred a situation. So you need to be the one who experiences these things to bring the lesson to the Enneagram here, because there's a lot of emotional abundance here for you, but there is still some hesitancy. Perhaps when you look into your Ace of Cups, your Ace of Baskets, you need to see what is there. Is it fear? Why is it always the discontentment? Why is it always more? So you grow when you basically kind of like calm down, go to the investigator, and you're more sure of yourself. If you find yourself becoming more rigid, dictatorial, some aspects of your behavior could be taking on an unhealthy reformer here. But again, I do not believe that is what's going on, because you have the abundance here. So I kind of really do see this inner conflict for more that you've been desiring. It's like you're clearing your head, you're clearing your vision. You need to sit with yourself here to see through your illusions here for the realization that you've been waiting for. And I think once you know it, you will be able to charge forward. It's just at this moment with our Empress in reverse, there's aspects of your power that kind of need some rejuvenation here. Could be time with friends, family, soul tribe, those who understand you, so you don't feel alone during this process, because there is something here that you're searching for, and there's an illusion you must see through for this prosperity. And it might just be time alone that you need. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Emperor. So there could be someone on your mind as the Empress. There could also be an imbalance of your divine masculine, divine feminine energy. You could perhaps feel stifled in some way, and this is what is preventing your movement, because you're not clear on things. We do have the underlying moon message. This is the same for all Enneagrams, all Zodiac. I'm sorry, no, this is just for the Enneagram messages. This is the moon. This is you seeing through the illusions. We continue this on with the unconscious moon message of discernment. There's realization here for you. There's rebirth. For you, I'm going to be in the extended, I'll clarify your 7 chakras with the Moonology Oracle, but as a preview of what's to come, we have an unconscious message here of your prosperity lying ahead, new moon in Taurus. So this could be for you focusing on your prosperity, making concrete plans, seeing through illusions, chasing your abundance here. Maybe now that you know what you want and how to manifest it, You have the crown chakra energy of intelligence here, the education, knowledge, perception, and flexibility. You have what you need to make these decisions, to move forward and bring your energies back into balance here, as you know where your faith, what that you're just maybe waiting for this realization here, this transformation here, letting your own self free, surrendering your hands, surrendering yourself, maybe from past experiences which have not been positive, maybe letting go of judgmental feelings towards the self. Should you know, you're like, I've tried to do all these things and yet nothing ever works. Will I ever be happy? And maybe you just think that this dissatisfaction is all you could ever hope for, but I promise you there is something here that can fulfill your soul. You just have to keep searching and listening to this inner voice that's guiding you, because as an unconscious spirit totem, we have dragon, supernatural. You are an ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny. Rise with dignity. The thing is, with you, the enthusiast, sometimes you can get confused for other types. You could get confused. I think it's for an artist, because you are so expressive and fun, but you do love information. You love to take on information, and it's your ability to have finesse with the information as well, that people can mistake you for some feeling type, but there is a disconnection here. You're more of a thinking type, and you have a fear base. That's kind of like an issue for you. You do have fear. So there's something here you need to see. A hesitance, a fear, whatever you want to call it here, that is stifling you. Maybe it's just taking this internal journey. It's quieting down to settle down enough to look at yourself and even address the fact that you feel this discontentment, that you do feel out of balance. Especially if you've been overdoing it and you're just exhausting yourself and your mental resources too. And then you can find things not getting completed because your energies are so scattered, and then you feel worse for yourself. So then you dive into more experiences to escape that feeling of the emptiness, and it just feeds into itself into a very negative cycle here. But I'm going to go ahead and transition to your extended. Thank you for joining me. I hope this message was helpful for you. In the extended, I'll be taking the expanding on each of the points you see here with another 3 cards. I'll also be using the Lenormand, the Gilded Revelry, I think it's called, and the Mini Tarot to take a look at your process Enneagram spread. Again, when I do the clarifications on all, this is the integrative spread. Then there's the full dimensional tarot spread. And then when I put points on here, that's the process Enneagram spread. The general Enneagram message, the collective message, is actually the full dimensional tarot and process Enneagram spread. So if you want to see an example of what's in the extended, you can watch that message if you haven't already. All right. Thank you for joining me. I hope this really was helpful for you, and I look forward to seeing you in the next message. Hello, Challenger. Welcome to your monthly reading. This is for the flower moon, the full moon and the flower moon. These energies will be active for over the next 30 days. Consequences of these fruitions during this time can play out for the rest of your year as well. This is your time of blossoming. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, this is a dimensional tarot spread. It's a combination of Enneagram personality analysis and tarot cards. The description box below contains all the information you could need to kind of understand this system and its complexity. But other than that, this little purple pile of cards here, this came from the general Enneagram message. If you have not had the opportunity to view that, you might want to check that out for a quick, for an understanding of the collective energy. I'm going to take a look at your spirit totem, your chakra energy, and your moon message. Your spirit totem and your chakra are derived again from that general Enneagram message, and the moon card is special for your reading. All right. Your spirit totem during this time is the unicorn, infinite possibilities. You are the sovereign of the seen and unseen worlds. The magic of love surrounds you. Beauty transforms you. Listen to the spirits of light. Abandon the darkness. Go beyond the ordinary and become the legendary. Well, legendary. Your chakra energy during this time is sacral chakra, and you had two that came out. You have desires, your goal, your passion, your cravings, your fulfillment, a carnality here. And then you have your emotions. So feelings, expression, moods, balance. There could be emotional imbalances present here. You could be having kind of like this sacral awakening where you're wanting more, you're craving the infinite. And for the challenger, you can have your vice is lust, is the intensity for which you desire. And for your virtue, you virtue it's that of innocence. And so I think the unicorn here is really like the innocence, and we're gonna be dealing with your vice and virtue during this reading. It's just very interesting so far. And with this sacral chakra energy, a double message of your sacral chakra is like your ancestral energy. It's your ancestral energy. It's all your experiences. It's where deep held memories are stored. It's kind of like your seat of your power too as well. For your moon message, you have beauty. Maybe embracing your own, seeing the beauty in others and in life itself. I got these cards because I like to watch a certain reader, and she pointed out that there's a little face present here, and I just think it is adorable, and I would have never noticed it had she not pointed it out. And I just loved the moon oracle cards. Anyway, so there's this beauty here. There's this innocence. There's this primal aspect of yourself that is desiring more, and for you, that's almost like the state of your being is that of desire. During this time, you have a signifier card. You are represented by the Fool here, beginning your journey anew. For an underlying message for you, you have the Knight of Wands, departing, the Chariot, with ferocity almost, but then the Two of Swords, a stalemate, something that is holding you back. Perhaps it is an imbalance in your sacral energy here, your primal energy. Somehow you don't trust yourself. I'm gonna get a drink of coffee and then we'll dive into this. All right. I'm going to go ahead and dive in your dimensional tarot spread now. Your Peacemaker has the Ace of Wands. Okay. It's very interesting so far. We have the Devil. All right. Fantastic. So you're the reformer in you. Oh boy. I'm just going to keep clarifying because there's implications to the Devil in the position that they are in. Your helper holds the Five of Pentacles. You're letting go of a fear of something here. The Achiever with the Four of Wands in the reverse. This could have rocked your world, whatever this was. This made you feel insecure. Your Achiever felt insecure. There was a death and rebirth cycle of your individualist here. Renewing who you are. Perhaps your helper here, you're no longer fearful of losing something. But now you see this reformer, the devil is almost looking down on death. And it's almost like maybe you're reformer and you could be like super hyper ultra critic. And it could be casting a lot of doubt in the situation. But your investigator has the Eight of Pentacles. It could represent a laziness, but it also could represent like a constraint here. You could be working under a lot of constraint, mental constraint. Your enthusiast is at the Five of Wands, an internal conflict, and you are represented by the Seven of Swords, some sort of deceptive or action you have to take with a meticulousness. You're no longer fearful of losing something. Whatever it is that Two of Swords. Interestingly enough, in this spread, we have the Five of Wands, the Four of Wands, and the Ace of Wands. The 4 and the 1 together is the 5. Your peacemaker found something that sparked it. This is not something your achiever saw coming. Perhaps it's far from the expectations. It's required you to go out on almost like a limb here. It could be that you're taking a risk of some sort, but there's this insecurity within you. Maybe you're telling yourself you're not good enough, you can't handle it, you can't do this. Or maybe you're chaining yourself to your old character here. So maybe you're trying to escape aspects of something that was positive, but you find yourself holding yourself back because you could be raking yourself over the coals here, like with your standards, your perfectionism, criticizing yourself a lot. And your enthusiast holds some sort of inner conflict here. With the Five of Wands, this could be a creative conflict. Feeling pulled towards something that is maybe primal for you. But yet, I will be interested to see what we have going on with our achiever. I'm going to go ahead and clarify your Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands is clarified by the Fool. Oh, wow, look at you. This new beginning here. We have Strength in the reverse. Something has sapped your energy and you need to bring something back into balance here. The Six of Pentacles. Maybe it's whatever is happening here at the loyalist. I mean, the achiever. The achiever seems to be insecure. Perhaps your helper is letting go of something here. You have the Nine of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles. Your abundance and definition of prosperity could have changed. Maybe the expectation, what achievement means to you, maybe some type of validation that you're getting. There's something else that you're hungering for. And there's an aspect of your character that must change for you to embrace this, because right now it's like you're disempowering yourself. But there's a stability you've built for yourself here. Maybe that's why you're no longer fearful of losing it all, because you can stand on your own. There could be some of you who are wanting reward with little effort, but you don't even realize how you're deceiving yourself. There's a process of integration and disintegration. It could be that you're realizing right now how you've held your own self back. I'm going to start with the reformer because I think it's illuminatory of what's going on. There's the reformer, when they're not able to be what they want to be, they can turn to like a little closet addiction, some vice. It can be something maybe you don't tell people about. But you're looking down on this character, death, and rebirth because I think you want this to end for yourself. And the reason why I started the reformer is that the reformer, when the 8 is unhealthy, it goes to a 5. So right now you're deceiving. Right now, okay, so you're done with something here at your helper. I think your helper is looking back on the 8 challenger here and seeing this deception, this self-deception possibly. Your investigator in your mind space, you're trying to get reward, or you're trying to cut a corner here. There's something here where you're just not able to put the work in. Now, I don't think this is malicious. I just think your strength is sapped right now. There's something out of balance within you. And a security issue, possibly related to why you have so much sacral chakra energy right now. But anyway, you're done with deceiving yourself here because your enthusiast is no longer, you're internally conflicted at your enthusiast here. And then we go to the 1. So there's an internal conflict because you're not able to enjoy your experiences right now. You could just be using experiences as escapism here, because your investigator does not want to engage right now. Like, you're checked out. Okay, mentally you're checked out. You're just not doing it. And so you could be deceiving yourself right now, thinking that you're doing better than you are, but really you're not. You're really deeply insecure right now. As you adjust here, your understanding of abundance and legacy to a change, something that has made your achiever feel as if they are insecure. The Page of Wands, this energy is, wow. There's the 10 of Swords here at your loyalist. It says something of your heart right now, that there's been some type of betrayal here. The Hierophant has seen it. I think that, wow, the Wheel of Fate 10 and this has been an end of a cycle here, possibly. The Hand of the Divine brought you something shocking. It brought you something here that kind of like rocked your world a little bit. But in a way, I think you realize how you were held back, what was holding you back. And now, if you take this character, you reinvent your sense of self. Now, understanding your legacy and your abundance, all that you were once fearful of losing, all the ways in which you deceived yourself, all the ways in which you didn't even want to be mentally present in your reality here, because maybe you're using experiences and addictions as an escapism from the self, because there's something maybe you don't have the strength to address yet. And that's why you must tap into your deep sacral chakra, your fundamental life pool, okay? Your sacral chakra is your power. It's your emotions. It's your beauty. It's your infinite energy. This is where you draw your pool this is where you draw your power from. This is the pool. The sacral chakra is the pool from which you draw your power. There's aspects of desirability and beauty, feelings here. What is that out of balance for you. The betrayals here at your loyalist, okay? Still with enough heart to become the Page of Wands, which I think is absolutely wonderful and speaks volumes to character here. That morally you still know the right thing to do here to move forward. Even if there's been pain and a lot of deception of the self present. I think you want to bring this back into balance, that your security rests on you understanding this abundance and prosperity here. Maybe in context of a changing self. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your unconscious energy here. You have the Lovers. Oh, how sweet is this? You have the Lovers. Maybe it's something that has made you realize there's something here. This doesn't necessarily have to be a relationship. It could just be something you felt powerfully pulled towards. And in the process of being pulled towards it, you realized what was limiting you. And for some of you, I don't think you realized how limited you were. And maybe this is why you have infinite possibility here with the unicorn. As you tap back into your sacral, powerful self, the challenger is one of the just most, like, they're brutal. Like they can take a punishment like no other type. They are so physically, like they're just like little physical powerhouses. Even the small challengers, like they're little pistols. Okay, like dynamite comes in little packages. That's the challenger. So I want you to be back to being your dynamite, to knowing your beauty and your value, to standing in your sacral chakra and all the abundance here. Possibly, laying this aspect of self to rest that is avoiding. It's like you're avoiding here. Maybe you're waiting to adapt to change, but there's something here, a deep insecurity you need to be wrestling with to embrace your abundance and your tap back into your energy and to your essential self. All right. I'm going to look at more unconscious energy for you. There is something here. This is the unconscious energy from the general message. This is the same for all Enneagram types. This is the moon. This is the illusions. These are the things that whisper to us in the night. This is our dreams. There's discernment here as well, so you're needing to see through this. The Lovers is about choice as well, so you have a choice here now to embrace the possibility of what you could have now. You have the you have the unconscious crown chakra here. This is the unconscious chakra message. It's the crown chakra. It's intelligence, education, knowledge, perception, and flexibility. Something here that this is what I think the moon energy is. This is intuitive energy that you need to be pursuing as you understand the choices that you must make, the illusions you must see through here, even deceptions of your own self, and what you're being. I mean, you've been betrayed and deeply hurt, but I think morally you know that this is just the hands of fate greasing the wheel and putting things into motion for you. At your unconscious spirit chakra, we have dragon, supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity. Rise into all that you could possibly accomplish as you embrace your infinite abundance here. I think you just have to understand this stalemate, this adaptation to change. What is preventing you from maybe even taking that fool's journey? Where your strength went? Where did the challenger's strength go? And what you need to do to call those energies back into balance. You have trust the niggle. What is the niggling feeling trying to tell you? This is your intuition. Again, this is the crown chakra. This is the moon energy. This is the balance you must bring back to the situation here for you to close this chapter on your life, it feels. Maybe some time with self. Goal setting, vision boarding, something here where you are putting the glasses of the future on and gathering your strength again. Collecting your scattered energies and focusing them on yourself, especially here at your sacral chakra. Doing what you need to bring your energies back into balance, your body back into balance, so you can pull from your own energy pools again. All right. Thank you for joining me in this message challenger. I hope it was helpful for you. I'm going to go ahead and clean up these decks, and we'll be diving into the extended. You can check out the description box below. You can see those are available on Gumroad. If you're not able to join me in the extended or on Patreon, then I hope to see you next time. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, I hope this message was able to resonate with you in any way, and I will see you all in the next message. Hello, Peacemaker. Welcome to your dimensional tarot reading for the flower moon. This is the full moon in the flower moon. It's in Sagittarius. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It can contain videos and other types of resources to help explain this system of tarot. This tarot pile and part of our general message comes from the general Enneagram. So if you haven't seen that, you might want to check that out on the main channel. And I'm going to go ahead and dive right into your reading. I'm going to take a look at your spirit totem, your chakra energy, and your moon energy. You are represented by the white stag, the protector. You are an old soul. Your best friend is nature. Use your intuition to take you where you want to go. Awaken to the powerful force within you. You are meant to create blessings with your magic. I think it's a very sweet card for you, Peacemaker. There is a gentleness to your soul where you do not want to upset the balances that are present, but so much so that you can withdraw into yourself, and you're not making an impact on your environment actively, and that can make you feel really ineffectual. But there is something that you can do. There is power in the peacemaker. Although people can be drawn, like when they get their Enneagram, they're like, yeah, I'm a challenger, I'm a reformer, I'm an achiever. And sometimes I feel like the peacemaker doesn't get enough credit for being what it is. Which, by the way, is the crown of the spread here. You encompass all points of the Enneagram. But sometimes, because you have all of this potential, you can get a little lost. But luckily for you, you have your intuition as your chakra energy. So I do think you are being guided here. Your truth, insight, awareness, guidance here. I think you're wanting to answer this call within yourself. And also we have an underlying moon message of pleasure. Experiencing the joy within life. And by nurturing the joy within your soul, you can create more. And what's best for you, little peacemaker, is you can bring that joy to the environment around you. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your signifier card. You have the Four of Swords. You are resting right now. There's a wish fulfillment. So it seems you've gotten something that you desired. The Two of Pentacles. There were some adjustments maybe that you were unable to make due to you struggled to make an adjustment here. And now you have the Hierophant. It's kind of like representing knowledge and morality and ethics here. So you could have gotten something. A wish fulfillment of some sort that threw you out of sorts, but ultimately some type of a morality here within you could have guided you to make a decision. And ultimately it might have something to do with your pleasure. All right, I'm going to take a look at your peacemaker slot. There's a mourning here. There's a Five of Cups, but you're in the reverse. So you're ending a mourning cycle here. Your reformer, you know, the Queen of Pentacles. So there's a strong, grounded financial abundance about you. This is hearth, the home, creature comforts. The reformer is about morality. You have the Page of Pentacles. You seem to be kind of focusing on your finances at the helper. It seems like you're learning. You're an apprentice of sorts at the helper. You're charging forward at the achiever here, driving the chariot. And if someone has to do it, I would, the precision that the achiever can operate in can be stunning. So there is something that you're swiftly moving towards here. You have the Ace of Swords at your individualist. This is the artist. This is the creativity of your soul. And there's something here that you've let go of. I'm very positive with your energy right now, Peacemaker. Oh, you're healing here. This is the mourning cycle. You're letting go. This is the rest. Maybe you're still undergoing this. You're loyalist. You worked on something for a while here. You took advantage of an opportunity, maybe the Wheel of Fortune, and offered here your challenger. There could have been offering a cup of love. The cup of love, the divine brought you. And now you're a student right now, taking things slow, but your intuition has guided you to, it's like you're being guided towards your awakening here. The Peacemaker, you can live in kind of a repressed, stoic state and not even realize it. It's not a bad thing. It's just a way you can become. And it's not so much so that like you're depressed or sometimes it can be that, but it's just that because you crown the top of this spread, you also get the dilemma. With privilege and with privilege comes responsibilities here, Peacemaker. Because you crown this spread. You also have the most trouble with tapping into your instinctual energy. The achiever gets it too. They're the center of this little triad here, so they have the most problem touching their emotions. And the loyalist can have it here. They're the most fearful. But for you, in terms of fear and shame and emotion, you appear to have so much balance, and it's radiating from this mourning here, this whatever it is that you let go. It's transcend everything. There was a searching for you. You were searching for something at the Eight of Cups. There is an emotional contentment and balance you found with the Queen of Cups. In the Queen of Cups, this could have been you. This could have been emotional balance you were searching for after this Five of Cups mourning period. For some of you, you could have found a equitable mate. But there was a judgment here. So you made, I think you've made a decision from a very fair emotional place. And so it's something where you feel like this is the end, like we're done here. This can be rectified. Now, this could be why you're in the Four of Swords right now. This situation could have been so out of balance that morally, when you bring the hand of it almost gets like a justice-y sense in here. But once you bring things back into the balance, it could leave you a little tired here, and you're trying to gather your energy maybe, and then once you reconcile some aspects of your strength here, you can go after what you desire, the pleasure. Your intuition is guiding you here. You have the Chariot clarified with strength, the Three of Wands waiting, and then there's a stalemate present. There could have been, you were waiting for something and it just never came. And I think you were forced to move on. It could be that something didn't come to fulfillment and you had to understand that. Your loyalist is working hard at the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Page of Wands, the Two of Cups in the reverse, and the Knight of Pentacles. Okay, so maybe this is background on our Page of Pentacles over here. But it appears that the loyalist is working very hard. You're chugging away here on something that maybe you've come to a conclusion is worth your time and your effort. There's a Page of Wands whom there was a Two of Cups in the reverse, so a disillusionment. There was a relationship, something. The Two of Cups is coming out of balance here, and there was a Knight of Pentacles. So moving very, very slow. Even though maybe you desired to move quickly, I think maybe you, Peacemaker, I think there's something that you believe in, and it has kind of like renewed aspects of your heart here. Your Page of Wands, your Two of Cups in the reverse, you're moving forward slowly at the Knight of Pentacles. The Two of Cups represents kind of like quarrel. Perhaps there was like, you want to go after something so fiercely that I think this Chariot energy, because it can't move forward at the achiever, you're feeling very idealistic in chasing something because you're not able to communicate about it yet. We have all the pages present except for the Page of Swords. So we have the Page of Wands here. So you're creatively, passionately, you felt like your passion is making it so I think you want to move forward faster than you know you need to be at this time. Your challenger wants to offer the cup of love because there's something rejuvenating about this. The Wheel of Fortune, the enthusiast has an opportunity at the Wheel of Fortune in your mind. Your investigator is healing with the star, and this faith and rejuvenation that the hand of the divine has brought you has enabled you to want to open your heart, to open to the Page of Cups, opening your heart, ending this mourning cycle as you're more grounded now. You've in this search, there's an emotional contentment here for you, and this now you're focusing more on your finances here at the helper. And when the helper is healthy, they can go more towards the eight. Not the eight. Sometimes they can become bombastic, but when my goodness, when the helper becomes healthy, they go more towards the individualist. So it could be that now you're more expressive, you're happier, you're definitive. You know what you want. And maybe like you're starting to believe enough in yourself that you can get there, that you can do this. Maybe that you deserve this. There could have been a sense of self-worth here before that you didn't have. Emotionally, this is it could almost feel overwhelming for you, which is how direct action you want to take. Maybe that's why the reformer is grounded so much. Like, hey, we gotta slow this down. Your challenger's like, but do it. The innocent little challenger, the heart full of love. Please, just give the cup of love. The helper will hold on a second. We need to think about this, challenger. But you're so full of hope and happiness right now that you definitely want to act. I think aspects of your healing are still going on, however, and definitely let that, like think about your long-term benefit here. Like, don't get distracted in love, even if it feels powerful, especially if you are going through kind of a healing cycle here. Maybe that's the hesitancy, the Four of Swords, the Two of why it's throwing you out of balance. Maybe why you're at a stalemate and you can't move forward at the achiever. Like, you can't go after it. Idealistically, you're super behind it. But maybe right now you're still, I wouldn't say so much vulnerable, nor guarded. I feel like you're open. I just feel like you need a minute to catch your breath. You're still, picking up your cups a little bit. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your unconscious energy here. For the general message, you have the unconscious energy of the moon. That is your intuition. This is your inner guidance here. There's something here that you are desiring, but you're unable to communicate about it. I think that you have the King of Swords here. That represents, like, he is a king. He is diplomatic. He's able to communicate. He's the King of Swords, and the swords themselves are air energy, and that represents communication. The only page that is missing for us right now is the Page of Swords. So, and you have the Ace of Swords at your individualist. So there's something that is very authentic to your self-expression here that you may wish to speak to. Once you've finished reconciling your energy here. It could also be for some of you that you do need to jump into a situation you're being guided towards. Especially if you're further along in this healing cycle, that is kind of apparent in this message as of now. You have discernment. Again, I think this is that King of Swords energy as well, playing into it, just seeing through any illusion. As an unconscious chakra message, that's our unconscious moon message, by the way. Your conscious message, the thing that you know of this time, is the pleasure. But now you have to be discerning in this pleasure. You have your crown chakra with intelligence, education, knowledge, perception, flexibility. This is the learnedness that you must apply to your situations. Finally, for your unconscious spirit totem, we have the Dragon of Supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny, and rise with dignity. Finally, as a preview, what will be in the extended. In the extended, I'll be using the Gilded Lenormand and Mini Tarot deck to do the process enneagram and do the full dimensional spread with what's left of our tarot deck here. I'll also be looking at your 7 chakras using the Work Your Light Oracle, and the unconscious message from that is the Star Keeper. You are cosmic ancestors. You delight by staying grounded. You can help guide others just by being you, by being the grounded rock that people can turn to. Maybe there's something or someone you wish to be that for, to be the protector of. As the white stag, the protector. And now you wish to bring something more abundant into creation here, something that represents pleasure and happiness towards you, for you. Perhaps some more time within could be necessary to make this determination, but also don't let yourself become so closed off that nothing that you're thinking about doing never gets done. Like, isolation won't serve you. Isolation alone isn't the option. There's some aspects of this where I think you need to be branching out a bit. But I feel like take a breather, but just don't become stuck in that energy. All right. Well, thank you for joining me. This has been your regular general message. I'm going to move more into the extended now, and I hope to catch you in the next message. Hello Aries, welcome to your Dimensional Tarot reading. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could mostly need. If not, there's other links in there on how to contact me if you have any further questions that's not able to answer for you. As of now, I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into your reading. For your spirit totem, we have the elephant, greatness. Love is your strength. Leadership is your path. Your wisdom inspires everyone you meet. You can overcome any problem. You will naturally and easily achieve success. A garden does not force itself, and yet it blooms when it needs to. So blossom when you feel you need to. That's your path to greatness. So you also have a chakra energy for third eye chakra, visualization, imagination, focus, experience, and manifestation, making what you desire a reality. And then we have the void, dark moon. For this moon, this could be just sitting in the nothingness. I like how this energy, if you look at this, it goes to the void, to visualization. It's like make a blank slate. Manifesting yourself something from a blank slate state. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your tarot message. Your peacemaker, you feel victimized. At the Eight of Swords. Oh, didn't mean to hit the camera. The Empress here at your reformer. The Trippin' Squirrel, which is a special card for this tarot card deck, at your helper. The Nine of Cups for your achiever. The Ten of Pentacles in the reverse for your artist reformer. The Nine of Swords in the reverse for your investigator. Your loyalist holds the Ace of Cups. Your enthusiast is adapting to change or remaining flexible here with the Two of Pentacles, and your challenger holds the Queen of Pentacles energy. There's been something you've overturned within yourself, and the process of change can almost appear overwhelming to you. You're trying to remain flexible, and surrounding your feeling of like your hands being tied, you have two very strong feminine energies. This could be within yourself, of the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles. You're overturning the individualist artist. They have an issue of letting their past pain define them. With the Ten of Pentacles, it's like overturning a legacy issue for yourself, something that you felt was deeply rooted in who you are. You're stepping, I think by overturning this, you're allowing yourself to step into your power as the Empress, the reformer desiring to make their life merit like what they say, like you're trying to role model what you actually are trying to achieve. Maybe this is causing you to change aspects of who you used to be, but it's for the better, because it appears to be alleviating a type of mental burden as you shed this old form of self here, that it's putting you into a very grounded state. But this feeling of change all this change here is being carried forward to the Trippin' Squirrel, which is the issues around codependency, or that they could represent kind of standing in your own power, going after what you desire. This could be you feeling victimized because the peacemaker isn't and has issues with listening to their instinctual energy. The achiever knows what they desire here. And then you have the Ace of Cups. You see the cup that you want for your 10 of Cups. I'm going to go ahead and clarify the peacemaker. The peacemaker is clarified by the 7 of Pentacles. Sorry, keep it in that camera. The 7 of Pentacles in reverse can represent kind of like plans going awry, things not going as you desired them to. The Hangman, so this is perhaps what the Hangman, you were put in by a situation that you now feel victimized by. And you're left kind of like waiting for more, desiring more. Maybe this is the 10th cup you have. You have the 9, you desire the 10th. Your loyalties is about your belief system. This could be restructuring your belief systems to refresh it as you overturn who you used to be. And all of this change seems to be impacting the helper and the peacemaker within you most of all. So you could be having, feeling like you don't have any energy to give right now, maybe because you're focused on yourself, and that's not a bad thing. That's just like you need to take care of you before you can take care of others. I'm going to go ahead and clarify this wish fulfillment for the achiever. The 10 of Wands, this is a burden you were carrying. The Page of Pentacles, and that's clarified by the Knight of Pentacles and the 8 of Wands. This could have been something that originally it made you, you could have built something, like you could have invested into something that did not turn into what you desired. It did not come to fruition the way that you wished. Or you found it to be a burden. Or it's been a heavy burden for you to get what you want. And now you're ready to communicate about it rapidly. Previously, you could have, like this desire for this. You couldn't have, maybe you didn't speak to it. And it created some type of burden for you. For the achiever who desires to have kind of like those status symbols, those status things. They like to show their value of self through their achievements and through what they actually do. So this could have been something you've taken on because you know that this, even if it's emotionally burdensome, right, the reward is so worth it because you have your 9 of Cups, and here your loyalist knows I can get the 10th. My 10th cup is the 6 of Cups, so it's emotionally nostalgic, very powerfully emotional connection to the past. This could be past life connection. Then you have the 8 of Cups. You're searching for this, but luck and chance at the wheel of fortune. So it seems like something has occurred here where you're having to change your perspective and change aspects of yourself, perhaps because you're now visualizing the life that you do want. You're feeling like a renewed mental state and aspects of yourself, but maybe instinctually, like you're not able to go after what you quite want yet, maybe because you're adapting to this change and you're relinquishing these mental burdens. Maybe for some of you, you need to spend some more time visualizing actually what you desire and what you want. Especially if you've been through a lot of change, you can feel like foreign to yourself. And it can make you feel a little topsy-turvy. You're like, am I even me? Do you even recognize the person that you see when you look in the mirror? And I don't think some of you are able to at this time, because there's just been some shifting here. And you're desiring for more. The shift has come, it's like you're planning in a different way. For some of you, you could feel like you're not able to make this change yet, even though you greatly deserve it. And this could be like your wake-up call to the universe that, hey, I need to shift, I need to change, and I'm not wrong in a desire for change, a desire for more. Because maybe there's some of you that feel like naughty for what Well, it's this dynamic here with this. You're feeling victimized at your peacemaker. Like you are going after what you want, and in a way that could be scary and foreign to you, and you feel there's like some confusion here because it instinctually just feels really good, and because it and instincts are very hard for the peacemaker to deal with, and because you're having to shift some internal dynamics in yourself, it's made a lot of other aspects of yourself very happy, rejuvenated. But I think in the peacemaker slot that it's getting transposed here, and your peacemaker and your helper are having some trouble with all these changes that are going on. But third eye chakra is meditation, maybe just taking that time to meditate, be present, and it can help you alleviate, because you've been doing something here that's throwing away this mental burden. So keep doing whatever you have been that's been beneficial for you so far, especially if it is alleviating a burden for you. For an unconscious tarot message, we have the Knight of the King of Swords. That's clear-cut communication. There is no fat in the meat that he prepares, okay? We have discernment as an unconscious moon message. This moon message is the same for all Enneagrams and for all zodiac signs. So this is the message of choice, making good choices, using like what is beneficial for me now that I've learned these lessons. Maybe some of you could have like a little bit of a codependency issue. So now you're like, well, if I don't do it this way, then you could be feeling weird. But I think if you've shifted and changed as a person, you have to express that. Or else you're just limiting yourself. And I don't want to see that. So, and I think you don't want to see it either, because you have the crown chakra of intelligence, education, knowledge, perception, flexibility here. Your enthusiast is adapting to changes that are ongoing here. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. Your enthusiast is adapting to these changes at the Two of Pentacles. It's alleviating mental burdens. And your unconscious spirit totem animals is the dragon. It's supernatural. You are the ancient wise sage. You can shapeshift at will. Mastery is your destiny and rise with dignity. I'm just going to go ahead and stack these back over here. I think you're being called to listen to your intuition, to your instincts, and maybe trust that you can be happy if you make the right choices. Especially if you're giving into this new, I feel almost like profound shift here. Like, recognize your needs as valid, what you're going through is valid. Just give your emotions that time to kind of exist. Don't let them overtake you, but let them have their validity, because a change can be scary, and change can leave you completely topsy-turvy and mystified, especially when you begin to no longer recognize the person that you once were. That can be especially scary. And if you're holding on to the baggage of that past, then it's time to let it go, because that is keeping you from your potential and your happiness. All right, this has been your regular message. I'm going to go into the hexad shape. So we did this inner triangle. This is the integrative spread. I'm going to go into the full dimensional tarot spread and the extended, and that will be me laying more cards down for each of these other representative points. I will also be using the Goddess Oracle to look at your 7 chakras. I will also be doing the process Enneagram spread. That will be with the Lenormand and the mini tarot deck. If you're unfamiliar with the full dimensional tarot spread, I do the full dimensional tarot process Enneagram spread in the general Enneagram reading. And then I go to this style of reading for the zodiacs and the actual Enneagram points themselves, just so you can get a taste of what the full dimensional process Enneagram spread that's available in the extended actually looks like. because it can be quite intense to look at once you get going with all these cards. I thank you for joining me so far. Even if you're not able to join me in the extended, I hope that this message was helpful for you, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your Dimensional Tarot reading. This is for the full moon coming up in Sagittarius on the 26th. If you're unfamiliar with this form of tarot, please check out the description box below. It contains all the information you could need to learn about how this spread works and the dynamics within it. Simply put, though, it is a combination of Enneagram personality system and tarot card analysis. I'm going to start with your spirit totem. Your spirit totem for this time is the heron, patience. Create a place in nature's stillness and be renewed. Take time alone to find balance. Step confidently towards your purpose, and patience will bring you rewards. Your overall chakra energy for this time is willpower. For the throat chakra, expression, assertiveness, self-control, and direction. Finally, your moon message is self-love, something that you should be focusing on during this time. And we're going to go ahead and dive into the beginning of the Dimensional Tarot reading. For your peacemaker, we have the Star in reverse. Okay. We have your reformer carrying the Ten of Wands. Let me just go ahead and show you the Star in reverse too, just in case you can't see it very well. Your helper is at the Four of Cups. Your achiever is the King of Cups. For your investigator, not your investigator, for your artist/individualist, we have the Queen of Pentacles. For your investigator, we have the Hangman. Your loyalist has the Three of Cups in reverse. The Two of Wands for your enthusiast And your challenger is bringing temperance. Your reformer is carrying the Ten of Wands, carrying a burden. You're feeling indecisiveness, maybe discontentment at your helper, but it can also signify hope, the Four of Cups. It just depends on the other cards around it. I think that you're feeling hopeful in this triad. There's an emotional balance present for you. However, instinctually, energetically right now, you're feeling burdened and there's like a lack of healing that's going on, and perhaps why you have the message of temperance. Perhaps something within yourself right now. Your loyalist has an interesting dynamic present with this Three of Cups, overturning it, possibly leaving something behind. With the change in perspective here, there could have been a dynamic present that was not healthy, and it feels as if you're either working to resolve this dynamic or change the